Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bout it, fuck this one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the jungle, find a way to the pad, it's how we did. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's our kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. We made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
In what it's worth, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. Highlight. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, coming down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Different route can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely five as one, crashing pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Different route can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what can feel.
Welcome back home. It is time for KPL Spring Season 2025. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today is a very special friend, Moman. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great here at KPL Spring Season 2025, and I'm super excited for our debut English stream, for my debut English stream, actually. And all of you have been asking for it. All of you has been asking for the KPL English stream. It's finally here, guys.
Yep, finally here. And today we bring you the best of 7. This is a double elimination match, which we will be heading into the lower brackets today. It is going to be EDG going up against DRG. Now, if you don't know what they stand for, Edward Mobile Gaming Esports, as well as the Dragon Rangers.
Yeah, Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? Edward, Dragon Ranger Gaming, I gotta say, they have always been in the top tier. They have always been somewhat there, but they've never managed to clinch a championship as of yet. And of course, Edward Gaming Mobile, Edward Gaming, Mobile Gaming, right? EDGM? Yeah, they have not recovered, I feel, from the loss against AG recently, right? They recently had a 4-0 sweep. So both teams, they have a lot of things to prove here. And there's a lot of stakes here. Whoever wins today, there's Rogue Warriors waiting for them in the next bracket. So it's going to be very scary to even win today's series.
Yeah, so we're going to take things step by step. Now, of course, because this is a best of 7, let's reintroduce the concept of KPL. Now, if you don't know, this is your first time here, we are going to do the global band pick format. This is going to cover, which means if you pick a hero once in this series, you will not be able to use it again unless it is triggered in the ultimate battle. That's why we love the BO7s, right? So if we go to a 3-3 scoreline, we will trigger what is known as the ultimate battle, of which both teams will blind pick their draft with no knowledge of whatever that the other team is picking, and they will use this final draft to go up against each other in the last game ever.
So, what you're saying is we might be able to see the same heroes coming out from both teams? Am I right to say that?
Yes, there is a high potential of it, but because we have so many heroes in the pool here, there might be a difference in the way that heroes are picked, and of course going to be used as well. So while we would like to see mirror matches, I don't think we might get to see that today if we reach that ultimate battle. Now, both teams, they have a lot to play for, and I think there are also quite a few new members on the side. I want to focus on Dragon Ranger Gaming for a bit. Their Clash laner is someone that I have been putting my attention to, because if you have been following KPL for a while, you know that their lineup is new. And for someone that is new in the Clash lane, I think he has done pretty well to make some veteran moves in games as well.
Yeah, of course, Huayan, if I'm not wrong, who's the Clash laner of Dragon Ranger Gaming, he has shown a lot of mechanical skill, right? But as we were discussing before, he can make a hit or miss kind of gameplay, right? Sometimes he hits it right the right spot where, whoa, he is the man. He is the man to be watching out for, but he is still susceptible to certain rookie mistakes like diving too far or getting way too ahead of his team at certain times. So yeah, we gotta see what kind of version of YN that we'll be seeing today as well.
Yeah, but of course, watching him actually sometimes it reminds me that I am coming a little bit older as the years come by, because look, his reactions have been so fast, right? So there are certain moments where you kind of ask yourself, what beats one another? Which is, does experience beat tenacity? Does the young, fresh mindset of reactions beat the veteran experience of knowing potentially what's gonna happen in team fights or moves across the maps? These are things that will happen today. And of course, with that being said, we are really hoping to be able to bridge the information that we have here on the KPL, because the teams here, they're really of top quality, and we want to be able to show and showcase what they have in mind, explain to you what's going on behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, definitely. The teams are different. The game style is different. And of course, the pool of heroes that you have in KPL are going to be slightly different as well. But what I really want to highlight is the strategies that they use in KPL. They are vastly different of what you will see in the global scene as well. In terms of KPL gameplay, you will see much more refined gameplay in terms of resource management, in terms of farm funneling, and of course, in terms of movement rotations throughout the map as well. How you fight the objectives throughout the map, it's very different from how the global teams are playing it right now, and whether or not they can actually succeed in trying to make KPL the best league there is, because I'm pretty sure it is the best league there is right now currently, right?
Yeah, currently. Everything is at the moment, of course. And of course, with that being said, I think there are a couple of combinations coming out that I think you guys will find familiar. You know, teams across the global stage have been using them as well. We have the Dolia Lane, we have the Princess Frost, and the Liang picks as well. So many combinations that have been taken as a reference from the KPL side. So I'm excited to show you guys what else they have in store, because there are some heroes that are yet to be released. Example, Bai Chi is coming out today. He is going to be well within your usage of the Gorge, and let's see how the pros do it. Whether we'll see him, I'm not sure. Let's hope for the best. And of course, our personal hope is that we get to see a game number 7. We want to see that ultimate battle today.
Yeah, of course. The stats wise, I don't think it's possible, because honestly, throughout the entire KPL, if you're not aware, this is already day 8 of KPL. But of course, we have only had one game of Ultimate Battle so far in the entire knockoff stage, right? So right now, it's going to be Edward Gaming versus Dragon Ranger Gaming. And I feel that, yeah, in terms of power levels right now, in terms of mentality going in, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they had a very clean-cut gameplay when they managed to take out Test A, top esports armor, right, from Changsha. They managed to take them out of the league, and it is your drafts are actually very clean. The way that they play, they're very mechanically thought out. The way that they use their utility, it's very well done. Meanwhile, for Edward Gaming, it feels like they are slightly disjointed because, of course, they were playing against the Titans, the Giants themselves, AG. And all gamers, they managed to win them in a 4-0. So what do you feel about that, Kin?
I think it's going to be a tough challenge, right? End of the day, okay, so let's give a little bit of backstory into what's happening. AG Global, as you all know, this team was the 2024 KPL champions as well. So they have been coming in on a hot streak. Right now, they are at the top side of the table under the winners bracket as well. And going up against Edward Gaming, they literally dismantled them 4-0. Now, was it a clean dismantle? I leave that decision to you. You decide for yourself. But end of the day, coming from a 4-0 series, I think it takes quite a bit of mental strength and a little bit of camaraderie to kind of formulate, hey, we are going to go up against Dragon Ranger Gaming, and they're not an easy team to beat, right? There were a couple of games that DRG kind of struggled a little bit in terms of execution of their draft. But once this team hits their stride, especially when they have sufficient farm, you will notice that it is very hard to play against DRG. So is this a difficult game for Edward Gaming? I don't think so, right? It's going to be a wrestling match, and whoever gets that gold advantage in the early parts of the game, secures more camps, stealing the first time of the game, these are all important markers. And based on what's happening in KPL, you will start to see why certain resources are so important and how controlling the jungle really sets a team apart from a winning team towards a team that has to learn.
Yeah, and definitely it's all about the marathon mentality here in the KPL series as well, because we are at double eliminations here, and this is the lower brackets that we're talking about. So tournament life here is on the line for either one of these teams. And even if they win, they still have to face up against Rogue Warriors, who's waiting for them in the next bracket of these stages, right? But enough about that. For those of these people that are watching that are not aware of what's going on right now, this is KPL. Yes, we do have an English stream, and of course, it's going to be global ban. So go into a bit about the global ban. No, let's go deep into global ban actually. What does global ban mean, right? For example, I picked this hero now in game 1. What does that mean for me in game 2? Kin, can you take it away?
Alright, so essentially if you take this hero, in the next game of the series, you will not be able to use that hero anymore until we reach that ultimate battle status. At the same time, right, if you haven't had a pick yet of this particular hero, you can continually ban it out as well. So there are strategies that teams will employ to make the best use of this format, right? So it kind of forces teams to reconsider, okay, is this the pick that we want to use to try and win this particular game? Because look, there are counters, there are hard counters, natural counters towards certain heroes in this game. There are different matchups as well, but certain teams will go with the strategy that we'll take a small loss in terms of the draft and we'll try to win that series, right? Which is why not just in KPL, but across Honor of Kings, regardless of what region you're from, if you're going to be competing in the pro leagues, this global ban pick format is so important because every draft, every composition that you make for yourself needs to be one that wins. Even if it is a so-called weaker draft in comparison, if you're able to snatch a win out of that, it gives you so many benefits because number one, you burn out heroes that should have gotten the W for the opponent team. At the same time, you also keep that pick for yourself. So there's many strategies employed down here. And now, the bans are slightly different. You will have 5 bans coming in KPL. Now that's one more extra hero in comparison to the normal bans and picks we've seen across the different regions. So this is going to affect the mentality of the roles that they're going to be picking first, right? The finalization of what kind of roles do we want to prio. And you'll start to see very many differences in terms of the thought processes for the coaches about what kind of style they like to play. Is it a more brawly style? Do they want to continue fighting, or do they want to go for the farm, gold acquisition, right? Or map control? So many different things, so many different strategies. And I think based on the profile of both teams, EDGM as well as DRG, you'll start to see slight differences in terms of each individual match, because what they'll be going for is actually going to be showcased in sets, especially as we go into the draft competition itself.
Yeah, what you're talking about is very, very true, right? If you are looking to be a pro player in these kind of leagues, you have to have a certain mastery of your heroes, right? And it's not just one hero as well. You need to have a multitude of heroes in your pool, and that's not taking away the bans that the teams will be used against you. Because yesterday, day before yesterday, TRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming versus Top Armor Esports, Top Esports .armor, TSA. What happened to them is that, well, Mulan was pocket banned by TSA. Like literally every single ban from TSA was all farm laners. And yet they could still do it. Like Dragon Ranger Gaming, they have a lot of multitudes, and right now we'll be heading on to see the players in the live
职业联赛春季赛季后赛。下面有请本场比赛登场的第一支战队，欢迎上海 EDG。对抗路小泽，打野出城，中路花卷。发育路凌云，游走效应。
这波位置调得很精准，但是看一下小泽，小洛出完手了，就看小泽了。小泽先点掉了九尾之后，继续往前追击。
上海 EDGM， 上海 EDGM。
Alright, so that is EDGM Edward Gaming Mobile, a team, a force to be reckoned with. These 5 players will be holding the hopes to try and make it out of the lower brackets going into this match.
接下来有请本场比赛的第2支战队，欢迎佛山 DRG。对抗路花园，打野婉婉。中路早点 发育路梦兰，游走四宝。
但是实的这个
亚联来了，大刀落地，被一个飞跃给拉开，但这波流星斩直接斩到了，
再来一个大
激流勇进，激流勇进。
Alright, so for this side we have DRG Dragon Ranger Gaming, and they try to over Top Esports Not Armor from Changsha. And before to the scoreline, of course, they are one of the veterans in the scene. And look at them, they will be trying to take away.
双方战队集结完毕，精彩对决现在开始。
It's going to be a big moment at this point, and with that, I think we are up for a big match.
Yes, and not to worry for today if you don't know about the players' names, because they do have their English IGNs as well, and we will be going through those English IGNs with you guys very, very shortly.
Okay, so big moments for the game itself. This series, end of the day, in a best of 7, regardless of what the scoreline is, you definitely want to be the first one to take a big step into this series, right? You want to make sure that at least you have something to start with. Now, we will count it as a first half and second half, right? So the first half, 3 matches, right? Who gets the wins? How many wins do they get? Do they get a 3-0? Can they lead the series with a comfortable placement and a gap in between the two teams?
Yeah, definitely the momentum, it kind of matters. So the first draft going in, whether or not you draft your signature heroes, whether or not you want to draft the best picks and you want to ban the best bans, that's going to be very, very key in the form of mind games, right? The mind games that they will be playing on this stage here. And if you take a look at the audience seats, they are already packed for today, all in anticipation of EDGM versus DRG today.
Alright, let's take a look at Xiaozhe here. This is one of the main people on the side of EDGM. He's going to be responsible for the Clash lane, and hopefully he's going to be able to one-up his competition, because in KPL games, Clash lane is so important. It helps you set the stage. At the same time, we also have Turn, the jungler for the team of EDGM. He has found pretty much good success across the jungling experience, but can he do it against DRG today? And of course, we have Huajuan, also known as JuanC, down here in the mid lane. He's one of the highlight players on the side of EDGM. You definitely need to watch out for his rotations, his plays, and his catches. At the same time, this guy, Lingyun, is also known as Skyly. He is one of the players that I like to watch out for on the side of EDGM. He has been responsible for a lot of the damage, not just the turrets, but the heroes and as well. And of course, Xiaoying, the last guy here, he is going to be one of the people that's responsible for that protection, for that save coming in for the side of EDGM.
Yep, definitely very, very key in terms of having roamer. But if we take a look at the other side, DRG, we have the player that we've been talking about, Huayan, who will be playing the Clash lane. And of course, his English IGN is also known as Huayan as well. So on the... Oh, okay, this is 1-1 who will be playing the jungle today. So, 1-1. I mean, of course, on the jungle, we know he pulled out the Bai T yesterday, and now will he pull it out today for all the global viewers to see. And Zhao Dian on the mage lane, also known as Dian on the English IGN. And meanwhile, we will have the veterans coming through from this side, and it will be the farm laner for DRG, Menglan, also known as Munan. Feeling calm, feeling in the zone. Yeah, and of course we'll be able to see their players' heart rates as well, so it's something interesting that I want to talk about. But of course, finally, we have Sibao, also known as Sibao, on the roam role, and he will be mirroring Tom on Edward Gaming as he will try to match his rotations and fight him pound for pound.
Yeah, so a lot of big moments for both teams. I want to talk about the roam, simply because I play the roam as well, right? So far in the KPL, you'll notice that the roamers have this huge responsibility to be able to save their teammates, depending on the draft, the competition that they have. So Tom Xiaoying, so far, I think he has done wonderfully for the side of EDGM, but because of certain moments where they struggle with farm, struggle with gold, it makes his life a little bit difficult. So today, I think it will be in their best favor if EDGM can really oust their competition in the securing of jungle objectives, stealing camps away, and more importantly, trying to play the map a little bit better than DRG, because we all know DRG's prowess when they get the lead. At the same time, there's Rome coming in for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming in the form of Sibao. I just need to highlight to you, this guy has been on fire.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he has been on fire. And of course, we want to highlight the heroes that might be slightly different in KPL, right? One of the priority picks that we might see today is something that we probably won't see in the global scene because, yeah, Lupan Da Shi, also known as Lupan. And this is a very, very high priority pick coming out from most of the teams here in KPL. And what Lupan can do is he can essentially attach a puppet string to any of his teammates and pull you into safety or pull you into the team fight as well. So this is one of their signature heroes as well.
Yeah, so Lupan actually offers quite a bit of synergy with almost any farm laner, but most teams in KPL will pick up the Lupan number 7. That is a hero that I'm pretty sure is going to be very familiar to all of you in the global stages as well. And with that being said, this is just one of the few compositions that both teams can pick up on, right? Another hero that is probably going to be predominantly picked in the league here in KPL is one of the heroes that's coming over to the global stage soon, and that is known as Shi Kong, or in Chinese they call him Shi Kong Zhen. So the Master of Thunder, he is one of the best Clash laners available in the game for all the versions at this point. And of course, with that being said, he's able to provide quite a lot of damage. In the late game, Shi Kong is one of the most feared Clash laner picks in the league.
Yeah, definitely Shi Kong Zhen is one of the highly contested Clash laners there as well. And of course, we had to talk about the mage lane, something that we will see very, very often. There are a few heroes in mind that I would like to talk about, but something that I would like to highlight today is Shen Mengxi, which is Cat Boom. And of course, she is known for having the space, having the damage. She throws bombs at a distance, and her ultimate is even more bombs. So there's a lot of magic damage coming through. If you want to be a DPS mage, if you want to be an artillery mage, Cat Boom is one of the heroes that you're going to have to look out for in KPL because it's a very high priority pick right now for all of these teams here.
Yeah, the reach of Cat Boom is actually quite insane, able to land those detonations from quite a distance away. Another one hero that you will definitely have your eyes on is one of these heroes called Yingzhen. So Yingzhen is a range mid laner as well, so he's able to provide a shield for himself, able to summon a magic circle on the floor that gives you damage over time. But more importantly is that big ultimate that makes Yingzhen so hard to play against because he rains a shower of magic spears and spikes that will damage you over time as well. So it's really insane. It's a huge peeling composition, and I'm pretty sure in the first game these are one of the major picks and prio picks we'll see from both teams.
Yeah, definitely a very keen playstyle of that poke playstyle as well. I'm a very big fan of it, right? And Yingzhen is one of the heroes that really highlights that the team is going for this poke game style gameplay. So generally they will have a frontliner in the front, and of course they will have a lot of poke heroes in the back. So if we're talking about poke heroes here, usually what is used to counter that frontliner out is the Hai Yue, which we have not generally talked about yet because it is a new hero as well. So Hai Yue, what she can do here is she can kidnap you into another dimension, right? And all her cooldowns are half. And meanwhile, your front laner is stuck down there and your poke backline is now vulnerable. So that's one of the things that you can actually do here in KPL to counter out these kind of strategies.
Yeah, I'm super curious about how these compositions will be lined up. I mean, end of the day, it's going to be a learning experience for a lot of the viewers out there. I think even in the chats, we have seen people who have pursued KPL for a very long time. There's a lot of experience in our chats as well. So I'm very happy to see you guys here. Let's take a look at what's going to be started for the bans and picks. So Mengxi, that's the hero we're talking about. Cat Boom will be banned out as the prio ban for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, paired along with the Agudo.
Yeah, Agudo has been seeing a lot of love lately in that jungle. The sustain is just unbelievable because he does have a lot of sustain. And meanwhile, for the side of Edward Gaming, you can see the Haiyue already being taken out as well. And that's one of the new heroes that we were talking about.
Yep. Okay, so Haiyue is the lady in blue. The next hero next to her is actually Lu Ban. So in Chinese, it's called Lu Ban Da Shi, which is the master of Lu Ban, right? He is the creator of Lu Ban number 7, and he is a roam, a support. So what he does is he's able to actually pull teammates closer to him as a source of protection, also able to generate a shield for himself. But more importantly, his ultimate is one that pulls his targets closer to himself, which is a great lockdown when you are trying to initiate fights on the side of Edward Gaming or Dragon Ranger. Now, Dragon Ranger, we're gonna go for the stock standard. We know this hero, it is Lady Sun, and we'll take a look at what combination Dragon Ranger wants to push this Lady Sun with, as Edward Gaming goes for a typical combination we've already seen, right? The Dolia and Kaiser, so double invincible warrior. That's going to be a very strong front lineup for the side of Edward Gaming. So you can expect quite a bit of huge bursts in the backlines coming for the mids as well as the farm lane.
Yeah, and now for the side of Dragon Ranger, they are opening up with the Ma Chao pick. And the Ma Chao is something that you might not know about, right? He is a guy that throws spears and he can keep throwing spears at you, and of course every time the spear lands on the ground, he picks it up again. He does even more movement speed and attack speed as well. So definitely a very aggressive pick coming out from Dragon Ranger. How will Edward Gaming respond to this? The Elaine, of course, the Dolia Elaine combo is very prominent as well. Double death at sunsets? I mean, sign me up for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if we talk about the composition a little bit, Ma Chao is someone that is very mobile, has easy access into the backlines as well, but pretty susceptible to stuns. So this is one concern that Dragon Rangers have to address. At the same time, we know about this combination, the Lady Sun along with Ming. This is a very strong sustained but damaging composition on the side of DRG, and they're hoping to be able to put up damage against this Kaiser Dolia combination or even against the Elaine. Now this composition is to make sure they can survive that initial death at sunset and hopefully reposition for that second death at sunset as well. In the meantime, hopefully, right, Hua Yan on this Ma Chao should be able to jump into the backlines of Edward Gaming. And there we go. This is Ying Zhen coming in from Edward Gaming, one of the best range mid heroes.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a very, very heavy range combo coming in from Edward Gaming, right? They are looking to engage, disengage. If you look at their priority of the picks, they actually have a lot of the good prior picks in the meta right now, and they're already using it in the game 1 of this series. So Edward Gaming, they're coming in strong despite losing to AG4-0. They are still having a good mentality. And meanwhile, for Dragon Ranger, they respond with 猪八戒 and Shi. Oh my god. I mean, this is a very, very new strat coming out from Dragon Ranger. 猪八戒, yes, common, but Shi, I don't think it really synergizes well with the team.
We'll see. Okay, so for those of you that are unclear, 猪八戒 is just another skin of Arta, right? He in the global version, he's also known as Arta. And this composition is a very strong composition actually, because on the side of Dragon Ranger, they do have the ability to lock the members of Edward Gaming down with the gold ship if it's required in the event that they are low on health, right? There's no more sustain. Hopefully they will be able to get out of danger. But at this point, Edward Gaming, the main concern here is about Chusen, because if they allow Chusen to have the initial farm, he's able to sustain the damage, then Skyly on this Gerya will be able to come in. Gerya is one of the best farm laners in the game as well, able to get an additional hit once she charges up her passive. And with her ultimate, she lays down a sandstorm, which will damage you over time as well, slow you. So there's quite a bit of catch coming in from Edward Gaming, and they can play from range. They don't necessarily have to over-commit.
Yeah, I'm really favoring this Edward Gaming draft here because, you know, for me, I'm a fan of poke gaming. But Dragon Ranger, they do have the burst potential. They do have the fight potential as well, right? So they have a lot of damage. They have a lot of counter plays, especially with this 猪八戒 pick, because it can cut off a lot of the damage coming through from Edward Gaming. Depending on who they have in the back line, it might change. So Edward Gaming, they have to play a very careful game around the 猪八戒 here.
Alright, so let's talk about putting ourselves into the shoes of the players, right? So if I'm coming in from the perspective of the Dragon Ranger Gaming, I actually want to kind of destroy the mid lane as well, right? Shi as a hero doesn't require quite a lot of farm. End of the day, what her usage is going to be for is to really just get the catches, right? Get the initiations, and hopefully not needing to burn out the flash to be able to get the catch, right? That will put you in a much better position to follow up during the team fights. End of the day, you're supposed to create space for the Lady Sun and Ming, and hopefully there will be enough chaos and confusion around so that, you know, Hua Yan coming in with the Ma Chao should be able to access the backline, hopefully get a kill onto Skyly on that Goya as well.
Yeah, and Ma Chao is a very mechanical hero to play here because you do have to position yourselves very perfectly. And if you take a look across the board, you can see that it is just flashes and smites, and only the Clash laners going for that movement speed battle emblem. And now with that, I mean, it is going to be a very poke-heavy lineup with a lot of sustain coming out from EDGM, right? The Dolia, you know that she has that sustain as well. So that's something that I'm really scared about for DRG here. Dragon Ranger, they need the damage. They need the damage to find the pick-off. If they don't kill them off, that sustained team fight will not look good for them.
Yeah, okay, so we all know in the farm lane it's very important for them to get the farm, right? No pun intended. But of course, with that being said, I think there is a lot of pressure onto the Clash laners in this game as well, right? So this game number 1, EDGM going up against DRG, it is very important and extremely critical that the Clash laners have an advantage in their lane and hopefully be able to steal that initial camps at the top side of the map, right? So space fight super important. You need to be able to secure it for the team. If you can't, then you need to make sure you're able to secure resources across other portions of the map as well. But here we go, game number 1, Dragon Ranger Gaming against Edward Gaming Mobile Esports.
Yeah, and already we have early skirmish in the mid as both teams are trying to prioritize the resources in the enemy's jungle, right? Instead of looking at your own jungle, you're looking at the enemy's jungle, whether or not it is susceptible to an invade. And these KPL teams, they're doing it at all times. They are masters of managing resources. And if you take a look at where Skyly is playing, right? The farm laner is actually starting on the mid lane because of that resource of the enemy farm lane. And that jungle camp being there is extra farm for Skyly.
Yeah, so EDGM on this side, they're actually getting a pretty good start, right? Skyly doing a good job of securing not just 2 camps, but also having that initial wave clear in the mid, so he's going to have a slight advantage against Mulan. At the same time, because of this particular situation, right, DRG, they respond with the space spike on the top, allowing for that fast rotation coming down into the bottom to try and support Mulan in his attempt to even out the resources as well.
Yeah, and now we can see the perspective of Hua Yan as he's playing. But already the first blood has been given. But definitely Edward Gaming, they are trying to re-answer for this. They do have a sustain, but not yet. And they are unable to find anything so far. It's still first blood given in the hands of Dragon Ranger Gaming. But Edward Gaming, they still have their net worth going for them. It's not too far, 500 gold away.
Yep, so we were talking about this in the early parts of the day, right? Where EDGM, you know, the mentality of they need to come back and force a win. They want to be more aggressive. But at this point, Juanxi was a little bit too aggressive over Zelius. And now DRG, they don't have the biggest advantage yet. But they should be able to secure it more if they can kind of push them away from stealing their camps. Right now, EDGM doing so well to secure so many different camps on the side of DRG.
Yeah, my bad. That was Juanxi on the Yingzhen, and definitely on the Yingzhen, you definitely want to play a bit safer, not too much in the enemy space, but already we have the Kaiser going in, and Chuchen is able to get a kill for the side of Edward Gaming. They are going for more here as they want to take over the enemy's territory, but they are unable to finish off Dragon Ranger for now. Edward Gaming, they do have the sustain, and they will be able to take this as your goal of do Dragon Ranger. They do want to compete for this. Oh, they do actually get it.
Yep, so EDGM actually at this point just not taking no for an answer. And I like this aggression, right? This is absolutely necessary. Take a look at this. This was a nice catch. The fact that I think 1-1 on the Ata, right? He made the decision to go for that camp instead. Kind of left his farm and his roam open. And Mulan definitely not happy with that decision at this point because he was already trailing Skyly in the farm lane before. Now it's even tougher to recover that farm.
Yeah, Lady Sun is someone who thrives on farm, right? You need to have a certain level of advantage if you want to take the team fight because you do have that burst damage coming through. And the fact that Edward Gaming is able to jump into enemy's territory, that is a bit of a danger side, but not yet because the turrets are still not down. They still have that safety zone. So Edward Gaming, they might be looking into taking these turrets after these objectives very, very soon.
Yep, so in this position, I very much favor EDGM for this first Tyrant of the game because look, there is a little bit more farm on the side of 1-1. He's able to tank quite a bit more, but so far, because of Skyly's damage, this should be a benefit for them. But let's see how they position themselves at this point. Looks like DRG might be early. They will secure this first objective of the game. Now, this is going to be a good recovery for them. Right now, gold is pretty much even. Clash lane has not been able to make an impact for either side, so let's see if that is going to tip the scale so far.
Yeah, they're waiting for their item power spikes. They have yet to finish an item so far, right? So therefore, I mean, with that Tyrant being on the other side of the map, I don't think they're going to come in. But meanwhile, for Edward Gaming, they do give up that Tyrant buff for now. And Dragon Ranger, let's see what they can do with this Tyrant buff because this damage buff is actually very substantial in the early stages of the game, especially on someone so mobile like Lady Sun and Hua Yuan on the Ma Chao.
Yeah, so at this point, you know, I think there's a lot of focus on the DN as well, right? The Shi has a very critical moment to play in the team on the side of Edward Gaming as well. It will require that Silky Beauty, the second skill of the Shi, to be able to make the catch. Because right now, unless they can catch out singular members on the side of Edward Gaming, it's actually quite difficult for them to fight into the roster of EDGM.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? The turret trading going on from the side of these teams, instantly trading both sides, knowing that the enemy farm laner is going for that bottom lane turret. Dragon Ranger instantly trades with the Ma Chao on the top lane, but now on this mid lane clasher, we might be seeing the ultimate already being popped by Yingzhen as they are looking to dive the backline for more Death at Sunset being used, but not able to find anything so far. This turret will be the goal for Edward Gaming here, and it is still falling very low, but they don't have enough creeps here. Edward Gaming, note here, they just want this turret. They really, really want this turret. It opens up so much of the map.
Yeah, it's a smart move, right? So by delaying the fight, actually, it really led that Ballista to deal quite a healthy amount of damage onto the T1. Now, T1 is so important in this game because it opens up the vision game. At the same time, it also exposes your jungle buffs. And right now, it is a decent position for Edward Gaming. Not the most commanding, but it's T1. Unless they can get rid of this wave fast enough, it should be clean for the side of DRG.
And what you see there, those knives flying across the map in that straight fashion, that is the Yingzhen ultimate. That is the poke that we were talking about. So Edward Gaming, they do have a very strong poke game, but of course they have to manage their mana very, very perfectly. John C, of course, he is an expert at doing this, but still, they are trying to skirmish down this mid turret. Dragon Ranger respond very well.
Yeah, they're protecting their T1 with their life, right? It is so important because, look, the T1 in the mid for the side of Edward Gaming is nowhere near being toppled. And at this point, it's so important that they maintain this equilibrium in the mid lane because they cannot allow access into the jungle for the side of Edward Gaming. It's going to cost them quite a bit. We take a look at the gold accumulation. Right now, 1-1 is the highest farm in the game, 5.3 thousand as we speak, 1,000 ahead of Chuchen. This itemization is going to make the world's difference in the team fights. Dragon Ranger should be able to find an opening.
Yep, this is their power spike for them right now, Dragon Ranger. If they wish to do so, they can actually choose to engage. But Lady Sun is nowhere in position. Zhu Bajie is trying to find an opening. He lays the wall down, but unable to find a catch so far. Edward Gaming, they can choose to disengage for now, as they know the rest of the members of Dragon Ranger are falling in. And very clean disengage coming out from Edward Gaming here.
Yep, it's so important. I re-emphasize on my point that Dian needs to be in a perfect position. He's going to be responsible for whether it's going to be a big win in the fights for the side of Dragon Ranger versus a big L against Edward Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. Dragon Ranger, they're looking for more objectives to trade away the objective that they have just lost. But meanwhile, Edward Gaming, they are very fixated on the central of the map. And of course, within this 10-minute range, this central of the map is very important to both teams, right? It gives very easy access points to both the Tyrant, both the Overlord as well. So these bushes are very important. They will fight for it here. And Yingzhen ultimate has been popped. And this is a signal for Dragon Ranger to just disengage because Ma Ma Chao is not around at all. She's trying to get as much advantage on the bottom lane as possible. But with that bottom lane turret down, that's actually weakened very good for Dragon Ranger now.
Yeah, they have to be really careful about their positioning. DRG, they will secure this. Whether they want to go for a fight, that's the big thing. Dragon Ranger for their Azure Golem.
Yeah, definitely Azure Golem has been taken. Zubatia lays down the wall just to disengage here. And Edward Gaming, they do lose a lot here. Not just in terms of kills, not just in terms of scores. They have lost a lot of their jungle resources. If you take a look at Dragon Ranger's gold lead, it's slowly starting to pile up. And this is where they want to be because they are the more aggressive team when it comes to these engages.
Yep. As long as 1-1 is ahead in farm, he should be able to tank against the damage of Skyly. And that's going to be an important marker because when you're busy dealing with 1-1, that's where Dian and Huayan will have the maximum efficiency. They will be able to catch the members out from the side of EDGM or maybe, just get the burst in. And here we go.
Edward Gaming, they actually want to engage, and they're really using this 2-tier wall very perfectly here to disengage. Dragon Ranger, they have been keeping Edward Gaming on their toes, but Edward Gaming, they get the objective for themselves, right? That's the main thing that they were looking at. That turret eventually leading into more space because they still have their T1 turret on the middle.
Why is he trying to go in?
Yeah, Ma Chao, he's trying to go in. He does get a kill, but gonna trade his own life. I don't think that's really worth it here. As the rest of Edward Gaming, they have to sustain, and they actually pull through with Goya on the back, who gets another one for himself. The wall is being used here. They are in a heavy space here. Edward Gaming, they might not want to overextend this, but Dragon Ranger, they choose to disengage as well.
Yep, this is one of the important markers on the side of Edward Gaming's success towards the team fights, right? Because they're able to kind of kite Dian away, and the moment Dian's life is at risk, then you kind of mute that counterplay opportunity for the side of DRG, right? At the same time, Moonlan, he hasn't been able to find a perfect positioning within the team. One of the strengths on the side of Chu Chen on this Kaiser is the fact that he's not only able to tank up the damage, he's also able to reposition himself with the slashes that gets him closer to Moonlan, and once that vulnerability is exposed, you can start to see Dragon Ranger. There is a lot of openings that could be accessed. The moment Huayan died, backline was safe. They knew they could go for a comfortable fight.
Yeah, and I really have to highlight Tom's positioning here, right? He's keeping so much vision at all times while keeping the sustain coming through on the Elaine, on Xiaoze, and Chu Chen as well. So definitely Kaiser and Elaine, they don't have to worry about losing too much health in these skirmishes here. And now they have set the sights on the Dragon, they have set the sights on the Tyrant. Edward Gaming, they have a favorable position, but Dragon Ranger, they can't do something about it, but definitely them at Sunset being used, Dragon goes the way of Edward Gaming, and they pull through with even more. They are pulling through on the back line here as Goya gets a double kill for himself. Skyly is still on that run through on the bottom lane, just through the turret as well, as Kaiser will not let things go here. Dian, Sibao, they have to run for their life. 1-1, the only one alive in the base, but Sibao eventually goes down. That's 4 for nothing. Edward Gaming, they will try to take as much objectives to convert this lead that they just got.
Yep, the Defiance by Dragon Rangers muted at this point. This T3 open for the taking as Edward Gaming. This might be the game here. They can definitely do this against a two-man DRG.
Yeah, 3 seconds left on Huayan. He is responding. The wall going through from the backline from 2-tier. He does get the lockdown on 2. He does not have the HP to sustain though, and that was what I was worried about from Dragon Ranger. Edward Gaming, they do not have the minions for now. Dragon Ranger, they hold on to fight another day, but already they are re-engaging here. Edward Gaming, they do disengage here.
Yep.
And that's
There is no
very
catch.
well done by them.
Yeah, so it took them close to 12 minutes to break that tier 3. Fastest in the league, less than 10 minutes, of course, with that being said. But let's take a look at this fight. A very important moment where they allowed access into the backlines. And the first prio target they went for on the side of EDGM was Moonlan. The moment Moonlan was down, there wasn't a lot of damage to offer at the same time, which is why you could see Xiaoze just going in crazy because he knew there was not enough damage. And with the support of the tank on the side of Chu Chen, it was so difficult to get this started. And this all started because the turnaround moment was when YN wanted to go for a big engage to set the team for a good position to take a team fight, but it kind of allowed Moonlan as well as Sipao to overextend into the grasp of the members of EDGM. One moment defined the whole swing of assets.
Yeah, definitely, because they were in a position to engage of YN's engage. I feel that they put themselves out of position. Now, Edward Gaming, they are going for the throats here as they are trying to take out members of Dragon Ranger, already losing Tom 1-for-1 trade, but in the backline, going on here as Kaiser is on a tear through, eventually loses his life here. Elaine, Xiao Zhe, he will be overextending as Dragon Ranger. They hold on for now.
EDGM is perfectly fine with that. That was a perfect trade, right? So you take out 1-1, the main tank. Look, end of the day, if you're able to consistently take out what is supposed to be the meat shield for the side of Dragon Ranger, it's beautiful. Nice catch.
Oh, being taken out. YN, Juan C, he is out of the game. Juan C, Wadren, he's out. And now that means there's no poke damage coming from Edward Gaming. What a turn of events. Dragon Ranger, they suddenly look to be in the driver's seat here despite the overlords being on them.
Yep, so they restore a little bit of control on the side of Dragon, right? And right now it's a very important marker. They need to be able to take away all of the benefits in the jungle. And this Crimson Golem going into the hands of Moonlan is going to be very vital because he's the main damage dealer on the side of Dragon Ranger besides YN. And now YN already has his 6 slots. This is an important marker for the side of DRG. They need to find an opening into the backlines. Get rid of Skyly. Skyly has been untouched this entire game.
Yeah, and it is not easy to get rid of Skyly, right? He has so much mobility on this character, Koya. That's why she's one of the prio picks in the game, and now already Tyrant falling below 4 of HP, but Kaiser gets taken out, out of the game here. Moonlan falls as well. That's the damage coming out from Dragon Ranger, and Edward Gaming, they will identify this. They will want to go for more here. Edward Gaming, they do have to sustain, but do they prioritize the objectives here? Because Moonlan, the farm laner, is out, and they do have another frontliner.
Look, I think Dragon Ranger are going for important fights here. These are big markers to be able to get the kill onto Chu Chen, getting rid of the tank. That shows you that you have enough damage, but once again, they might have made a mistake here.
I mean, they are definitely wanting to bait out the skills of Edward Gaming here, Dragon Ranger. That's essentially what they need to do for now, right? They don't want to get the turret taken out. Zhubatie already forming the wall just to disengage him. But Zhao Dian getting taken out. Dian getting taken out there was not part of their plan. Edward Gaming, they respond with that very, very well. And that's the power of having that Dolia, right? You just have so much sustain to just go for that fight again and again. And Edward Gaming right now, they identify that Dian is out of the game. That's the only form of catch coming out from Dragon Ranger. Edward Gaming, they might be looking for the throat here.
They might be looking for an opening at this point. Look, this is why the value of Junsi is so critical. Oh, nice flash.
The flash coming through. The wall has been set, but the rest of the team is not there to follow up. But Edward Gaming, they have that sustain. That Dolia is proving to be a huge problem. And Dragon Ranger, they still hold on for now. But Edward Gaming still in the driver's seat despite that turn from Dragon Ranger.
DRG, this is an important moment. They need to push them out, but they need to fight outside of the base, right? Try and put them into enclosed corners. But once again, GNC, every time he arms those flying magic spheres, it's so difficult to fight against the side of Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and something that I don't like on 1-1 right now is that he is using the ultimates very, very defensively and not for the offense purpose, right? And it feels like Edward Gaming, you're taking advantage of that. And right now, the Overlord actually goes the way of Dragon Ranger. Lady Sun takes it out, but with that, Sibao is out of the game. And that's the trade they're willing to take for now. Look at this. We have Ryan in no man's land, and that's Mulan as well. So Mulan down, Sibao down. That's your damage. That's your roamer. Now, Edward Gaming, 3-man advantage, right? No, 2-man advantage. It's going to be so easy for them, even though they got the objective. So I don't know why Dragon Ranger was trying to force that.
Yeah, they're gonna try steal at this point. They did get that Overlord, Shadow Overlord as well, but at this point, it's just a pain limitation, right? It's just to negate the damage. And once again, Dien caught off guard. He's in no man's land here.
Yeah, he's just running away. Run for the hills,
Oh,
Dien,
what was
my
the flash?
friend. Oh, I mean, it is not gonna be looking good for the side of Dragon Ranger. They are on damage control here. They want to stop the push as much as possible. But as long as the members of Edward Gaming are alive, there is going to be an influx of damage coming through. Edward Gaming's position is to choke here, right? They have planted themselves in the entrance of Dragon Ranger space. If you take a look at how they're playing their positioning, Dragon Ranger, they have no resources to take.
Yep. 20 seconds for Dien comes out. This is a bad fight for DRG.
Yeah, the ultimate coming through from the side of Yingzhen, and already Mulan falling down in the back line. This is a crystal being taken, and congratulations to EDGM for actually taking the first series against Dragon Ranger.
Right. Edward Gaming, mobile gaming here, doing so well for themselves. I think this was a great draft. You could definitely tell what was the benefit of that tank Chu-Chen. At the same time, I think Xiao Zhe, in this 1v1 in the Clash lane, over the past few days in KPL, if you have noticed, it really came down towards the battle of the Clash laners. And Xiao Zhe, he won up his competition right now.
我想主要打的是，你知道吗？像刚刚最后一波都没有线，其实打3线是没问题。对啊，最后一波线不够的，我们就后面线打。只要我们的话，我跟你说，只要我们优势，我们慢点了，他们只是他。OK。
So team discussions are on. They have to reconsider what are the key points in the game they need to take notice of, right? At the same time, what are the potential open drafts they can try to take the lead in this series. Now the fact that DRG have taken a first L in this best of 7, this is a very critical moment for the players where they have to kind of recover from that. Because their draft actually, I mean, you could see a very clear win condition, right? Dien was supposed to be able to catch out the stragglers on the side of EDGM, allowing for the team to get that huge burst. That's why they picked up the Lady Sun, that's why they picked up the Ming as well, right? Get the burst, even if there is a counter attack coming in from the side of EDGM, they could come back and at least survive that initial burst of damage and maybe go for more. But that was never the case because they were always behind on farm, and the map was a little bit, okay, maybe a little bit is an understatement. It was quite in control for the side of EDGM as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely to the side of EDGM, I felt that they had a very premium lineup, going for that Dolia Kaiser straight away and then picking up the Elaine as well. So this means that they are already with the global ban system, right? You can't pick these heroes again, right? And these are top tier heroes. And I felt like, yeah, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they knew what was coming. They are trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible. I really like the Zubajie pick, but I really wanted to see more out of the Shu.
Yeah, I think Dien had a very hard game, but there was also another member on the side of DRG that I think struggled quite a bit, and that is our new rookie, Hua Yan. I think the idea was there, right? As a Ma Chao, you're supposed to be able to jump into the backlines, get the burst. He did manage to do that onto Juan Si, right? So the Ancient died early on, but it's also because of that very overzealous dive that kind of put him in the middle of four different members on the side of EDGM. And if you take a look at the Go-Go, look, Skyly practically untouched this game. In fact, he is untouched this game. 6-0-3. He had the full itemization. There was never a moment where Dragon Ranger was safe to touch this person, because look, even if you manage to kill Skyly, right? Hua Yan, he was consistently trying his best to get into Skyly's face, but every single time he went in, he was caught in the middle of Chu-Chen on this Kaiser. He was also caught right in the face of Juan Si's ultimate, and that was a lot of damage. And meanwhile, Skyly is just shooting him from the motorbike.
Yeah, and a lot of damage mitigation trying to come through from the side of Zubajie. If you take a look at how much damage he actually took for the team, it's 220,000, right? And of course, Elaine on the other side, Xiao Zhe, also took 117,000 damage. So in the terms of damage department, DRG was not lacking at all, right? But definitely, I feel that the little shine through was coming from the side of just them having that little bit of sustain, that little bit of mobility that always were executed very perfectly. And now taking a look at the goal graphs, if you take a look at DRG, they had a grasp of that early game. And things only started to fall apart after 10 minutes to 12 minutes.
Yeah, so Edward Gaming, I think this was a big match. Like you said, Xiaozhe, I think he's definitely one of the prio members on the side of EDGM that we have to watch out for. Really putting his competition Huayan in place, right? A lot more team damage offered. He was consistently diving onto the backlines. Now, we talk about the jungles, right? Both of them, they had one singular role, which is to tank up the damage. Hopefully, the rest of the team is able to support them to kind of give back the damage that was done to them, right? This will come in the form of the farm laners on both of their respective sides. But it was just positional advantage on the side of EDGM that allowed Chu Cheng on this Kaiser to really extract more value across the stage. And at the same time, this put so many members on the side of DRG in a painful spot. And I'm referring to Dien. Look, Dien, he had a difficult game.
Yeah, I mean, difficult game indeed, but definitely they were trying to put the farm priority on Lady Sun as much as possible. If you take a look at the numbers here, they were trying to rack up the damage on Mulan. But on the other side, we had Skyly, right? And Skyly is just way more mobile, right? Just from the hero picks alone, his kit is meant to deal damage and run at the same time. So definitely there's a slight bit of disadvantage going on over there. And meanwhile, for the side of stats here, just taking a look at the pure stat line, Dolia on Tom, he only died one time in the entire game. And Dolia is someone that you want to be targeting like 24/7, but his spacing and positioning were so good. But now the MVP of this match here will be going towards Xiaozhe on the Elaine, and he was opening up the backlines. His identifications with the death at sunset was so good.
Yeah, very prominent in the game itself. He was one of the main reasons why the fights were set up so well for the side of EDGM. It's really because of his mobility on Xiaozhe, the double ultimate coming in. So Dolia Elaine proved to be a very potent combination coming in, because end of the day, look, Dien couldn't even survive the initial burst, and this all came because of initial fights. Every single time, EDGM is always able to secure the position of Moonlan, and the moment Moonlan is dead, look, the composition on the side of DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, it's okay. They have decent bursts, but that burst comes majority from the side of Moonlan. So when Moonlan is down, there is not much to be offered in the fights as well. And Xiaozhe made it his life mission to chase down Moonlan, but also to chase down Dien as well. And so far, this decision in life about chasing the mid lane and the farm lane has been one that has founded success for the side of EDGM.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, when the Death of Sunset is pop, right, the character Elaine is not on the map. So you can do one out of two things. You either run, or you either take the fight, right? You push it to your team members. But what's better than one Death at Sunset? Two Death at Sunsets. And this is what was available to him at all times. Adolia just kept feeding the Death at Sunsets to Elaine. And Xiaozhe, he was just having such a great time. But we'll be taking a look at what the members are saying.
我们等我血，等我血。
没事没事，看
你要我先接，我先接，我先接，我先接。等我到，10秒到，10秒到。马超来了，马超来了，马超来了，接我马超，接我马超，接我马超，接马超，接马超，马超马超。能接能接能接。
起到了起到了起到了。
马超马超马超马超。别接别接。没事马超马超送了，马超送了，你们打一把够。开手开手开手开手。跟亚莲。猪还有猪。亚莲。没闪。来个。巨香香，回来猪，接亚莲回来，走了，回来开龙了，走开，他想要没闪，那个躲亮给我奶，别太吵，开龙准备开龙，别太吵，先进攻，先把中线抢了，找加打，别急，找加打，打人，主打人，准备急了，别急，打回来左边，打人位置，可以了，亚莲能看我吗？你看打就滚，我别急了，我冲马超了，我去你们去拼龙，我打，那个小死，来跟我，接下交个，没事，马上死，给我越，再结束，我跟不了啊，我得拉，我靠，死，你扛一下，你再扛一下，中了，排去他了，我们俩推中，来枪拆，别我们俩推中，死了，慢打一波，兄弟们，别，15秒能活，听我说，指挥权交给我，就跟他打一波，跟着我，兄弟，我无敌，来。 我30秒了，
我去找这边了，来看我。
等我中，我再中
准备龙，结上准备龙，不用掉点了，不用打。
接着打，跟我出了。
过来打，过来打。没事，我在扣。哎，
残血，
行了，
结束了，
我2秒。
3秒大，
有双大了，
有双大，有大，
来跟我。
我的底，
打住，
还有波线，
我也洗到，交滚了，来洗到了，
来消大了，来，往前压，先把猪烧了，
想死，
先把猪烧了，
别打，来打。
Wonderful. That was a very clean game coming out from the side of EDGM. And I think, okay, look, I know you guys don't understand Chinese, but let me try and break it down on whatever that was said. So, during the critical moments during that neutral objective, right, what the team was actually looking at was to start the fight. It wasn't about the Tyrant. It was about, we know who we're supposed to go for. That opening is here. They're all around. And let's start the fight. And the moment they got the Tyrant, that's immediately when Xiaozhe was like, okay, I'm gonna commit to my life mission once again. My mission is to find Mulan, and he found him.
Yeah, and the funny thing, right, was when Chu Chen was shouting in the chat, right? He's like saying 我无敌. I was like, oh, this guy's arrogant. Now I realized that, oh, okay, it's his hero that he's talking about because he's Kaiser, and he's saying that he's invincible because he activated Invincible Warrior. So he's like, oh, I'm invincible. Let's go. Let's fight. It's like, oh, okay. I thought he was like, yeah, BMing the other team, like, oh, I'm invincible, but actually he was just using his skill. So yeah, that's a bit of a cool thing to hear what they were going for. And with the dive on Ma Chao, right? We were talking about how Hua Yan was actually diving the backlines on the Ma Chao, and that was his job. But in the chat, we can see how they are so good at dealing with it. The moment Ma Chao is behind, the rest of the team identified it straight away, and they just turned tail and set their sights on Ma Chao, and he was instantly shut down. EDGM are doing a great job of dealing with the enemy clash lane right now.
Yeah, so this is really the difference of picks in the mid, right? So picking up the Shi. So Tian, the mindset behind a Shi is the end of the day you're looking for a catch. And it is a singular target skill, right? For your second skill, Silky Beauty. So end of the day, I think if they were just a little bit more behind in terms of what resources they had on hand, because look, if you take a look at Juanxi, who was the mid laner for the side of EDGM, his hero, the Injun, with his ultimate, when he's layering all those rainstorm or meteor showers coming in of pain, it was so difficult for the side of DRG to really get any openings, because as they're trying to move in a position to get the fight started, they're already down to half health or near death, right? And you will find yourself in situations on the side of DRG where Shibao and the Ming, he could not find room to give health into Mulan at all. This Lady Sun was left alone. I mean, both figuratively and literally left alone because he was separated in the fights.
And something that I really want to highlight is the MVP, Xiaozhe, right? You were saying that, oh yeah, Ming couldn't give health. And one of the main reasons that we saw in the replays was actually just because of Elaine alone, right? Xiaozhe, he was making sure that whichever target that Ming was with, Elaine is on them. And it is such good target prioritization coming out. Meanwhile, you will see other teams, right? For example, trying to use the Death at Sunset here. They're just going for the bigger ultimates. Meanwhile, he's looking at the micro perspective. He's looking at making sure that the utility is wasted from the other side. So that Dragon Ranger, you have this utility. Yes, but my utility is like rock, paper, scissors. Mine supersedes yours. And he's doing it such a great way because he knows that he has a backup. He has a Dolia. Yeah. What's better than one?
Yep. Too many options on the side of EDGM and too little options on the side of DRG, right? So, on a singular target, you have Dian who's looking for one person, but at the same time, Juanxi with his ultimate, he's able to just deliver damage to multiple people at the same time. And if you're talking about target prio, Hua Yan on this Ma Chao, end of the day, he does have the ability to do AoE damage, but it's such a risk because the important members on the side of EDGM, I want you to notice how they're positioned. Namely, Skyly. At the same time, I need you to take a look at the position of Juanxi as well. So the two of them are always separated at the sidelines. And what this means is that Hua Yan has to choose, right? If I want to go in, who do I go for? And look, it's not an easy decision because whoever you go for, EDGM has made it very clear in the way they rotate, in the way that they move their heroes, that they are going to be able to back up the damage coming in, which is why Hua Yan consistently, even though he did the right moves, always gave his life, and to no avail, because there was no other source of damage coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger game.
Yeah, and it will be back to the drawing board for them, right? For Dragon Ranger Gaming. I mean, it felt like, yeah, they had a lot of contingency plans, but it felt like they only had one way out of this. They had to force the Zubatier ult to use it as a wall to just disengage, to keep disengaging time and time again, and it worked for them in the early game, but not in the later stage of the game when Edward Gaming realized that, yo, they are using this wall to disengage. What if we push in further? What if we just wrap around? And that forced out Dragon Ranger's hand here. And now, with that kind of one-dimensional draft, they are needing to have more options, like you said. And I felt like they did have the options, they just didn't have the time to explore them.
Okay, so DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, at this point, I don't think they have, given up too big of prio picks. Yes, the Lady Sun is out and Ma Chao is out also. So these are two big prio picks available for the side of DRG, right? But is this the biggest loss? I don't think so. Right now, it's really about recovering their mental strength, right? As we go into game 2, look, the chance is still there. You can tie this series up. But let's take a look at this first prio pick coming from EDGM, who are gonna be in blue.
Yeah, so they do have first pick this time, but definitely taking out the Guan Yu first from the side of Edward Gaming, and Dragon Ranger will be banning out the Lady Sun as well. They themselves can't use it, but they don't want Edward Gaming to use it either.
Yeah, this opens up quite a few other priors as well, right? So, I mean, the RD is still available for the taking. Not the number one pick just yet in KPL. There are also picks like the channel available. I want to see what kind of role they're going to start with on the side of Edward Gaming. As, look, there is pretty decent control taken out. Guan Yu taken out, the Liang taken out as well. And in most cases, if you are new to KPL, most games you will not see Luban because he's just too overpowered. He has too much synergy with too many farm laners.
Yeah, and generally every roamer in KPL, they know how to play Luban very perfectly. And now with Edward Gaming, they do pick up the Arlie, and Arlie is a very big priority pick here, right? The Maple Dance, it's a bane to many projectile heroes because you can just nullify so much projectile damage. And this forces Dragon Ranger's hand here. They're going for the Da Qiao pick because they know that the Da Qiao Arlie combo is something that you shouldn't be giving to Edward Gaming here. So with the Yuan Liu Zhizi, I mean, Yuan Liu Zhizi, it's a new hero. You might want to explain that a bit later, but definitely the Da Qiao and the Arlie combo, you can't give it away.
Yeah, but with this composition for Yuan Liu Zhizi along with the Da Qiao, this is a standard combo in KPL, right? He as the jungle position, so Yuan Liu Zhizi is a jungler, and they will probably pick up the tank version of him. This guy has 3 different versions, and what they'll be looking to do is to just open up opportunities for the team. If things go awry, he steals a buff, unable to get out, that's where the Sea of Fate comes in from the side of Shibao to save his jungler's life, right? This means, Dragon Ranger's draft, they need someone with very heavy poke damage. They need instant burst as well. So this is something that Edward Gaming has to consider. But because they went with this prio picks first, now Edward Gaming have to choose, right? Do we want to focus on the farm laner bans and waste potential bans and maybe give up some prio on the Clash lane instead? But looks like Dragon Ranger, they will not go for that strategy. They will just open up the channel for themselves. Decent damage, very good engage and disengage as well for the side of DRG, and I like the ban onto the Diadem. I think it provides too much healing and too much sustain overall as a team composition for the side of Edward Gaming. You already have very tanky heroes coming in the form of Mankey and the Byron. It's safer to not enable those picks to be even stronger.
Yeah, and I really like the ban just coming out from Edward Gaming as well to take out the Dharma, to take out the Sunset as well. There's a lot of control heroes that can potentially be a danger to the Arlie because she's extremely mobile, and of course, she is weak to these control heroes, right? So definitely you want to take them out of the pool. Meanwhile, Dragon Ranger, they are banning out the Cat Boom, which is the Shen Mengxi, so we will not be seeing her for game 2, sadly, ladies and gentlemen. But now with Dragon Ranger's pick going so far, they have a very nice synergy with the Da Qiao, but now they do go for the Mai Yin actually. So Mai Yin is a very strong control hero, and it might actually be the bane of existence for Skyly's Arlie here.
Yeah, my main concern here on the side of Edward Gaming is the fact about their reach, right? So they have, if you take a look at Shelter on this Byron, in order for him to be able to catch up Moonlan, I think it's going to be quite a challenge. This is going to fall to the responsibility of Skyly on this early to be able to get those poke damage in onto Moonlan in the channel in the farm lane. But it's going to be really difficult if they don't have sufficient farm. Their lineup is it expensive? I think it's okay at this point, but it's pretty much matched because look, Hano does need items. He does need a bit of gold in his pocket.
Yeah.
On the side of Tom, not necessarily, right? Not as heavily invested in terms of gold growth for the side of Edward Gaming. But Dragon Ranger, yeah, this is a pretty expensive lineup. They do need gold onto Moonlan. They need it for Dian in the mid lane as well for this Injun.
Yeah, definitely there is a damage problem that I'm seeing in this early to mid stages of the game for Dragon Ranger compared to what Edward Gaming have. Like, compared to the control that Monkey provides, right? Compared to the vision that Edward Gaming has, Tyen is actually, I would say, in this scenario, right? Generally, I wouldn't say she's a good pick, but in this scenario, she makes a lot of sense because you're picking a Hano for yourself. So you do need somewhat of a semblance of a frontliner slash peel with sustain, and she fulfills that role really very perfectly here.
Yeah, Edward Gaming, the strategy they have here is a super sustained comp, right? So they are able to survive quite a lot of hits, which is why we are talking about the concern of damage. Because during that first 4 minutes, as we hit the 4-minute mark, and even before the 10-minute mark, there is quite a bit of sustain coming in from the side of Edward Gaming. And our worry is that, hey, there might not be enough damage to be able to take on proper team fights on the side of Dragon Ranger. So I'm curious to see what kind of playstyle they'll be going with. Do we want to go for the hyper aggression, try and take as much farm as they can away from the map, which is exactly what Edward Gaming did to DRG in the early stages of the game in game number 1.
Yeah, and if we're going to take a look at the lineups, I really like the lineups coming out from Dragon Ranger Gaming right now, right? Despite the fact that they are very expensive, like you said, but I really like the Da Qiao, right? The amount of repositioning that you can get with her ultimate and the ability to send your teammates back to home just to heal, it's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, that is also one of the potential cards they can play, right? But I think in order for DRG to find success in this game, they will really need to put the stamp down onto the camps across on the side of EDGM. They need to make sure they steal these camps and hopefully secure first blood for themselves and not give away that first Tyrant of the game. 4 minutes is an important marker for the side, or for both sides actually, because that will really set the tone for their mid to late game.
And now with Edward Gaming taking the Series 1-0 Dragon Ranger, they're looking to tie things up here. They want to put this series into one.
Yeah, they definitely need to find their markers, right? EDGM, I like the draft, but I am worried about their catch potential. They don't exactly have the best lockdown available, right? Earworm on the side of Tom. Second skill not gonna be as effective in a team fight against Dragon Ranger. Now, if you take a look at this Frontier, right, the Byron, so far in 14 matches, 9 wins for Xiaoze. So that's a pretty healthy win rate so far.
Yeah, I mean, Byron is definitely one of these top picks as well, but having that kind of win rate is definitely something to show. It's one of these key heroes as well. But I like the positioning that they did on Edward Gaming for this lane phases, right? Putting the Hano on the bottom lane, putting Zhuangxi on that bottom lane to go against Mulan's Chano. And that means that Chano is just going to have a very bad time in laning against this Hano here, because Hano, you know him. He has a lot of poke damage. And Chano, he's susceptible to poke damage before the L4.
Yep, I think Junxi also once again has a very important marker in this game, right? The style of damage input from him is going to be very different from Dian. As we've already seen from game 1, Dian, the way that he's going to be able to lay down his damage is really by putting that ultimate to good use. And right now, Hua Yan, he might be at risk of having to waste resources at this point, gonna take the healing deal from his tower, but he's holding well against Tom as well as Xiaoze in that class lane so far.
Yeah, and as you said, like Dragon Ranger, they have a very expensive lineup. I feel that really it's the key timing of the power spike will be coming out from the Yuan Liu Zhi's jungle timing where he can get his first item. If he can get the first item, I mean, it essentially opens up a lot of the map for Dragon Ranger here. And Monkey here, I mean, definitely Monkey is known for having a lot of vision. So Dragon Ranger, they have to be worried about that.
Yeah, they will get the eye of the whirlpool. It is 4-on-1 and Xiaozhe is gonna fall victim for that first play coming out from DRG. Now this is a good start because not only does this provide value for Huayan in the lane, you also kind of mute Xiaozhe for a little bit. So this first Tyrant in that 4-minute mark, I think it's going to be an advantage to Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, it is, and his heart rate has shot way up during that team fight. If you take a look at the player's UI, right, later on we'll see it, but definitely let's just take a look at this kill first.
Yeah, I mean they had to expand the flash on Xiaozhe and still die, right? So that's a big important resource gone in the hands of the Clash laner on the side of EDGM. And now the question is, will they look for the contest on that first Tyrant of the game?
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be at 4-minute mark where you have that Hano poke potential, but you don't have the damage because you don't have that itemization as of yet. But so definitely, Edward Gaming, they have a lot of opportunities to feel this out, right? They have the Tien in the front. They can put Monkey in the front. There's a lot of vision, and for Dragon Ranger, they technically also are lacking, but with that first kill going to the side of... Wait, was it Xiaozhe that went down? Yeah, it was, right? Yeah, Xiaozhe went down. So, yeah, so Huayan is really at an advantage right now.
Yeah, it is. And at this point, 4-minute mark, I think Dragon Ranger, they should be in a position to be better equipped to take the fight. And right now, once again, they force out the Dream Roam from the side of Chu-Chen. I think they might have to give up on this. There is Skyly hiding in the wing, but it's a difficult position because look, 1-1 is so farmed. Does he get the steal? I'm not sure. Gets sent back home. And once again, the reset, this is the strength of Dragon Ranger's Wrath.
Yep. The ability to poke in the enemy's jungle with the Yingzhen in the back line, right? The ultimate is providing so much threat to Edward Gaming at this stage of the game, so they weren't able to contest the objective at all. And that would mean that slowly but surely, Dragon Ranger, they're gonna make use of these damage buffs, right? They want to bring the damage down to Hano. They're eventually putting Dian down to face off with Hano. And Chano, eventually, he has to get his farm up.
Yep, it's a very difficult position for the side of Edward Gaming right now. Because if you take a look at the control of vision, look, from the first minute all the way until the 4th minute, it's pretty much red, right? Dragon Ranger has been making sure they have all the information across the gorge. At the same time, not only do they have this benefit, itemization-wise, they're leading by quite a bit. So EDGM have recovered since then, but it's still a small lead for the side of Dragon Ranger.
Yeah.
They will go in. This is the potential kill coming in, but the escape makes it for the side of Huayan, and this is the damage they might be looking for. They will push Edward Gaming back, and once again, this advantage in gold going into 1-1, it's being showcased right now.
Yeah, definitely. Already a 2,000 gold lead coming out from Dragon Ranger at 5 minutes into the game, and that teleportation portal has been disrupted by Miyan. We see the mobility coming out.
Yeah, so I don't think they will overcommit at this point. DRG, look, the composition here, as long as 1-1 doesn't die, it's really hard to get any kills because he's very disruptive in his fights. And the pool comes in. Huayan trying to go for more. They do knock up Chu-Chen on the back, forces the Dream Roam out. He will make it out safely, but at the same time, look at the way that they're engaging the map for the side of Dragon Ranger, right? So securing farm for Mulan here has been so vital. He needs that lead, and right now he stands at 4.1 thousand. Pretty very close to his Eternity Blade, and that's going to be a huge power spike. They're leading by 2k, DRG.
Yeah, and not just that, they have an itemization and gold lead on the Monkey as well, right? On Yuan Liu Zhi. So that means that there is a tank advantage, there is a frontline advantage coming out from Dragon Ranger. So they will be willing to take more of these fights, knowing that they have the damage coming out from Yingzhen in the back line. So Mayen, it will all fall down to Huayan, as he is going to be the one to make these plays right now. And already, he's at the bottom lane, he's looking for something.
they will reset to Azure Golem for a little bit. Right now, Chu-Chen needs to be very careful about his positioning. DRG to secure the Azure buff for themselves. Look, EDG, they're consistently trying to enter that jungle region for the side of Dragon Ranger, but they have been unable to find anything because look, 1-1, he's just tanking it all up. They will be able to secure the defense for this as long as he goes in. Is there a Sea of Fate save? It is coming. It's not going to be enough time maybe. Oh, he gets taken down, and that's going to be one big kill. 1-1 is down, the tank is down, but there is damage coming out from Dien. He manages to snag a kill onto Skyly of all people, and Dragon Ranger, not only did they survive, they put another hole in the pockets of EDGM.
Yeah, I mean, that whirlpool was essentially meant to help out Edward Gaming, but Dragon Ranger used that so well, and they were able to fight through with the reinforcements coming in. Dragon Ranger, they are really looking very good right now, but they will lose this tier 1 turret, and that's huge because YN, he's not in position to defend this.
Yep, so they recover a bit of farm, right? It is about 1,000 gold ahead still for the side of DRG, but the movements across the map have been a little bit cleaner for the side of EDGM. My concern now is how well can Skyly recover, right? And so far, I think he's doing okay. He's trailing by about 100 gold. That gap was much bigger in the early stages of the game. When we hit that 10-minute mark, then it's time to see, can they actually formulate the catch on the side of EDGM and bait DRG in for a bad fight?
Map movement's very important as well.
Yeah, it does land onto the backlines, but at this point, it is going to be Xiaoze who gets caught out, and it is Mulan getting that damage in, allowing for the kill. Huayan now ousting his fellow Clash Laner on the top. This opens up the map so much. At the same time, 1-1, he's so tanky, he's going to be able to provide room. And Dien, once again, nice catch. This time, Mulan gets rewarded with the kill, and at this point, it's going to be death on the side of Edward Gaming. They do get a return kill onto Sipao, but it's Sipao, it's a roam. It doesn't really matter that much.
Definitely for the side of Dragon Ranger, they were doing such a great job of just distracting, right? Distracting the Dachao in that middle stages of the lane, just to make sure that they can get that opening onto Xiaoze on top. And YN, he just went for it, and it is clear to show that his rotations have been very, very fruitful here. And if you take a look at this, there are 2 disjointed fights going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, DRG, they recognized the moment that, hey, there was a little bit of pressure in the mid lane. Their immediate response was that, look, Xiaoze is alone. We know that the remaining 4 members are in the middle lane. Let's just go for the kill. And this was a nice catch onto Tom. Look, Tom, he soaked up so much damage output from the side of DRG. They didn't have enough to be able to protect and continue the fight from that point on. And during that skirmish itself, Edward Gaming actually managed to secure the T2 with their minions. So in terms of map, it is pretty much catered towards Edward Gaming to make the comeback.
And now we have hints of a skirmish.
Yep, it's going well so far. They do soak up the damage. Ling Yun here coming in. Skyly finally gets the kill, but might have to trade his life out. Frenzy given, and he survives. Skyly coming in clutch for the team as Edward Gaming, they mount the comeback. At the same time, Juanzi manages to push him back on the side of Sipao, and this is an opening they cannot miss. EDGM, the comeback can be real as the tier 3 will be threatened and taken down cleanly.
And one minor mistake there, right? One minor mistake, just having that Dachao a bit too far from your team, that just lost them the team fight there. As Dragon Ranger, they were looking like they had a grasp on that game, but Edward Gaming, they found that slight little opening, and that's the power of having a tie-in. Because if you find 2 members grouped up together, they can get chain locked down there for such a long time. And Edward Gaming, they fully use that advantage.
Yeah, Dien will use the ultimate to try and push them back. At the same time, they do come in, but the heals are coming in. Dream Roam lands onto 2. Right now, DRG struggling to find space across the map because at the same time, Xiaoze is just making the best split push ever, cutting the waves as well. And this could be a T2 that is being threatened at the same time, right? The T3 opening on the bottom side of the map, DRG will struggle to keep up.
Yeah, and this has been the story of Edward Gaming versus Dragon Ranger for the game 1 as well, right? They are beginning to understand Dragon Ranger's patterns into attacking the game, right? They're always going to put Mayin on the other side of the map, and they're going to use the Whirlpool to try and bring her in. And they have identified the fact that Mayin is not going to be with them. She's not going to be the one engaging. So Dragon Ranger, I feel that it's time to switch things up. Maybe Hua Yuan, he needs to be the one initiating these team fights.
Yeah, it was Xiao once again. This time, another side. The Clash Lane making so much work. The Flash with the Storm Strike as well, allowing for the stuns. And this clutch frenzy coming out from the side of Skyly here was one of the big markers for the side of Edward Gaming. I need to remind you, Skyly was behind Mulan in terms of farm, like pretty much 2 to 3 minutes ago. And right now, he's leading him by close to 2,000 gold. And during that team fight, Juan-Si, he did 47,000 worth of damage. That's why you pick a Hano in long extended fights.
Yeah, and these long extended team fights, they're not favoring the side of Dragon Ranger right now. And it looks like Sibao is trying to see a fade back to his base. And he does do so. So Edward Gaming, they do have the Vanguards coming through Dragon Ranger. How can they mount their defense here?
Yep. At this point, it's really just damage limitation, right? How much damage can they do structurally to that top T3 and the middle T3? That's the question that EDG have to answer. At this point, it's a small lead. 600 gold for the side of taking that Shadow Overlord. The damage will be done.
Yeah, definitely Dragon Ranger, they do have the damage right now, but definitely it's a lot to deal with, especially when these dragons are knocking down on your front door here. Dragon Ranger, they still have the channel on Mulan, but he might be slightly out of position here.
Yeah, they don't have to overcommit, right? They want the T3, but if they overcommit on the side of the DRG, they get the stun. It's going to be a kill. 1-1 is taken down. That's going to be a 4v5 at this point. The heals are still available on the side of Tom. He does have his common spell available if they want to go in for this, but there is another wave of Vanguards coming in. And look, there's so much tankiness, and this is a long extended fight. Juan-Si loves this situation. At this point, Scepters of Fate are landing. Clash Laners, they're trying their best to do their work. See a Fate committed as well. Here comes the Dream Roam 2-turn. Might have overextended, but the base, the crystal is being targeted, and there is miscommunication coming in from the side of Edward Gaming. They do not finish the game here. It could be a costly mistake, but T3s on the top. Edward Gaming, they want to open that up.
Oh, they were on the cusp. They do have one dragon left, but Dragon Ranger, they take out the creeps, they take out the minions, and they will hold on for now. And this might be a costly mistake, right? We were talking about how expensive Dragon Ranger's lineup is, and at this point, at 15 minutes into the game, they are starting to itemize up. This is where the Kim Sun is going to start to hurt. This is where the Mayin is going to start to one-shot, or maybe be a threat in the back line. So if they try to switch things up, this definitely might mean something.
Yeah, they're buying up. They're going for it. Can they do it actually? Because they're still trying to take double objectives. The crystal is at risk. Juan-Si just holding them off at the same time. Rotations are coming in. 1-1 does get the smite down. They steal up that Shadow Tyrant. They might get pincered in. The safety recovery, Eye of the Whirlpool, going to be used on the side of Dragon Ranger. They survived this initial aggression. But Edward Gaming, they were coming close. They wanted to go for the backdoor there.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort there. The moment I noticed earlier on the map, I was getting flashbacks to Dragon Ranger's game versus Top Esports Armor.
Yep, and they don't want to suffer that again, right? Dragon Ranger, now they know they have been dealt with that card once. They do not want to have it happen again. And this is one of the strengths on the side of Edward Gaming, right? Tom, I think we haven't talked about him much in this game. But look, he has healed up in the last fight a total of 136,000 health points. This is the value he has brought to the team so far, and right now Edward Gaming are benefiting off of it. It's a barren base for the side of Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, and this is where the tie-in picks comes in really clutch. I wouldn't say it's a top-tier pick, but it really works with this Halo. These sustained team fights, if they cannot find a pick off here for Dragon Ranger, are really gonna hurt them. Mayin, she's trying to come in from the back line here. Dragon Ranger, they might have pincer.
Yeah, Junsi actually gets quite a lot of damage as well. Opens up the door for Sky to get the kill. At the same time, DRG has lost Moonlan. That's a huge amount of damage gone. They get the flash over, and with that jump, 1-1 should be able to make it out. They try to get onto Junsi. Junsi is down. That's a long extended damage gone. So a little bit of firepower eliminated from the side of Edward Gaming, but the pressure is still coming in from all three lanes.
Yeah, you have to take note that these tier 3s are down, so the minions
They get on catch on the 3 on the backlines as well. It's not looking good. And at this point, EDG Gaming, this could be the final moment of the game. Another setup on the side for Xiaote. He's trying to keep the backlines occupied 1v4. But at this point, Dragon Ranger, because they have hit the financial mark and Moonlan has just come out, there is no more offense coming in from EDG.
Yeah, now they will be able to take out these Shadow Vanguards, right? And definitely, if Dragon Ranger, they might be in the driver's seat here. YN is completely online, mind you. And with this, we can see, right, this replay that was going on, we can see that they were trying to go for Juanzi. Like, initial target was hit. They lose Mulan in doing so, but they don't lose sight of the main target. And Juanzi, he's still getting targeted and getting vision in this back line here.
Yeah, just the continual control coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger was good enough to be able to burst down Juanzi, right? So Juanzi, I think he needs to be able to watch for his positioning at this point, because the moment he's out of the fights, then this pressure coming in from the side of Edward Gaming suddenly dwindles by quite a lot. So far, because of Skyly, look, Arlie is able to get and weave in, weave out of particular positions, and this is the strength that Edward Gaming has been able to capitalize on. But this needs to be complemented by Juanzi laying the damage as well.
Yeah, YN is trying to recall. It's still 4v5.
Yeah, Dian actually going to use the ultimate to try and push them back. Does push them back for a moment. There is no more waves available for the side of Edward Gaming. But bear in mind, 11 seconds more, 10 seconds more before the Shadow Tyrant comes in, and we are about a minute and a half away from our first Tempest game today.
Yeah, and YN, he is doing such a great job of lane priority, right? He managed to push out that bottom lane just so that there's 2 lanes to deal with, and he's been doing that for the rest of the game, right? Right, look at him right now. He's on the top lane, making sure the lane gets pushed out. This is in the lack of damage and control coming out from Dragon Ranger, but he trusts in his team to have that poke damage to come through because they have that instant drafter for them. And now, with the Eye of the Whirlpool, can they do anything?
Yep, they jump in, they get Skyly as well. That's a big damage dealer down for the side of EDGM. Dragon Ranger, this could be a good situation for them. Nobody's dying just yet on the side of DRG. Moonlan does give away his first life, but it is going to be a trade straight away. Juanzi out of position at this point, unable to lock in any damage. Dien gets the kill on the shelter. Everyone is running out of hit points on the side of EDGM. They will not be able to hold that aggression for now, but Dragon Ranger, they survive, and they may be able to thrive as 25 seconds more for our first Tempest game of the day.
Yeah, Tempest game, it really falls down to who can take that first pick. And definitely for Dragon Ranger, they're trying to clear out these objectives that they have yet to do so. I mean, the tier 1 turret is still up from the side of Edward Gaming at 20 minutes into the game. That's something unheard of here. Dragon Ranger, definitely, it's still anyone's game, 50-50 at this point. Dragon Ranger, I don't feel they can burst this down, but Edward Gaming, they're looking at the back now.
Yep, they have to go for this now. They can't take a long extended fight. It's going to be of benefit. No steal coming in. 1-1 the security for the team. There is an extra life. No, Chu-Chen gets taken down. That's going to be a 4v5. At the same time, the minions are crashing down onto the lanes of Dragon Ranger. Now, DRG, they need to play this cleanly and they need to play this perfectly.
Yeah, definitely DRG, they know that Chu-Chen Menki is out. The sustainable damage factor is not there for Edward Gaming for the next 20 seconds, right? But they don't have the lane priority in the rest of the lanes. The Dragons, they'll be coming in shortly, but it might mean Chu-Chen might be alive again. So Dragon Ranger, they're trying to find a pick here, but they don't have the damage for the turrets as of yet.
Destroyed a turret.
Yep, they have 3 chanters. Every spawn has 3 dragons, so they have a total of 9 different chances to try and make it work on the side of DRG. This T3 on the bottom going to be threatened, going to be taken as well. Are they going to commit that ultimate on the side of Juanzi? No, he does not have it at this point. And with that, this could be more structural damage. Oh, he does commit it. So once again, it is a fully defensive T3 lineup for the side of Edward Gaming. There is the Tempest Dragon available? Right now, Dian uses the ultimate, tries to kite them away. Is there enough damage? The Sea of Fate coming in for the save, does push 1-1 back again. Not enough damage coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger onto the heroes, but once again for the turrets, it is going to be sufficient. T3 in the mid down, Edward Gaming. And on the cusp of losing one more. Dragon Ranger, they have done the job. Do they want to get out?
Yeah, they do disengage for now. They were trying to bank on the fact that Skyly had to deal with that bottom lane. They do keep one turret for now. Dragon Ranger, they could have engaged, and they are just taking away the enemy resources for now. But that won't matter too much in this stage of the game, right? Right now, what matters is execution. Whether or not you get that first pick, it could potentially spell doom for anyone here. And taking a look at this replay here, I mean, with the fact that Mayin is able to jump that back line so easily right now. Huayan, he is a very scary factor, especially if you don't see him on the map. And that's what they're always so scared about.
Yeah, Mulan actually was the big game changer in that particular fight itself. Simply because he was able to keep GNC on that Hano occupied. There was no damage offered by the Hano, right? And because of the lack of damage, this was where Dragon Ranger was actually able to engage. That deep dive by 1-1 onto 3 different members on the side of EDGM proved to be the killing blow for the side of Edward Gaming Mobile Esports. But at this point, they have found once again Skyly out of position, did not have the Sage's Sanctuary. This is a call to action. Dragon Ranger, if they can get a kill here onto Chucheng, is going to be huge. He commits the Dream Roam, gets caught out. 1-1, trying to chase for his life. 1v3, where is the backup coming in? At the same time, there is a wave coming down on the bottom side. They don't have to win this fight, they just have to push them away, and it is going to be the minions coming in. Right now, Mulan, he is trying his best. He's putting the waves in. Juanzi, he's holding on for dear life. He does have a Sage's Sanctuary. The first life will not be given just yet. Dian trying to put that ultimate to good usage. But right now, all the minions will be cleared for the side of Edward Gaming. And we are back at square number 1. Tempest Dragon for the taking.
Yeah, Tempest Dragon is out and Skyly is nowhere inside. Dragon Ranger looking like they will be able to get this for free. No contest coming out from Edward Gaming. And once again, we see the power of Yuan Youzi on Wanwan here, right? The fact that he's able to 1v2 and push enemy members away. That's so much peel for the side of Dragon Ranger. And Mayin over here with that just one-shot combo onto the armor.
Yeah. Huayan, like we already mentioned, right? This guy is a rookie. This is his first season, but this guy, he has been pretty phenomenal thus far in game number 2, right? And with the securing of the Tempest buff, Tempest Dragon on the side of Dragon Ranger, this is a big opportunity. They managed to take all the T3s in one fell swoop in the previous attempt. Right now, it's just a crystal. They go on to Huayan. He does have an extra life at this point. He's falling low. Level 15, what can he do? He gives his first life. There is control coming in, but Edward Gaming on the backlines. Mulan, he finds access. He's standing on the backlines as well. Dian gets the kill. Onto Skyly. There is no more damage coming in from the side of EDGM. This could be the end of the game if they can't kill Mulan. Mulan gets the kill. First life gone for Chucheng. The stun comes in as well. Dian finishes the job. EDGM, there is no more life. No more attempt coming in. First life gone for the side of Xiaoche. Gives it away, and it is going to be an ace as Xiaoche falls again. 5-man strong. Dragon Ranger, they come back 1-1.
We have a tie series here for Dragon Ranger Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, against Edward Gaming Mobile Esports as they tie the series. What a comeback. And we were talking about Huayan, right? This guy is either a hit or a miss. And I feel that in this series, he was a hit.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? I think everyone has to hold their breath at this point. Look, BRG, they're trying to reset into ground zero, and we'll take a look at what this is going to be like for the teams as well as we go into the replay.
跟没怎么说没关系，是你们不要有太大的优势，不是吗？觉得不该输或者不能输。
有一波有点亏，我拿红去下路呢不？
金鹰马单线和你单线都好玩，这样其实怎么说？我们这个阵容手很长，你们别急着去突对面去。那大乔赢了，这冷狗的手，他手很长的，他进攻压力很大，你们不用刻意就是那啥，因为你们往前冲的时候，
这个上嘛，前面原来已经有点，
你前面已经无敌了都快。
然后那波中路有点，我那波不在，
你那边中不在，你那边中不在，我说了，你那边中不在以后早不降了。
因为我们是菜鸡。
这是逻辑。
慢慢打，因为我们是菜鸡。后面你看，其实我们拿龙那一波，他那个仓死了过后慢点就行了，慢慢来，慢点就行了。其实越打到后面，我们越是要稍微抱着紧一点，然后你们把合力的感觉打出就行了。对，第一把我们合力的感觉打的是挺好的，但这一把就是我们的目标太多了，实在是太多了。你边路找了一个人，射手找了一个人，这样你们杀不死人，特别是打到后期，好吧？把你找得出来。
Yep, I think you can tell both of the coaches and managers kind of telling the team, right? You need to be a little bit more patient. That's one of the big markers that both coaches have told their teams. I think the teams were very anxious to find an opening onto the other side. And the thing is, the openings were apparent, right? The fact that they found Skyly, Hua Yuan actually found Skyly in the brush, that was a big moment. At the same time, they were also able to identify Mulan's position on the side of DRG. So I think both teams, they had the feeling where, look, there is an opportunity, and they were kind of rushing it. They were trying to rush into battle and try to pick off the important members on their opposite side.
Yeah, it feels like coaches were telling them, yeah, take your time, right? It's just a long battle. It's a very long battle. You can take your time. You had the utility, especially on the side of Edward Gaming as well. That's what the coach was saying. Just calm down because you had that Hano as well. You have the tie-in. It was doing so well for you guys. And if you take a look at the post-game stats, we were talking about Dragon Ranger Gaming being an expensive team, right? They are very, very farm heavy. They're reliant on items, and somehow they managed to pull through in a double Tempest game.
Yeah, it was due to 1-1, right? 1-1 was one of the win conditions for the early parts of the game for the side of Dragon Ranger. If he was able to tank up the damage, that will allow Dian as well as Mulan to really find appropriate positions to be in, to be able to deal the damage in. And I want you to take a look at what I feel is the potential MVP on the side of DRG at the bottom side of the screen. Dian, also known as Zhao Dian, he dealt a total of 350,000 hero damage. Him alone, that's 350k, guys.
That's a lot of wave clear. That's a lot of damage to enemies as well. He was doing wave clear, right? The damage does not include damage done to minions. So definitely he was doing something special in that game. But something that I want to highlight too is Xiao Zhe on the Ma Yin, because he was always on that off lane, on the other side of the map, making sure that even when his team was getting pushed in the turrets, the lane push does not come over from one side of the lane.
Yeah, I think he did a very good job. Both of the Clash leaders actually, I think they performed their roles well. There were a couple of catches from Xiao Zhe on the side of Edward Gaming that were pretty phenomenal, but unfortunately they couldn't capitalize on the chance because the map control wasn't done as cleanly on the side of EDGM. Dragon Ranger's side, on the other hand, I think if you take a look at the comparison of Hua Yan on this Ma Yin, he was able to get solo catches onto Skyly, which was quite damaging. And one important marker, which I think is really important on the side of EDGM, is the fact that Hua Jun, Jun Si here, he couldn't find openings for the map, for the battle. Every Scepter of Fate is so valuable as a Hano, but he wasn't able to land those, and because of that lack of damage, Dragon Ranger was able to overpower and get the damage in because there's too much damage to get the burst onto Tom, on Xiaoying, on this tie-in as well. And look, the saves coming in from Sipao have been critical, they have been prominent. The Sea of Fates, the Eye of Whirlpools, they have been used at the appropriate times and allowing them to really get the appropriate fights started. And your MVP, and here is going to be Hua Yuan from the side of Forsan. DRG here, the Ma Yin, the game changer.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely the game changer, right? He did so much in terms of lane priority, even when his team was losing. And the fact that he used Sibao's Eye of the Whirlpool very, very well, right? He's always a threat. Every single time the Eye of the Whirlpool is popped, you gotta worry about the Ma Yin popping out of nowhere and potentially threatening your back lines. And the catch on to the Arlie. That was the game changer right there, where it was a late game stage, and he still managed to get the superior positioning.
Yeah, this one was a close call. This, we talked about this. was this moment going to be something that kind of bit them in the back, right? And this truly was a moment that was unfortunate for the side of EDGM because there was a miscomm. They could have ended the game there. Yes, the minions were taken out, but moments before that, they were actually in a prime position on the side of EDGM to really just throw away the fights and go straight for the crystal. They chose otherwise. And that was the big result of the big change in result here, coming in benefit, of course, to Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Oh man, and that replay was shot twice in double perspective as well. The moment Mulan went to that bush, he just got jumped by a Mayin in that bush. And this was very well done by him as well, right? Him peeling so well put Xiao Zhe in an unfavorable position, so he could not peel for the rest of his team. And that's how they won the final team fight as well. So Mayin, definitely very well done on Huayan. This is a man to watch for now.
Yeah, I think he opened up a lot of space for Moonlan as well. If you notice, Moonlan was pretty much hidden in the shadows in most of the fights, and I think that was a real big game changer because that particular fight, when they chose to commit 4 different members to chase onto this Mayin on Huayan, it put them in a pincer position because number one, you had the mid laner Tian who was just using his ultimate to cut down the members on the side of EDGM, and while that was happening, you know, they actually got a kill off of that, and Moonlan came in on his wolf, strolling in, and just came in for free food. And yeah, late game, Chano is not easy to play against.
Yeah, Chano is definitely a scary farm laner, but what I want to highlight is also Zhuangzi, right? I still don't understand. How he managed to deal 350,000 damage on the Ying Zhen. It's just mind-blowing to me. Like, I thought the Halo was dealing so much damage, but when we take a look at the stats graph, Zhuangzi was actually the one that dealt the most damage in the game. That's just mind-blowing, no?
Yep, it's a double whammy because end of the day, Zhuangzi was enabled by 1-1, right? Every time 1-1 went in for that dive, Zhuangzi was ready with the ultimate, so he was able to lay the pain down. But at the flip side, if you're taking a look at Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi was in a position where he had to get the aim on his Scepter of Fate. And in most positions, Zhuangzi actually was quite far behind in team fights, which then didn't really allow him to land his first skill, which then in turn led to like a lack of damage, right? And that's how DRG really capitalized off of that lack of damage coming in from EDG, just swept them across the board.
And that's why we can see that very easily how Yuan Liu Zizi is one of the priority picks in the jungle as well, right? Because of the fact that he has so much control, he has so much sustain, and he's able to control the pace of the game so well, despite losing. They almost lost their base. Like, mind you, they almost lost their base. It was that close. And despite the fact that it was that close, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they can still come back. And that is the power of the level of control, the level of mobility that they drafted for themselves. So I'm really looking forward to this next game here because there are still a lot of prime heroes in that pool that we have not seen there, right?
Yeah, it's just 2 games, right? At this point, in this first half of the best of 7, we are at a 1-1 scoreline. And so far, I think EDGM, they've recovered well from their game and their series against AG. Coming back, it shows a lot of confidence, right? The fact that they're able to put themselves at the best foot forward. But then it comes down to, is there a lapse of concentration? Is there a lapse of communication? Because in my opinion, that game 2 should have been secured by EDGM. But it is what it is, right? We are down to 1-1. DRG have done well. It's a mountain to climb, a very tall mountain to climb from the position they were behind from. Because look, Skyly was ahead. He was in the skies looking down. And somehow they got Huayan to pull him down to earth.
Yeah, definitely. This is definitely a very strong game coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger. And of course, when we go into the next drafts, right? When we go into the next few drafts, there's a lot of heroes that we have not seen. And yeah, like one of the heroes that I'm keen to look forward to is like the Loom. He hasn't been out yet. So yeah, definitely one of the Looms. The game as well. And Huayan, he's known for the Charlotte, right? He's known for a very monstrous Charlotte, and Charlotte is one of the tier 1 picks as well. So I'm very surprised that they're not really prioritizing it in game 1 and game 2. So they have still a lot of things up their sleeves here.
I think it's also dependent on the composition they want to run, right? So far, we have seen the Ingzhen strategy, which is the I have the front-facing tank, and then we just deal damage from behind or from far away. So both teams have used this strategy to their advantage. Of course, both securing wins with the Ingzhen pick. And right now, as we are neck and neck in this series, it really comes down to number one, who has been given the better options. And both coaches very adept at giving appropriate tools for their warriors that come from both EDGM as well as DRG. Now, it's really about the mental state. Can they recover?
Yeah, definitely. Whether or not can they recover here, and we can see that. I mean, despite the fact, right, you have to know how the context of EDGM, right? They were pushed here by AG in a 4-0 fashion, and yet in those 4-0 games, they did not give up on every single series. They did not treat it as a lost cause. They were fighting tooth and nail for a one scoreline, and definitely they have it in them. Meanwhile, for Dragon Ranger Gaming, they also lost games in similar fashion. They lost a game in the worst backdoor fashion that I've seen. It was crazy, right? We saw an Ink pushing their base, and they could do nothing about it as they watched the base go down. So both teams, they have experienced downfalls, but they will also experience redemption here.
Yeah, so it gives you a glimpse of to what these teams will be looking out for, right? So in this case, I mean, DRG, there was a very high potential for a backdoor. We did see that one attempt where Skyly was coming in as Arlie along with, I think it was Xiaozhe on the Byron, right? So the two of them were trying to rush down the base while the rest of the team, Junsi, was trying to hold the members of DRG at the Dragon, the Tyrant Pit. Didn't really work out because I think they have learned their lesson, right? DRG, they do not want to experience that again, and right now they're going to start off the third game with a ban onto Yuan Liu Zizi along with Lei Yusun.
Yeah, ready, the Yuan Liu Zizi. Dragon Ranger, they used it, and they're like, yeah, you don't use it against us, right? Because it is a very strong character to have. And once again, Luban Dashi, aka Master Luban, aka Luban himself, he's been out of the game again. Oh man, guys, I gotta highlight to you how important this hero is. But this is a hero that I'm very excited about. It's Hong Konger, which is a very new hero, and I feel that he's very strong. And we discussed about this. Hong Konger is, I feel, one of the most disgusting heroes that is available in HOK right now. And yeah, it's just first pick by Dragon Ranger. What do you feel about this, man?
Yep, he is one of the new heroes introduced into the Honor of Kings world. At the same time, if you don't know what he does, he is able to steal items away from you. Now, he's not going to steal those items forever, obviously. He will have the ability to summon illusions. His first skill is a skill that allows him to throw an illusion out forward, right? Similarly, his second skill is a dash that leaves an illusion behind, and his ultimate is one that summons 3 illusions in total. At the same time, they can be used to form a spinning tornado. Now, if his illusions, based on the number of illusions he summons, every basic attack that he does against you, he will be able to steal 1 item. So the lesser value items will be stolen for a longer amount of time. Higher value items will be stolen, I think, maximum for a 1 to 2 second duration. But in 1 to 2 seconds, that is a big marker in team fights. So DRG, I like this.
Yeah, I'm ready. They do pick up the Ogron and the Sikong for themselves. And we were talking a lot about Sikong, the god of thunder, the king of thunder himself, right? The master of thunder. And he's one of the premium clash laners that we see as well. So he does have a lot of mobility. His ultimate does a lot of AoE damage as well. And when he lands down, he's able to dish out even more damage. He has basically a lot of damage and sustain, and this is something that you have to worry about in the form of AoE damage.
Yeah, so this draft on the side of DRG, they're looking to get the win here, definitely, because these are all tier 1 picks or tier 0 picks coming out from DRG. Edward Gaming, of course, not to say that their picks are not as good, but at this point, the Meng Tian coming in, he's going to be in the clash lane. He is the Spartan of HOK in KPL. He's able to deal out quite a bit of damage, does have a little bit of stunts as well, but at this point of time, right, he needs to be in control of that clash lane. So once again, it comes down to the clash laners, because for Hua Yuan in this clash lane, late game Shikong is an unstoppable Thunder God. He will have a lot of damage, he will have a lot of control as well, and he's hard to kill. So Edward Gaming, they need to win this game fast.
Yeah, there is a lot of late game scaling going for Dragon Ranger, right? Because Hua-Yin, he can potentially make use of your items against you as well. Ogron is a very, very good peel. And meanwhile, Edward Gaming, I like the way they responded, right? They have the Pei, which is a very aggressive hero, and they have a Lung as well. So definitely there's a lot of burst potential coming out from Edward Gaming in terms of having the damage. Meanwhile, Dragon Ranger, they doubled down on that late game prowess, going for the Yixing and going for the Soul Yue as well.
Okay, this truly is... If you thought the draft in the previous series was expensive for Dragon Ranger, this draft is extremely expensive. It's like worth much more because yes, they have the Yixing. I think Yixing in the early games, once he hits 4 as well, or the period before he hits 4, he's pretty strong as well. So early game, in the mid lane, I think you can definitely expect a big win coming out from him. Now, Edward Gaming, they're going to be trying to rely on Chu Chen as well as Xiao Zhe in this clash lane to go for those initial steal. They need to secure that initial space sprite at the top side and the river sprite correspondingly. It needs to be a very heavy draft side for the heavy gold accumulation for the side of Edward Gaming because they also are not very cheap, right? You have Skyly on the loan. He needs quite a bit of itemization before he becomes a real threat. So Tom is going to be in charge of protecting Skyly against Moonlan, but I'm not sure. Right now, Dragon Ranger just going to play very safe. They're going to try and farm up this entire game and try to fend off any aggression coming from Edward Gaming. Edward Gaming, I think, will be the team that is looking to make those initiations, but it needs to be done with care and concern.
Wow, what a prediction from a crowd member there, Edward Gaming, 4-1, huh? Well, meanwhile, I just feel that, yeah, what you said about the draft is really, really accurate, right? The way that they have to play is catered so finely. But meanwhile, I also feel that there's a lot of early game potential for Dragon Ranger if they use the Ogren and the Kongkonger really well, right? Because there's a lot of invade potential that I can actually see from the Ogren because the path of passing is just so good with walls, and the fact that how fast you can hit the ultimate timing with Kongkonger, it might actually be able to burst down the backlines if they do get an advantage for themselves. So they do have some form of scaling on the side of Dragon Ranger as well. So Edward Gaming, expensive. Dragon Ranger, super expensive.
Yeah, I think a lot of the success on this game, at least for the side of EDGM, will ride on the success of Chu Chen here on this Pei. He needs to be farming like crazy. At the same time, if he can provide space by making sure that the map control and jungle camps control is going to be in favor of EDGM, this will definitely directly benefit Ling Yun or their farm laner, which is going to really explode at the late stages of the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, later stages of the game, I just feel that it's gonna be the same story. If we reach a Tempest Dragon, DRG, they are going to have a great time. But if before that, EDGM, they have a lot of chances to make magic happen because they do have to line up to do so. They have to damage to do so. But we're heading into game 3 of Edward Gaming versus Dragon Ranger. It's a tie series, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 as we head to find an advantage.
So straight away you will take a look at the lane rotations, right? So DRG, they're actually going to try and put Moonlan, this Moonlan, onto the 1v1 against the side of Xiao Zhe in the Clash lane. They want to try and prioritize as much farm as possible. So in this match, once again, the Clash laners have a very huge responsibility to not just only survive, but try to dwindle the farm on both sides farm laners as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would favor the farm laners because they're technically paired with the roamers, but what I like about Dragon Ranger here is them trying to rotate Yin towards the top lane. But instantly, Edward Gaming, they have matched the rotations very well. And you are going to see a lot of mind games here, right? You want your favorable matchup for your farm laner as much as possible, especially for a farm-hungry lineup such as Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, in terms of farm, not ideal coming in from the side of DRG. They actually allowed that camp to be stolen on the top. At the same time, on the bottom side, Moonlan wasn't able to secure that camp coming in against Xiaozhe as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a tough matchup for Dragon Ranger, especially in the early game, right? I'm really looking forward to how they pair the Ogron and Kong up. But with Pei just being around in general, he is so aggressive, he is so mobile, that it's very scary to even attempt any form of invasion. That's the scariness of having just a Pei in your lineup.
Yeah, so once they hit the relevant farm, right, I think both Chu Chen as well as Wan, that first initial entry into a potential play, that is going to be an important marker because that will set the difference between the two teams at this point. Now, there is a very, very slight lead going to the side of Edward Gaming because of the way that the top side of the map was played by the side of Skyly as well as Tom and Junsi. So I want to see how this transitions for them because right now, Dragon Ranger, they need to make sure they find other things across the map. There is not enough resources being funneled into Moonlan. He's slow against Skyly in terms of farm right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel that they're just gonna take this loss, right? Dragon Ranger, they don't need the farm on Shoryue for now, and they are trying to funnel the farm against the scaling hero, the more important scaling hero, which is the Ogron on 1-1, right? That's the more important hero to just kind of secure the farm, kind of secure the team fights and the objectives as well. So I feel that Dragon Ranger for them, the main aim of the game is the funnel farm towards 1-1. Edward Gaming, meanwhile, on the other hand, Chu Chen has to match his movements very, very well.
Oh, they stopped the TP coming in, and Shibao has to move away at this point as well. So right now, I think both teams controlling the map pretty okay. Slight gold advantage once again to Edward Gaming, but potential.
Yeah, we do have the ultimate coming out from Kong. I mean, it's just going to be a poke damage for now. It's not going to be a key target that you really want to go for, right? Skyly, yes, key target, but Infinite Vastness is always available as an escape tool, and if you don't have that popped, you always gotta worry about it.
Yeah, and right now, I just need to make it clear. I think DRG, they have a better late game potential in comparison to Edward Gaming, right? So they need to control Hwayan, and at this point, Moonlan, I think he needs to be protected because he's going back into this farm lane matchup and it's not looking good.
Yeah, I feel that Dragon Ranger, with this extremely greedy lineup, they have managed to set a trap for Edward Gaming, right? They are really focusing their sights onto Moonlan at that point, and now the fact is, Hwayan, he's able to get so much advantage for himself, but he is able to get an equal farm to Meng Tian at this point, which should not be the case.
Okay, so right now, I think, Edward Gaming, they made a conscious decision to make the trade, right? So they get the T1, they get the T1 in exchange for the first time of the game. Now, overall, if they're able to protect their camps, and they are doing so right now, then it kind of evens out the gold advantage and the lead that they have. So Dragon Ranger will not be able to find anything off the map, and you can be sure Edward Gaming, they're going to start playing really safe here. They won't be looking to give away kills. And as long as this equilibrium is maintained, Edward Gaming, they will enter into the mid stages of the game with a little bit more ease.
Yeah, definitely. They still have the ability to engage at a very far range from Chu Chen. So definitely they have a lot of team fight going for them from Lady Zhen as well, right? Zhuanxi is able to lock down a lot of the corners of the map, and you know that Lady Zhen is the queen of zoning, right? With her ultimate, she's able to zone out team fights and manage to deal so much damage at the same time. So definitely something that Dragon Ranger has to be worried about is the Lady Zhen's damage in the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the thought process here. Oh, hang on.
Oh, we do have hints of a team fight here. Lady Zhen's passive has been procced, but already Long managed to take out Dian. On the side of Dragon Ranger, Edward Gaming, they will pick up first blood, and this is going all according to plan, right? Infinite Vastness has been popped. Yes, no worries there, but Edward Gaming, they have to get these advantages.
Yep, they were so close though, right? Juanzi was actually super low, a sliver of health, did not manage to get the kill, and because of that overcommitment, then he actually had to expend his passive as well as the flash and still die. So there's a big hit towards the side of DRG. And Edward Gaming, they're looking for something else. They do get a trade on the T1 on the bottom, but how much value is this actually going to bring? Because end of the day, they not only have they not stifled Chuchen's growth, Chuchen now trades that objective, right? They gave away the first time of the game, now they trade, they take the overlord for themselves. Look, it's one important marker. They couldn't finish the job, and in the meantime, it put them in this very precarious position. You could definitely, you know, it's a good trade to give that flash to get a kill. So, Skyly, I think he's doing well, so well this game.
Yeah, Skyly is going to be one of the factors in the mid game that they have to watch out for, but they do have the correct tool to do it, right? That Ogron is going to be a very scary factor when it scales to the mid game as well. And Dragon Ranger, I feel that they have been doing such a great job of funneling farm onto Hua Yin at this point, where he has managed to get the Spark Forge Dagger at around like 5-minute mark, right? And that's a very, very early timing for a Sikong to get the Spark Forge Dagger. So definitely he's going to be able to accelerate the farm much, much more.
Yeah, he needs more though. I mean, I like the fact that he has his Spark Forge Dagger, but look, he needs to be able to protect. Okay, he does get the protection on the T1, but they might not commit at this point.
Yeah, this is the fact where Sikongton, he has the damage, but he does not have the numbers, right? Dragon Ranger, they were just not there, and that commitment would have been the death of Dragon Ranger. And Edward Gaming, their positioning is so well done right now, right? They're just playing in their enemy's map and making sure that the enemy's jungle is under their jurisdiction.
Yep, and so far they haven't been able to shut Skyly down just yet, right? There's only just one kill, and at this point, Edward Gaming, they're just making the map more valuable in exchange for them at this point, right? Tom down here gonna get chased. I don't think they will commit at this point, but you can start to see the stress levels building for the side of DRG.
Yeah, and speaking of stress, it's always that heart rate monitor. For some reason, Skyly is really, really calm here, right? He's at 70, 80 heart rate, and meanwhile the rest of the team are on adrenaline because Juanzi is on 160 right now, and he's just looking at the middle of the map. So, I mean, that heart rate monitor just goes to show, right? These players are playing for a lot at stake here.
Yep, they will not be able to defend this T1 against the likes of DRG. They would very much be happy to make the trade here. So with this Tyrant, they will secure the Tyrant buff for themselves. And Edward Gaming, they can definitely explode all of this benefit. Now, they will catch eyes onto Xiaozhe, but at this point, Xiaozhe, he should be able to clear the lane with the help of Juanzi in the mid as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage with that Tyrant buff at this stage of the game, so I don't think Dragon Rangers could commit to anything. But we see Chuchen in that bottom lane already trying to attempt something. They are going for this tier 2 here. Edward Gaming, they actually secure it with the teleportation coming through from Skyly at this point. They press on the advantage. Dragon Ranger, they're just slowly losing stuff for free. They lost 2 turrets already. They are going to lose this T1 if they cannot hold on.
No, they can't fight that well. At this point, it's really difficult. There is quite a bit of control coming in. 1-1 you can see is finding it very difficult. Board though.
Yeah, Kong he tries to go for the back line. The board not able to catch much, but Ogren goes down 1-1 out for the count. That's the frontliner of Dragon Ranger. They cannot take this team fight, and luckily for them, there's no creep wave pushing down to tier 2.
Okay, so right now, Chuchen, highest farm available, 8.1 thousand gold in the pocket. They are leading by about close to 1,500 for the side of Edward Gaming. This lead, right, it's looking great for EDGM. But give them a little bit more time, 15 minutes, 16 minutes, Dragon Ranger will be able to come back. And this is a big concern. If they can get kills on the side of DRG, all these kills will be very valuable against EDGM.
Yeah, Edward Gaming are on the clock, so to speak. They are on a ticking timer here, right? Dragon Rangers power spike is very, very late. They have drafted an extremely greedy lineup, but if Edward Gaming cannot get an even more advantage for themselves or get any more objectives, they are in a very hot soup.
Yep. Bear in mind, Hua Yin has not died a single time in this match. Now, Hua Yin is one of the 2 win conditions available on the side of DRG in fights. First one being Moonlan, of course. And we know late game, there is very little chance of you winning against Moonlan or Huayan unless you get them in a very awkward position, of which is pretty difficult to achieve because you have Tien with the cover fire. The World's My Board is going to be very useful in capturing Edward Gaming. So Edward Gaming, they need to make sure they get those appropriate bursts. They still have the ability to do so against 1-1 right now. That's not going to be as apparent in the later parts of this game.
Yeah, and if you take a look at how Dragon Ranger are playing, they're just playing poke, and they're just making sure that the creep wave is maintained while keeping vision at all times. This Tyrant will go the way of Edward Gaming. Can they get something more different? Chun, he's trying to go for the engage in front of Vastness going through as well, but you see Yen is still alive. He says the Lord here he has done so, and Huayan eventually goes down, but the damage has been done, and Xiao Zhe eventually falls to Ogron as well, but Dragon Ranger, the health bars are so low. Yen, he is on the run here, and eventually he's the only one alive as Edward Gaming. They managed to cement the lead that they have, and this might be the end
it's
here,
over.
as they have a lot of creeps, and they have the minions, they have the manpower. They will be able to take down the crystal, and now congratulations to Dragon Ranger, to Edward Gaming Mobile as they take another game away from Dragon Ranger.
Yep. Every game that I watch EDGM play, it feels so inspirational because end of the day, look, there was an immense amount of difficulty going up against the lineup of DRG because you could definitely tell DRG was starting to hit some strides with, and especially Huayan. Huayan was actually getting to be quite scary, going to be able to match up in terms of damage. Look, but this Shikong, he just didn't have enough time. And EDGM, they knew exactly when to push the moment they got the kill, that first kill. I like that sacrifice play coming out from Xiao Zhe. Not only was he able to buy time for the team, he actually held 1-1 back. So when 1-1 was down, there was no more tanks, and suddenly the door was wide open. The flash coming in from Sky to get the kill on the DN as well. I think these are all important markers, and it really was a checkmate play coming in from EDGM.
Yeah, I feel that they were playing rock, paper, scissors, and they just picked the better hand here, right? They actually had a very good draft to deal with this very greedy draft coming out from Dragon Ranger Gaming. It felt as if they were like, yeah, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they're trapping them. But actually, because of that pay, right? Because of Chu Chen's ability to maneuver the map and ability to deliver the damage, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they were always kept checkmated. They were made sure that if they made a move, a trade would have occurred. And that's not a trade that they want to take. And that's eventually what lost them the game.
Yeah, I think EDGM right now, you can tell the difference between the teams, the ideology of the teams and how they want to execute the gold accumulation, right? So EDGM in game 1, game 2, even this game number 3, you will notice that they always go for those jungle camp steals. And so far, there hasn't been any response coming in from the side of DRG. And I think that's really what costed them because, look, the initial play of the game, Edward Gaming, they have funneled enough 9,000 gold into Skyly, okay? But more importantly, it's also about the gold of Chu Chen. Chu Chen was at 10,000. He already hit those markets very close to his 6th item, already had the spike mail as well. So he had tank, he had damage, but more importantly, he provided room, right? And Skyly was never overly zealous, he was never overly aggressive, only using the flash for important moments to secure kills. Guaranteed, then he makes a move.
Yeah, and I like the itemization coming out from Dung as well. On Skyly, of course, he dealt the most damage on his team, but of course, he was very much enabled by his team as well, right? Generally, we don't see the Blade of Eternity first, but he went for the Blade of Eternity first, knowing that he is the right-click damage. He is going to be the source of sustained damage in the game. He does not need the burst damage, right? So definitely a very good itemization choice coming out from Lung at this point. And if you take a look at the gold graph, I mean, they had the lead all the way.
Yep, exactly. And quite a bit of damage coming in as well, right? So, look, Dragon Ranger, I think I really like this pick on Huayan getting in the Shikong, right? But Shikong needs a bit of time to get the works in. He needs the items, he needs the EXP, and until the moment comes, he's not going to be too big of a valuable asset for the side of DRG, especially for a lineup that is so aggressive that is EDGM, right? And bear in mind that the farm having gone in advantage to the side of Edward Gaming, they are allowed to be a little bit more aggressive and they don't get punished as often, right? Dragon Ranger, there was that one win condition which was going to come from Tien to try and get the World's My Board. And in the entire match, there was ever only one proper situation where the World's My Board was really put down. Shibao, I want to talk about this pick, Kong Konger. Kong Konger is great, especially when you have the lead, right? Because it doubles down, double downs on the lack of itemization that you have. But in the lead that Edward Gaming had, he didn't really have much option to get items down and still put it in favor to the side of DRG.
And the MVP of this game will be Skyly on the loom, right? I talked about his itemization. I mean, generally, on the loom, we see the most versatile of itemizations. And I really like how he went for these itemizations, as well as how he took these team fights as well. If you understand the trades that he was doing in the middle stages of the game, right? You can see that his positioning, his spacing is always very key into making sure that Tien is out of that range, and he is using his infinite fastness very well as well, so making sure that either is used as an escape tool or not as a committal tool when Pei is going in on Chu Chen.
Yeah, I think one of the things you'll recognize is the fact that he always enters from an angle, so they don't really expect Skyly to come in at the moment that he's coming in. At the same time, because of the itemization that he has sufficient burst to get the kill, right? And the team is always very successful in setting up situations where the risk for Skyly is so low. He doesn't have to come into fights, get the first blow in. He is the one that finishes the fights, right? And this commitment on that infinite vastness, it forced out so many important resources from the side of DRG, the flashes, the ultimates. It left them with no other resource to try and win that fight back, right? The freeze coming in, look, Hua Juan on this Miss Frozen, Lady Chen, she did a phenomenal job, and in setting up those damage coming in from the side of EDGM, they were able to consistently melt down the life bars on the side of their opponents. But let's take a look at what these players were about.
压中我，别急，起到了，来，哎，大师妹我能卡，大师妹残，
接红背吗？
龙三个，我能接红背。
龙脉血，能控吗？
接回来，
龙脉血能来，
回来龙，开龙了。
然后呢，你们全部打团，来，后排全部锁住，我把后排全部锁住，来，留人，一心，来，一心，
留一心，慢慢打，
这，没闪，一心没闪，你们看能不能接我一下，我应该死了。
我在接，可以接，接一下，四面，杀了，手没闪，
留住，空啊，没位移了，减速，他没那个的，他快好了，
手一死，来，收一波
，nice，
不紧不慢的运营，
多听我沟通就好了，很慢来，
没闪，一心没闪，
一波的，
对，
还得靠这那水里，
还得玩奥运，
漂亮，
They really took the coach's advice to heart there. I think they were a lot more patient. Now, some of the things they were saying things like 慢来. 慢来, I mean, if you just do a rough translation, it's to slow down, right? Slow down, take it slowly. And I think the layering, right? They were really clean in their communication. So every single member on the side of EDGM was prepping their teammate to be able to finish the kill, right? They were telling them like, hey, there were no common spells available on some of the members on the side of DRG. No flash, there is no ultimate, there is no recovery, and these are all important markers. And I think so far EDGM has recovered well into this series, and maybe this could be a moment that could bring them into game number 4 with a 3-1 win.
Yeah, definitely they are looking like they have the momentum to going for them. And the fact of the matter is they forced the enemy team to go into a multiple checkmate, multiple stalemate multiple times, right? The fact of the matter is during the chat itself, they were obviously sacrificing Meng Tian, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to die here, but it's okay, no problem, because the rest of the team members, they're doing God's work, right? They are making sure that they are fighting on two fronts and they're winning. With Lady Zhen making sure that the zone is locked out, and of course, the rest of the team members are taking out Hua Yan on the Sikong as well. So they do not get that snowball. They do not get the damage going. So in terms of communication, in terms of taking the advice, Edward Gaming, they look very clean right now. I mean, Dragon Ranger, I still want to see more out of them. I know they have it in them. I know they do.
Yeah, it's really also taking a look at the bigger picture, right? I think there are moments in the game where you could notice that Edward Gaming, they made very conscious trades where they took the T1 on the top first, right? They gave away the first tyrant of the game, and suddenly you could see the benefit of taking a T1 because the map was a little bit more open. They were able to get a lot more camp steals coming in from the side of EDGM, and because of this goal differential, right, the items were a bit stronger. And at this point, it doesn't matter how many items Sipao steals because look, we have so many more stronger items even when they are stolen away, right? And they kind of muted Sipao on this Kong Konger for the entire game essentially, right? And he was never really there to provide much protection. In the meantime, the trade-off was that a lot of these steals coming in terms of gold, in terms of camps, they were also being funneled into Skyly, but more importantly onto Chu Cheng. So Chu Cheng on this this was a real tiger. He was hungry, he was going for the kills, and once those kills came in, you could really see the benefits of making good conscious choices in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, definitely the choice making, the decision making, all on point there. But now it's back to the drawing boards for both teams, right? Now, the pay for the side of Edward Gaming, it's not going to be available for them. So definitely it's going to be a choice that's available for the other team though, right? With the global bans, your team, you cannot pick that hero again, but it's an option for the opponent team. So definitely the strats that have worked for you can't be used against you as well. So that's the level of mental chess that the coaches need to experience here, especially when you go into the best of 7. And of course, if we are going into game 7, we are looking forward to that ultimate battle, the blind draft, where anybody can pick any hero and any draft can come out as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, DRG, look, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they're a strong team. But I think the pressure being put on them is so tremendous and it's affecting the entire team, right? The drafts, there are very clear gaps, and right now I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive, right? I think offense is the best defense here. They need to protect those camps. They need to make sure that not only are they protecting these camps, protecting the space brights, they need to take these away from EDGM as well, right? They definitely have the potential. They have come back from series where they were down before, but it's pretty hard to do because it looks like all the momentum is with EDGM right now.
Yeah, and EDGM, they played that very well, right? You were talking about defending the camps and whatsoever. I felt that if they tried to fight and defend the camps, they would have died way earlier because the Lady Zhen was there and her ultimate has not been popped yet. She still has flashes available and Pei is just waiting to pounce. So definitely, I feel that, yeah, they were forcing a lot of utility movements coming out from the side of Dragon Ranger, and they just really kept below. And EDGM, they just really pulled the edge on DRG right there.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think EDGM has really impressed me today. I think they were pretty much a very strong team, right? I think they have achieved considerable results. But today, this new EDGM going up against DRG, I like the confidence that they have regained because it was very clear in game number 1, they came in with a mission to really put the mental strain on their opponents instead of them, right? And so far, I think it's working out. So let's see, DRG, they have a very important task here of not just winning the game, but recovering that mental strength, right? How do you deal a blow that is so decisive against EDGM that you can potentially put yourselves in the higher scoreline as the second half of the best of 7 starts?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Hua Yan as a playmaker, I really do like him, and it's more so often that I see him on these playmaking roles, right? Not on the pivotal role of being that main carry in the end. I want to see him more of something like the lines of a Mayin, right? Where you are going to put him something in the hands of having that Charlotte drafted for Hua Yan, because that was an option available as well, but they went for the farm route. So definitely they might be looking at other options in these other games as well.
Yeah, I don't think EDGM has really sacrificed too many picks. In fact, I think they have taken very standard picks and done really well with it so far, right? Look, they still have heroes like the Organ. They themselves can pick up the Sukoncheng as well. So Edward Gaming, I think they're in a very prime position to take a considerable lead in this best of 7. Now they're gonna start off the first ban on the Luban and DRG. They're gonna take away the lady soon. They still don't want to allow this lady over.
No! No! Guys, I really want to show you guys what Luban is good for in this KPL scene, but EDG and DRG, they are like, yeah, not today, Luban. Just stay out of the draft because it has been 100% bad so far. And now with the idea out as well as the Lady Sun, Edward Gaming, they have the first pick. What kind of style do they go for? They go for the channel themselves.
Okay, so Edward Gaming, I like this start, right? Channel, it offers quite a bit of flexibility for the lineup. There is a lot of synergy. At the same time, I think Dragon Ranger, they do have access into the early, right? So it's still a potential pick for them. And in this matchup, it really comes and boils down to a skill matchup. And I think with the confidence that Edward Gaming have, I think they are really comfortable with this potential lane match. Now, Dragon Ranger, I want to see what they're going to be focusing on. And we're going to see one of the heroes you have not seen on the global stage, and that is going to be the Tai Yi. Now, Tai Yi is a hero that is able to give you a resurrection. That's his ultimate. At the same time, he does have an exploding stun that can be charged up. Finally, he has a skill that is able to latch on onto opponents. Now, the resurrection is a very valuable skill because yes, you don't get to come back at full life, but it gives you another chance at the fights. And depending on what kind of draft that Dragon Ranger will come into this game for game number 4, it could be something that Edward Gaming cannot handle.
And we have a very similar draft to how Dragon Ranger drafted in game 2 of this series, right? The exact same picks coming out, Yuan Liu Zizi and Da Qiao coming out from Edward Gaming as well. So we have a lot of combination coming through. And what I want to say about Tai Yi Zhenren on the side of Dragon Ranger, right? It's a very new hero, right? You talked about the ultimate being able to revive as well. He uses his own body to explode and deal damage and stun in the area as well. So you're gonna be seeing a lot of selfless gameplay coming out from Dian in the form of this Zhenren over here. And with the next ban, we have the Hai Yue being taken out of the pool because they don't want that either the Zhenren, the Guan Yu, or the Arlie being locked up in another dimension.
Yeah, in fact, it's quite a detriment to their lineup, right? If you allow the Hai Yue, because that ultimate lockdown is like what, 6 seconds, 7 seconds? That's a long time to be out of the fight, right? Now, Edward Gaming, I like the way that they have drafted so far. This is a pretty tanky lineup. It should be able to suffice against the damage and the potential extended fights that Dragon Ranger Gaming is going to try and offer with this Tai Yi Zhenren ultimate, right? But my main concern here is whether Hua Yan is going to be able to get the catch with the Razor Cavalry. His Guan Yu needs to be in a position where he has one of two options. Does he try to rush down the lanes, bring the waves, crash against the towers, or does he want to try and look for the flank? Because it's not as easy to be able to flank against Edward Gaming, especially that they do have quite a bit of disruptions against the Guan Yu.
Yeah, and there's a lot of magic damage as well coming through from the side of Dragon Ranger now. I mean, now I really like Dragon Ranger's lineup, right? There might be a lot of disruption, but similar to the disruption that Edward Gaming provides, Cat Boom on this side will have a lot of magic damage that will be pulling through on the side of the backlines of Edward Gaming, right? So you on that Da Qiao, you're not going to be very safe standing in the backline, and this is a hero that we really want to talk about as well. We see the Kong Konger once again, but the Cao Cao is being picked up by Edward Gaming, right? Cao Cao is a very mobile hero that you need to be scared about, and it's generally played in the clash lanes, right? It has 3 jumps, and on the 3rd jump, it's gonna stun you up.
Yeah, so he should be in the prime position, at least for the side of Xiaozhe, who's going to be taking up the Cao Cao, by the way, to do well against Hua Yan. Right now, I think there's going to be a lot of prio. Maybe the first ganks, first place, will be up in the Clash lane, because if you give either Clash laner a bad game, look, the rest of the lineup on the opponent's side will benefit greatly off of that deficit. So at this point, Shipao going to get the Tai Yi Zhenren. He is going to be responsible for the life of Mulan, and hopefully, maybe even Wan Wan, right? In the team fights where he could go for the additional tank if he's hard to melt on the side of DRG.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be a lot of front line coming through from the side of Dragon Ranger, right? Having that Guan Yu, having that Tai Zhen Run at the back. That Zhen Run is going to be a very scary tool because that revival mechanic, it just gives you some form of stability, some form of cavalierness, right? You have a bravado to suddenly go in because you know that you have a second life and you're playing with that second life. And combined with the Kaiser, with the damage of the Cat Boom in the back, it's a very scary lineup from Dragon Ranger. Meanwhile, Edward Gaming, they have a lot of mobility. And something that I'm very scared about is always the Da Qiao.
Yeah, look, Severing Surge, the Leaping Koi Tides, these are important disruption skills coming in from the side of EDGM. I want to take a look at DRG here. I think Sibao this game is going to play a very monumental role. He is going to be one of the prime setups for the side of DRG, right? With the latch on, the stuns, and the extra life, he not only offers initiation, he also offers that lifeline that I think DRG needs desperately, not just in the game, but for this series as well. They need to tie this series up 2-2 if they want to stand a chance, because if you put EDG in a position where they are up by 3-1, there is a lot of pressure, and DRG don't need more pressure, they need space.
Yeah, they definitely need space to breathe, and so far these teams have been looking like they are neck and neck, especially in terms of how they have been executing these drafts. I'm not gonna say that these drafts were not good. They definitely were trying to win, and we can see the fire in both of these teams here.
Yep, so game number 4. EDGM, Edward Gaming Mobile Esports going up against Dragon Ranger Gaming, DRG. This is an important marker because if EDG wins this game, they are on the cusp of winning the entire series.
Yeah, definitely. It will put them at match point here, and that's a very comfortable position if you are Edward and you're watching Edward Gaming, right? You must be very, very confident right now. But Dragon Ranger, they have a draft that's not to be trifled with, and you can already see the positioning coming out from the early stages of the game. They are going for this cross-map play where they are putting early on that farm lane and definitely putting Chano on that top lane instead for Edward Gaming.
Yep, DRG, this is a big moment. They can go for that first blood. The flash will not be committed on either side for EDG just yet. But look, they have won every single lane prior at this point of the game, 1 minute going in. So they need to make sure this advantage is made true. Space right on the top taken.
Yeah, already they do take that top lane advantages for Dragon Ranger, and this is what you really need to be scared about in the early game about the Zhenren coming out from Sibao here, because Sibao is going to run at you and you need to be wary about all these bushes at the same time, right? Definitely you cannot face check any form of bush, so vision game, very, very important here, and that's why you have the Da Qiao. So definitely Da Qiao is going to be monumental with the Leaping Koi Tide to fish out Sibao as much as possible.
Okay, so I like the start. I feel DRG, they can do well for themselves if they can try to get more aggression. That touch ball camp going to be very important, but that's also the reason why you see EDG, they're placing 3 members on that bottom side bush in the mid lane, right? They don't want to allow DRG to have any advantage whatsoever.
Yeah, speaking of win conditions here, right? Speaking of these advantages, win conditions, this is very important for EDG to actually have access to these pushes because vision game is super important to them. And now that the Zhenren is running around on the loose, there's just a lot of threat on the map. So they just need to make sure that his positioning is noted at all times here. Of course, Xiao Zhe, he does form a lot of threat, especially when he is able to get his key items out. And that would be only at maybe 8 to 9 minutes into the game. So Dragon Ranger, they still have a lot of breathing space to take their own jungle and not to force out any unforced errors.
Yep, I like the pacing, right? DRG right now, with the way that their kit is made based on the draft, they're able to clear waves really, really quickly. So DRG will be in a good position to try and go for this first time out of the game. But you can see EDG straight away, they're looking at this Crimson Golem. If they can take away this buff, it's going to be quite detrimental to the side of DRG.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, DRG, They do manage to secure it for themselves, but something that I want to talk about is another key timing that we were talking about in game 2, right? We were talking about the Yuan Liu Zizhi's key timing, and he's the type of character that can tank in your face and take a 1v2 against Kaiser and also the Zhenren here. So it is also one of the key win conditions coming out from Edward Gaming, where the Yuan Liu Zizhi, if he does manage to get an advantage, Dragon Ranger, they might be looking at a loss here.
Okay, there was a big securing on the side of 1-1, right? He's able to keep pace with the level on the side of Chu Chen. Not the best, right? At this point, Chu Chen is level 8. But right now, I have to give props to Xiao Zhe. He's holding his own quite well against a double laner, Hua Yan and of course Mulan, who has significant farm at this point, 2,600.
Yeah, and this is what you're gonna expect out of Arlie, right? Because she has that superior mobility with the umbrella, so she is going to run around the map, funnel as much farm as possible. And that's one of the scary things about drafting this Arlie. This is why it's such a priority pick out in the field of KPL right now. And of course, in the global stages as well. So Arlie, very, very mobile, very easy to farm. But that's how you deal with it, is Xiao Zhe, he's been absorbing this aggression very well.
Yeah, it is a big benefit, but at this point, I don't think it's big enough because DRG, they have managed to make this escort service for Moonlan super premium, right? He has had all the farm in the world, 3,300 at this point. And once again, putting pressure. Edward Gaming, they're just trying to look for an opening available, maybe steal some camps, steal some buffs. Every steal is so important in this game, but Mulan, he tries to start the fight here, going in with the lift step as well. Ultimate committed by Tom, will not be enough. The pushback happens, this could be first blood. The smite does come down, but Chu Chen does not have enough life. It is going to be first blood. Hua Yan secures it for the team. DRG in the lead.
Good target prioritization coming in from Dragon Ranger at that point. Chano was nowhere in Sky, right? Skyly was all the way on the bottom lane. They were one member down. And even with the Eye of the Whirlpool, they identified that he was not coming. They saw him on the bottom side of the map. So definitely committing to that team fight. Very good key decision making by Dragon Ranger right there.
Yep, and with that win on that first engagement in this match itself, you know, Crimson buff is also in the hands of Mulan. They can definitely push for more. So, you know, EDG recognizes this. They're gonna not give any more freebies. That T1 will be given for free on the top lane, which is also why Edward Gaming, they commit straight. Skyly takes a T1 in response.
Yeah, that resource allocation coming out from Dragon Ranger is on peak at this point. The way that they were able to funnel that Crimson buff onto the Arlie, it just provides them so much pressure because now they're able to take tier 1s and threaten tier 2s as well. And now they are in the opponent's jungle, denying away the Azure Golem. These buffs are very properly used by the side of KPL teams.
Yeah, but DRG, they gave away the T2 as well. They caught a T2 for themselves on the top side of the map, but if they had defended that T2 on the bottom, DRG would be in a much better position at this point. 4.5k for the side of Mulan is great, but look, because of the turret take, Skyly now 4.2.
Yeah, he's very close behind as well, right? When that team fight was happening, when that first blood was happening, Chano made sure that he would get that macro advantage. He was on that bottom lane the whole time, whittling down the tier 1 turret. And now with that, Cao Cao, he's somewhere near the cusp of equaling the farm of the Guan Yu as well. So farm begets farm, and Edward Gaming is showing that macro gaming is as important as taking these team fights as well.
Okay, so they're providing a lot of space, right? 1-1 now actually has a very significant lead. 5,500, 1,000 ahead of his counterpart Chu Chen on the other side. He's going to be able to tank up a lot. He does have the Eye of the Phoenix, which means he's going to be able to sustain a little bit more. But this rotation, Edward Gaming, if they catch their hands onto Mulan, it could be very dangerous. It is them who is getting caught. It is going to be a stun coming in. No overcommitment just yet by the side of DRG. They know what's at risk. There's no point to overcommit.
Yeah, and that would have been a bad overcommittal, but that provided the fact that Cao Cao was down in the bottom lane. But still, you don't want to fight too deep in the enemy jungle. They have a lot of counter engagement tools available. But Xiao Zhe, he's falling really low, has to use the flash away for now. And that's a very key common spell used already for the side of Edward Gaming.
Yeah, this is 120 seconds down with no flash whatsoever for Xiaozhe. He's not gonna have too much value in the fights if he's out of position. Now DRG, this is a perfect position. If they can take the T2 at the bottom, this is going to be beneficial for the entirety of DRG.
Yeah, that Tyrant will be for they're taking this well, as it will be spawning in 1 second, and now they're looking for a brawl. Zenren, he is unable to find a cat so far, but he's just providing a lot of value just by being alive, right? Having that secondary life, it just is so much to deal with, and now with this Tyrant out, they just instantly get it for free. But very good trade from side of Xiaozhe. He went for the top lane instantly, knowing that they're going for this Tyrant. It's a great trade from both teams so far.
Yeah, at this point, Edward Gaming, I think they have to be really careful about the way they take the fights. Skyly does not have his ultimate yet. The reset does come in, they will clear off this mid lane pretty quickly. And DRG, they will have the reset of situation. And the goal lead at this point, 5,000 EDGM. They will find this situation so difficult. They might have caught out onto Skyly as well. The chase does happen. They know that he's out of range. They will not overcommit.
Yeah, Skyly, he had to burn one of his common spells for that, and that would mean a great timing for Dragon Ranger once again. The key to them has been rinse and repeat, right? Burn out these battle spells, burn out your flashes, and make sure that you are taking an advantage with your flashes up as well.
Yeah, Sibao at this point is getting a little bit hard to kill. He does have the Howling Wind as well, so this initial aggression coming out from DRG is definitely going to be really painful. Edward Gaming, they still need quite a bit of time. Look, 6.3 thousand. He's 1,000 behind in the position of Skyly. Right, this channel, he needs to be equal with Mulan, but it's so difficult because there's no space.
Yep, one item up is from the side of the Arlie.
Yeah, there is no chance. They do get a catch, but it is actually going to be 1-1, trying to push them back. He forces the rest of the lineup away. The Sea of Fate does land for the side of Edward Gaming. So once again, it is really about buying space. Edward Gaming, they want to try and put as much pressure and damage on that T2 on the top. The response here for the side of DRG, they will make a beeline for this Shadow Overlord 10 minutes in. This is a perfect fighting form on the backlines. It is going to be Hwayan. He's trying to push out Xiaozhe as well. But in the middle, it is going to be Sibao, making sure that no one else is able to provide his support as well. 1-1 season opening. They do get their hands onto Hwayan. They do get the kill here. It is going to be Mulan. That's a perfect positioning coming in from this Arlie. Mulan still very healthy. Did have to burn out the frenzy at this point. So right now, it's a variety of options available for the side of DRG, and still they're taking wins all over the place.
Oh, but look at this, the trade! Yeah, the trade coming in from Skyly. While that was going on, Dian was taking a 1v1 against Skyly, and the damage just pulled through. And that was a great trade coming in from Edward Gaming, right? This is exactly where they want to be. I mean, Chu Chen at this point, his goal is to soak damage from Dragon Ranger, and if they can get a trade for Edward Gaming, that's all they are living for at this point.
Has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, okay, look, it's not the biggest of things, but if you take a look at the fight, the way that they were positioning, Sibao, like I said, a very important marker in the team fights. He was trying to handle the rest of the backline on the side of EDGM, essentially cutting Skyly out from the fight, right? This allows room for Mulan to not only join the fights, but also go on to secure that Overlord for the team as well. And bear in mind, this is a Shadow Overlord. So I'm not sure why Dian was a little bit overzealous with his positioning there to try and go up against. It was a multi-man fight. He was not going one-on-one against Skyly.
Yeah, definitely. I just felt that you were just way out of position there, Dian, right? And it just felt like, oh yeah, maybe I can get a kill onto Skyly, but his farm and his positioning was actually kind of good. So Edward Gaming, they do take the advantage for themselves. And now, with the Tyrant out, they do have the Primal Bond, so I'm not too sure if Dragon Ranger wants to take this.
They don't need to. They want to drag the fight. They see the opening. Sibao comes in with the catch as well. And here comes the Razor Cavalry coming in. Hwayan. They don't have the damage just yet. It is going to be enough at this point. Finally, they get their hands on the Skyly. Skyly gets taken down. There is not much damage offered on the side of EDGM, but they could potentially turn this around. And DRG said, no, we're not going to give you any losses, any wins at this point. And DRG, they make it out safely, but they still want more. They will have to sacrifice that Crimson buff, give it away back into the hands of EDGM. But once again, reset, they will be able to go for the Tyrant because T3 on the top being pressured by the side of DRG.
Yeah, the lack of control very apparent for the side of Edward Gaming here. As we can see, Huayan, he's having the top damage in this point at the game. And definitely he's able to run in at the front and deal damage to Skyly at that point. This is not something that you want to see out of the enemy Guan Yu, right? You want to be able to control him. And Edward Gaming, it feels that they have a lack of CC right now.
Yeah, but I think you can tell, right? Mulan is trying his best to be patient as well, right? In that early parts of the fight, he actually was in position to try and really just get free damage onto Xiao Zhe. He chose not to. He chose to flank behind the lineup of DRG, which I think could actually cost them a bit because that was a potential team wipe coming in from DRG. But nonetheless, opportunity is still open.
Yeah, and now Xiao Zhe, he's been doing such a great job of grabbing lane priority at all times, right? And sooner or later, we're going to have to see him convert that because he does have the mobility to actually try and force out these kind of things. And now with the Eye of Whirlpool already summoning him back.
Oh, he overcommits. This could be big 1-1. Forced to use the Invincible Warrior defensively, will back out. At this point, they can't afford to change anymore. Edward Gaming, they need to cut their losses because it is going to be a big amount of damage. Skyly needs to be careful.
Yeah, Skyly needs to be very wary of his positioning here. He is up against Bien's Cat Boom, right? That's a lot of magic damage coming through. But Edward Gaming, to keep in mind, they still have a lot of lane priority given with this Eye of the Whirlpool plays, right? They can essentially send members across the map and make sure that Eye of the Whirlpool is available, and then they can take the team fights as well. So Edward Gaming, they still have a lot of plays left in their playbook. So Dragon Ranger, they still have to worry about this.
Yeah, look, Edward Gaming, if they can somehow get their hands onto Mulan, I think it will be a big benefit for them. Because at this point, it's so difficult. The strength of DRG is the fact that they are able to create these pincers out of nowhere because of Shibao, because of Huayan. Because they are able to catch you with the Razor Cavalry. Shibao does have the latch on to get the stuns with you as well. And those 1 second of stun is more than enough time for Mulan to jump in, get the damage in, and get out still safely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that kind of mobility is just unmatched on Arlie at this point. Chano, he kind of matches it a little bit, but the farm is a bit too far gone on Dragon Ranger. They do have the Shadow Vanguards, they do have the Vanguards ready pushing in, and now can they convert here?
Yeah, they're trying to go for the catch. They will push it away. T3 in the middle being threatened. There is still a dragon available. Flash committed by Shibao as well. There is an opening, but they will not be capitalized by the side of Edward Gaming. So far, they mount the defense. It is successful in this first wave, but they do lose the T3 at the bottom.
Yeah, one T3 is the loss that they have taken for now, but Dragon Ranger's positioning is still out for blood here, right? They are trying to get as much advantage as they want, and they're taking away the enemy resources, right? Tyrant will be spawning up in 18 seconds, and Sunrun is already going to be back and at full capacity.
Yeah, but there is no flash coming in from Shibao, so this could be a dangerous one. They could turn it around. The save does come in, but it's caught in the middle of 5. Chu-Chen made a big mistake here. DRG, this is the biggest moment for them to take a fight. Mulan falling low as well on the backlines. He's trying to run away. At the same time, Skyly does secure the kill, and Dian gets taken down. Chu-Chen, he gave his life, and it seems to be working out because there is enough damage. Mulan, he is circling around the corner. There is no Sage's Sanctuary. He needs a lifesteal. Comes in, but gets caught out. 4 members, it's gonna be down for Skyly, and this is the moment DRG have been waiting for. Juanxi needs to run away along with Tom. The 2 support role members on EDG, how do they hold? There is a wave at the bottom as well. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very farmed Juanxi. I mean, with the leaping Koi Tides, might be able to hold 2 seconds. Chu-Chen is out.
Yeah, but the Razor Cavalry committed as well. Somehow they have managed to hold. Can they get the catch? There is a latch on, and there is not enough damage coming in from the side of DRG. They have to back off. But oh my goodness, Edward Gaming, this is a wound that is gonna be continually bleeding.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely one of these key factor team fights. I mean, Chu Chen overextending right there and instantly gets caught. Nearly gets saved by Skyly, who goes for a separate team fight of his own in the back line. If you take a look at Skyly's position, he's 1v1ing DN once again. Managed to take out that magic damage, right? And with that, he wants to commit here. But Huayan is proving the threat of death here. Like, his positioning is so good on this Tao Tao.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate for Skyly because I think he actually had a prime position there. I mean, Chu Chen dove to his death. Not really the biggest of mistakes because he wanted to create space for Skyly to be uncontested and to be able to snipe down DN, right? He did manage to do it, but there's not enough damage coming in from the side of Edward Gaming to support that cause so far. And right now, DRG on the cusp of taking this series to a tie at the same time, right? Huayan, he's looking for an opening.
Yeah, he is looking for an opening, but already that opening is gonna be just a turret, right? Dragon Ranger, they are just trying to secure as much objective gaming for themselves as possible. Now, Edward Gaming, they have 3 lanes of creeps that they have to worry about.
Yep, they're jumping in. It's going to be 1-1. He's trying to set the stage for the fight as well. The heals are coming. He's sustaining. He's taking the damage on the turrets, but it is going to be Chu Chen taken down. Xiaozhe, second life available, but there's not enough defense coming in. Somehow, Edward Gaming, they seem to be holding on, and they're pushing them back. DRG, they try and they try again, but they just can't do it.
Yeah, Edward Gaming, their defenses have been very strong, and Zhuan Si, I mean, his damage is kind of amping up at this point. He's proving to be a thorn into the side of Dragon Ranger, and they were all very low, right? Sadly for Edward Gaming, they couldn't finish them off, but if they take another team fight like that, they might potentially lose this series here.
Yep, there is a potential opening on the bottom side of the map for Edward Gaming if they choose to. But this is a situation that is pretty hard to realize at this point, right? Because there is quite a bit of damage coming in. Look, Tom, I think, is one of the saving graces for the side of Edward Gaming. So far, he's been really prominent at getting the vision for the side of Edward Gaming, and they're making conscious and very clean decisions about how to handle DRG.
Yeah, definitely. And this is going to be really very, very dominant onto Tom, right? Because his ability to burst down squishies is going to be very key to taking down Mulan, taking down DN as well, whether or not the followed up damage is there, combined with Skyly. But what I really like right now is how Xiaozhe is just trying to play the map as much as possible. They know that they have a Da Qiao, right? They have the Da Qiao, so they are going to just play cross map and get the lane priority as much as possible.
Yep, it is going to be an opening. They are going to try and search for a gap in the defenses on the side of Edward Gaming. Now look, DRG, they don't have to commit anything at all at this point, right? It really is about trying to drag the game. You can see Tom trying his best to give vision for the team once again. They need to find either Huayan or maybe even Mulan in this particular position. Huayan gets caught out. Razor Cavalry going to be committed at this point. No Razor Cavalry commitment just yet. It looks like DRG, they want to look for the opening on to Tom as well as Skyly.
Yeah, and now Skyly, he's trying to get in the position here.
Yep, they get the ultimate down. Tom spinning for his life. They're trying to delay this because right now, DRG, all they have to do is to play safe. There isn't a lot of information on the position on the side of Edward Gaming members, but DRG, they have the map working in their favor. Right now, Xiaozhe is trying his best to clear the lanes as fast as possible. And at this point, DRG, they're just holding on. They don't have to rush this. Patience is key.
Yeah, patience is key for them, but Edward Gaming, they fend off that Tempest Dragon attempt for now. And this is going to be one of the key factors, right? Whether Edward Gaming, they can get the lane priority in time. And Xiaozhe has been doing such a great job on the bottom lane, but that top lane is yet to be tended with. Because the middle lane is so close to the Tempest Dragon, it's going to be dealt with at all times. But Dragon Ranger, they are doing such a good job as well with counter responding Xiaozhe's lane priority.
Yeah, this game is so important for DRG. They need to secure this win, not only the title series, but put a dent in the morale on the side of EDGM, right? So at this point, 15,000, there is no Sage's Sanctuary for both Clash laners, both farm laners in fact. Right now, right, 1-1 actually is doing a very important job of making sure that the illusions are taken away from the side of Tom. And they have not found the opening yet. ERG, they're gonna slow siege this Tempest Dragon.
And if you take a look at Xiaoze's positioning, he's actually attempting that tier 3 turret.
Yeah, both Clash Leaders have shown their cards. They will be going in for the fight. Edward Gaming, they will have to commit at this point. The stuns are coming in. Can they get the chase onto 1-1? He does not have a Sage's Sanctuary, no extra life. But once again, the waves might work against them. It is going to be in commitment on the side of the Clash lanes. They will try for the fight. Ian actually goes in for the support, but that means there is no save coming in for the side of DRG in this big fight in the middle lane as well. They do get the damage down onto Xiaoze. He's falling low. At the same time, Two-Turn, he's still pretty healthy. The base is under threat, under siege. DRG, they're holding them there. They cannot go back. EDGM, are they really going to lose like this? They try, but it is going to be a setback, and Xiaoze, now the hero for the side of EDGM, gives them another lifeline. But DRG, that was a good attempt.
Yeah, that was a good attempt. Indeed, they do manage to take out Skyly in the midst of it, but it was looking dire for them, right? Xiaoze, he did such a great job of providing that peel, providing that attention away from Dragon Ranger, right? They were forced down the bottom lane, and look at that. He managed to get that bottom lane turret. So now, that lane pressure is not something you need to be worried about. But now, Skyly out for the count for the next 5 seconds, right? Dragon Ranger, they can potentially burst this down, but Edward Gaming, can they hold on here?
Oh, they're working hard. Can they go for it? It is not going to be still stolen. It is going to be in the hands. Taken by Moonlan as well. They go in. The Tempest buff is so strong. The backlines is a 4v1. They do get the kill. Juanxi gets the kill onto Huayan. There is no Clash laner for the side of DRG. DRG, they trade off. Xiaoze is dead as well. Two-Turn, does he have an extra life? I don't think so. At this point, he has to try and back off. We'll get the Sage's Sanctuary at this point, so extra life, first life gone. At the same time, Skyly is down, there is no more damage. DRG, they just get the team wipe, and right now it is victory. The series is going to be tied. They escort the waves down, the minions, as DRG claim the victory in game number 4.
DRG's secondary life on that Tundra, proving to be too much to deal with. As EDGM, they had to go through bodies and bodies, and definitely they were playing so well with the positioning from Skyly and everything, but of course they could not overcome the power of that second life.
Yep, it's so difficult to fight against DRG's lineup because they are very chaotic in their positioning, right? Sibao with the ability to reposition himself with the latch. It's so difficult, but let's hear what the discussions are for both teams.
一个太一个太，我操！
没事，还行，下把该我们去给他，该我们去给他手。对对，手感都打热。没事，这把差点拼。
我操，我接他了，你再接他是吧？
这把阵容拼了，其实下把
就回去了是吧？
哎，没回去。
我接他了，然后没死。
第一把成功，我一把成功，咱们互相抢。
Yep, so big moments coming in from both teams here, and I think it's now neck and neck, right? 2-2. I think this is deserving for both teams. They have performed really well. The drafts have been pretty clean, and the execution, I think, benefit to DRG. I think they have improved a lot since the first game in the series. They have been consistently giving away camps to EDGM, and finally, in this particular game of our best of 7, I think they have stamped their territory with good defenses, and that was a convincing win coming in from DRG.
Yeah, they did really well. I really like the placements of that Huayan, right? Where he was on the map at all times, always cutting out the movements of Skyly, right? Making sure that he is on the Skyly duty, right? Making sure that, of course, as the Guan Yu, you have to be that main source of damage. Eventually, they did take him down, but it did not matter too much because 1-1 was that other card that they've been holding backwards, right? So they always had that contingency plan of having that invincible warrior or having Guan Yu as well. But let's just take a look at the post-game stats here. And if you take a look at the farm of Moonlan.
Yeah, it's great, right? I think Moonlan not only was his farm great, I think the positioning by Moonlan in this game was spectacular. There were very few moments where Edward Gaming was actually able to lay hands onto Moonlan, and this is benefit because of three different, in fact the rest of the team, right? So Dian, Wanwan, Huayan, and Sibao. Sibao did really well because not only did he offer a lot of crowd control time, I think that was a very big marker in the reason why DRG found success in this particular game. But the damage offered, take a look at that. Dian in this mid lane, Mengxi, is one of the reasons why fights went so well. Not only did they have the control coming from Sibao, coming in from Huayan, they also had the burst damage and damage over time actually because of the number of bombs that he was throwing. Dian did so much work for the team, created so much space, and all Moonlan had to do was to be safe. That's it.
Yeah, definitely. And if you take a look at the damage, right? Just now we were talking about damage and the gold lane, of course. I mean, the gold graph, DRG really favored the entire way. But something that I want to highlight about, right, was the Da Qiao's damage. He dealt the highest damage in the game as a Da Qiao, and that was one of the main defense factors, one of the shining brilliances left from Edward Gaming. That's why Dragon Ranger, they were having such a hard time pushing, just because of those leaping koi tides from this guy, Juan C over here.
Yeah, quite a bit of assist coming in. Obviously, as a roam, you don't get many kills, but definitely providing a lot of room, right? Did give Edward Gaming that kind of comeback factor, but the thing is, end of the day, you can provide as many disruptions as possible, but if you can't kill the important members on the side of DRG, then it's all going to waste, because end of the day, they had so many saves. Look, Arlie as a hero by herself, her kit is so slippery, so hard to catch eyes on the Moonlan already. You still have the ultimate coming out from this Tai Zhenren, giving you the extra life. And once again, this Arlie, MVP, Moonlan, definitely deserving because he was like a shadow.
Yeah, he played his positioning, he played his cards very well in terms of the early game funneling farm towards him at all times. And when the farm was set, he set his sights onto Edward Gaming, and they were unable to even touch him. 3-0-9 on that early.
Yeah, very dominating fashion in terms of performance by Moonlan on this game itself. Every single moment, I think you can take a look at the plays of Huayan and Sibao. I think the two of them really were the big game changers for the side of DRG, right? And because of their performance, Moonlan was always free to just zip in, lay the damage, get out, get the split push as well. And at this important marker, right, there was really no contest because right before this moment, there was a big push by Huayan to get them away from even having a chance of stealing that Tempest Dragon away. And if you take a look at that, Dian coming in with the ultimate, so many detonations going in, and while nobody was actually near to be able to get the kill onto Moonlan as well.
Yeah, and I really like the positioning coming out from Dian as well, right? Making sure to keep his sights onto Juan C, and he knew that Juan C was one of the main factors of that damage and coming through. Moonlan, at the same time, he just kept that spacing so well with the team, right? Making sure that he is never caught, despite the fact that, yeah, any other normal early player would have been tempted to help Huayan in that position, but he managed to keep the spacing just tight to deal the damage and just to get out at the same time.
Yeah, so DRG, incredible recovery into the series. Right now we're 2-2. I think they are very satisfied with their performance. I'm satisfied with their performance as well. But then it begs the question, right now, how does the mental state of Edward Gaming, what is it like? Because they were consistently leading the series, and DRG just keeps coming back.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like a back and forth, right? I know we said we might not see it today, but I'm starting to see an ultimate battle angle here, kid. Are you seeing it too?
Yep. Yeah, definitely. I think there is a high potential for it, but end of the day, we also must take a look at the drafts offered by the teams. I think Edward Gaming, maybe fatigue is starting to set in, or maybe there wasn't enough communication between the team members. I think their draft was a little bit difficult to pull off in this particular state because they allowed Moonlan to hit, that farm that he was looking for the entire game, and they never found a solution to deal with Huayan as well as Sibao. The moment you can't deal with the control timings. There's too much CC, then all of a sudden it's really like a 5v6, and with the addition of the Sage's Sanctuaries, then it becomes like a 5v10, that kind of situation. So DRG, this draft was very much suited for them to come back into the series.
Yeah, I feel that for drafting wise, this is not even execution wise. Drafting wise, I felt that Edward Gaming, they are very reactive in trying to cancel out the picks and trying to cancel out what Dragon Ranger Gaming were going to do, right? That's why they were forced into this mid lane Da Qiao in the first place, because they did not want Da Qiao Artley combo to come out from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. So they kind of forced themselves into a corner, and now I think it's time to re-explore what they want to do instead of trying to stop what the opponents are going for. Instead of trying to be reactive, try and be the first person in going for this banning and drafting patterns.
Yeah, I think as the series moves on, we will definitely see heroes like the Ogryn come into play. I think this is the time where, look, we're past that halfway mark already, right? It's time to take out your tank jungles, it's time to take out even more assassins. Maybe we'll see the Jing, maybe we'll see even more pace. I don't think DRG has played, one of the teams has played Pei already, right? So we'll see if that's a potential pick. But more importantly, the one that both of us are really excited for, and we hope to be able to show you today, is the Lupan, right? Lupan and Lupan number 7. That's the combination that we all want to see, because it's a very flashy, and it's a very nail-biting experience, because you want to play that hero combination to the edge.
Yeah, that it's an iconic combo, right? Where Lupan number 7 is able to deal damage. He put himself in such crazy positions, and then there is the Lupan to just bail him out. But of course, I'm also looking forward to see certain heroes that have not been picked yet, which is also Charlotte on Hua Yan, which is something that I'm really looking forward to see, right? Because we know that it's one of his signature heroes, and he has yet to pick it up for himself today.
Yep, for sure. Now, all the fans here very interested to change their scorelines. 4-2 EDGM. We have some EDGM fans in the house, and of course we have our DRG fans as well, who will be thinking the exact opposite.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there has been a lot of room to pick a lot of different heroes here, right? But we have I feel like we've rotated the clash lanes quite a bit, right? But now that Diadea, Luban Dashi, I mean, they have not been out. And something that I haven't seen all day is the Sakir, right? Sakir, I mean, the ability to create a bush is just really very strong out of nowhere, right? You can play the vision so well, and I feel that it is one of the priority picks for that reason as well.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, like, we talk about this being a marathon, right? If you were the coach, would you be looking to save strategies here, or do you just want to go full blast and like, let's pick our strongest drafts, we try to win a 2 games in a row series?
I mean, definitely if you do have it in your pockets, right? You pick your best 2 drafts right here, right now, and you try to win the game, win the series. Because what's the alternative? Giving your opponents the opportunity to put so much pressure on you? Because if you don't do it now, it's going to be match point for your opponents. Potentially.
Yeah. It is. It's a scary notion to think about, right? But I mean, end of the day, this is the tier 1 league in KPL, right? We will see these teams perform under pressure. We have seen them perform under pressure as well. So KPL teams, they are different beasts, a different breed of players as well. So right now, I'm just curious to see what kind of style they want to try to go for, because we have seen the super sustained comps, right? We have one super tanky lineup in the front, and then we have the damage dealers who are essentially glass cannons coming in from the back. Will we see the burst composition of the jungle strats? That's the big thing that I'm looking for.
Yeah, we have not seen any invasive jungle strat so far, right? That's something that I'm really keen to see as well. When you pair something like maybe with an Ogryn, right? Then you pair something even more aggressive and hope for invading the enemy jungle. We have not seen that so far, but now Edward Gaming, with the first ban, they take out the loop.
Okay, so farm laners are going to be of the prior choice here. They're going to take away the pay as well. So this could be a very lesser mobile farm laner coming in for the side of EDGM.
Not again. Oh man, they take out Master Luban, aka Luban Dashi once again. So we're not gonna be able to see Luban in action in game 5 of today. But now we do have another priority pick that we have yet to see today. The Agudo is out and running for Edward Gaming here.
Yep. So curious to see, right? DRG, one of the strong picks against Agudo is actually Alarm as well. I want to see if that's going to be something that DRG will pull out. I don't think they will at this point. I want to look at the focus, right? What do we play for? Do we go for a draft that is very strong in the early game to try and shut down this Agudo before she gets a farm? Or do we want to just focus on the farm lane as well? And this looks like Geya coming in and along with Zhang Fei. So there's decent protection, but sustained damage in the long run for DRG.
Yeah, there's a lot of sustained damage coming through, and I mean, it's a very good response to fight fire with fire, right? When you think about Agudo, you think about sustain as well, right? You provide so much sustain, you provide so much healing, and now Dragon Ranger, they want to match that, right? They want to somewhat curb the level of sustain that Edward Gaming has, together with the shields from Zhang Fei, and of course the mobility from the Geya. But now they add the pressure here. Edward Gaming going for the Sikong and the Liang here.
Yeah, they're expecting there is a potential of a assassin jungle coming in for the side of DRG here. Liang pick, will they pair this up with the Princess Frost combination, right? That's something that Edward Gaming are leaving open for consideration on the side of DRG. So this last pick gonna be really important. Do we draft to go against it? Okay, so they want to match up for the Agudo. They pick up the Lam.
Yeah. It's a good counter against Agudo. I mean, you can jump the backline super easily. When you send your bear forwards, I mean, Lam goes forwards too, you know? So that is a potential play that we can see out of Dragon Ranger. Now, Edward Gaming, do they look to counter that? Because if they try to counter that again, it might be a reactive draft, like I said, or do they continue to keep to their strategies and playbooks here? With the bans here, they've been taking out the Clash Laners, the Byron, the Sansa has been taken out. And meanwhile, for Dragon Ranger, they're taking out the mages.
Yeah, they want to deal with that. They want to deal the insane burst damage, right? That's one of the strengths of Agudo. Even though she goes for the tank build, she's able to melt towers really fast, and she's able to shut down tanks on the side of DRG as well. Now, DRG, I think they have very big concerns over the Liang and Princess Frost combination. It allows teams to snowball really quickly because you get easy setups and easy kills the moment you hit level 4. And look, it is not Lam's best friend. Liang is one of the mortal enemies on the side of DRG.
And DRG going for the Ziya pick. I mean, it's a very interesting pick, right? It has a lot of lane priority, it has a lot of lane clear, but still, the problem is still there, which is Liang, and I feel that Liang has not been answered for, and it's a very strong pressure pick coming out from Edward Gaming. I feel like with these 3 picks alone, they can still go for any kind of flex pick, because Sikong and Agudo, they provide so much early game and late game pressure, and they just go for anything that they want right now.
Okay, so I mean, DRG, there is little things that is available to them on their kit in terms of the composition now to deal with the Liang, right? I mean, you have the Universal Law coming in from this Dian Ziya. You also have the Divine Punishment, Divine Power. These are all knockups that really deal healthy amounts of damage and stops the ultimate from being fully used on the side of this Roam Liang. But at the same time, look, they're not very tanky on the side of Edward Gaming, so this could hurt them quite a bit.
Yeah, this could hurt them quite a bit, but they do have a lot of poke damage for that scalability, right? Dragon Ranger, I feel that they have responded very well with that Meng Tian pick. I really like it, and of course, it provides a lot of spacing, it provides a lot of clearing potential as well.
Yep, and you know what? I'm looking at the comments as well. We have quite a few EDGM fans in the comments. They're looking at the 4-2 for EDGM. But based on this draft, I think DRG, they're actually in a good position, because if they actually get the lockdown on the stuns coming in, Dian is actually going to be one person that is able to set up fights pretty nicely for DRG. And they will actually get bursted down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Edward Gaming, you talked about their squishiness, right? The only exception to the matter is Agudo, and we gotta see how well Agudo scales his early game. His movements in the jungle is very important, whether or not he can potentially force an invasion or force an unforced error coming out from the side of the Lam, because the Lam, let's just face it, it's just going to be on that Agudo 24/7.
Yeah, both teams actually, I think this is a farming competition, right? You definitely just want to keep farming and get the growth. Look, Skyly on this Garo is, to me, is one of the is the extreme pick, right? Garo needs the Daybreaker. She needs that item to be a force to be reckoned with, and until she gets that item, it's going to be quite a tough life, right? So EDGM, they're going to do well to be able to force the steals on the enemy camps as well, right? If they can funnel more gold, the gold advantage is going to be very valuable, GM.
Yeah, definitely goal advantage going to be the key for EDGM here, because definitely, if you take a look at what we said, they don't have the front line, but enough about that as we head on into Game 5 of Edward Gaming Mobile Esports versus Dragon Ranger Gaming here, as both teams are tied up 2-2.
I like this. Xiaozhe is actually going to be supported by Tom here on the top lane. They're going to try and force pressure onto Huaryan in the top side, right? Make that early clear and hopefully steal that first camp on the side of DRG's jungle.
Yeah, and this kind of leaves like that pick of the Garo, right? Really, very curious pick, because it's a very greedy hero, because you need that itemization, and of course you don't have that much of a survivability or mobility, but already a very early invasion, and they're going for this Crimson Golem here, but of course the buff being taken by Huaryan.
Yeah, look, it's great to secure it, but end of the day, it's not going to the hands of 1-1, right? So he's not going to hit level 4 as early. Now, if they steal this, okay, no, they don't actually, Skyly does not secure it for the team. But yeah, DRG, I think they definitely are a little bit better. And I want to highlight 1-1 here. He has picked up this Lam 3 times, 3 wins, he's #1.
Yeah, so far the only man to do it. I mean, on the 1-1, 100% win rate. And really, it goes to show, right, how confident he is on this hero to actually pick it up when the Agudo is picked. And Edward Gaming, I mean, they are going to have to answer for a lot in terms of that frontline department, because I just don't see a way that they can frontline against the damage that's going to be coming out from Dragon Ranger at this point.
Yeah, DRG, in fact, the initiation's a little scary, right? Because Sipa with the Unbridled Outburst, it could be used in both ways. Aggressiveness, it could also be defensive as well.
Oh, we do see Si Hongzhen already popping the ultimate, but Meng Qian, he survives through it. That shields are too much from his soldiers at this point, and already a double kill going for the side of Dragon Ranger as they are up 2-0. Dragon Ranger taking early lead.
Great game. Yeah, great game for the side of DRG. Look, Skyly's not gonna have a fun time here. They do get the knockup.
Yeah, they do get it, and eventually they do get the trade onto Sipao here. Now the key thing is, do they get Mulan here? They do not. And now with Ziya coming in for the trade, Agudo, he's in a bit of trouble, but more in trouble is Skyly as he goes down. That's a trade for a rope for a farm laner, and it's all going Dragon Ranger's way right now. Now Meng Qian in trouble as well, but Xiaozhe eventually finds the pick-off again. It is an all-out brawl fest here as we head on into Game 5 here, ladies and gentlemen.
No, but at this point, DRG, they still have the upper hand here. Look, they have a 1,000 gold lead, but in terms of initiations, in terms of setups, the timing that they have on the side of EDGM is actually not that long, right? DRG, at this point, they will be able to take good fights against the side of EDGM, and as long as they don't kill 1-1, it's not going to be a nice situation against EDGM.
Yeah, and that timing coming in from Ziya on the side of Yin, right? That was just so well done from the side of Dragon Ranger to respond to that dive, and just making that trade not worth it for the side of Edward Gaming. Now Dragon Ranger, they're free to sit on this advantage for quite long, because Edward Gaming, they are heroes that require quite a lot of farm, I would say, once again.
Yeah, they do. It's actually a pretty expensive lineup. At the same time, the map control, the way that they commit their split pushes is going to be really important. I think Edward Gaming for now, they would do well to not try to trade too much in team fights. In fact, if they can get a steal here, that will be tremendous. But I think they don't want to take the risk. They make a beeline towards that Overlord and maybe the top side of the map to see if there's any buff they can steal.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is that the lane priority is not going in their favor at this point, so they want to force down this top turret. Potentially going for a trade is Mulan on the bottom side of the lane, but Meng Tian, he is here. He manages to push someone against the wall, and now with this Tuchen goes down, Agudo, that's the main front line. Dragon Ranger, they are just forcing them into the wall here.
Yep, and one of the biggest win conditions on the side of EDGM is the fact that Chuchen needs to be ahead. He needs to be able to last against Wanwan's damage, but right now Wanwan's already at level 9, a 1 level advantage. While the rest of the team, Skyly level 7, Juanxi level 7, Wanwan's just gonna cut through all of them like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, I mean, 1-1, it's his choice right now, right? Like, he's just picking his targets. He's like, yeah, who do I want to go for here? And now he goes for the Azure Golem, just cutting into the resources of Edward Gaming at this point. Dragon Ranger, I mean, this is their game to lose right now.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? They have a 2,000 goal lead at the 5.5 minute mark. Until they can find some sort of initiation against the backlines, trying to get the kill on the Mulan, it's going to be a very difficult position. At the same time, Mulan is not your only problem. Your main problem here is Wanwan. He's going to be able to jump on the backlines and just go crazy. And look, his kit is optimized against an Agudo.
Yeah, maybe a slight overextension from Xiao Ze here. He gets picked up and gets knocked up. Ultimate's away, but it's able to save himself for now here, right? Quite a close shave there, not able to find him. But of course, Edward Gaming, I was gonna say, that silver lining is Xiao Ze and Skyly, right? They do have a lot of farm potential. They do have a lot of uncapped potential in that later stages of the game, right? They are harder scaling heroes, but definitely they have to get through this mid game first. It's only 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, but the 6 minutes is a really painful time for the side of Edward Gaming's, right? For Edward Gaming, I think they need to bring this game to at least, 10 earliest, but 15 minutes minimally for Sky to even be part of an advantageous fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the power spikes are very late into the game for Edward Gaming. Like, if you're taking a look at Sikongzen, or Sikong, like, as you might call him, we will be only reaching his power spike maybe around 12 minutes tops. And for Garo, it might be even later. Given the farm funneling that she is getting, she's being denied by Dragon Ranger. All the jungle resources have been taken. If you take a look at your rotations here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what EDG needs to do. They need to start split pushing. Nice catch.
Oh, very nice catch coming through, but already counter engage coming through on the side. Lam gets away on 1-1. The rest of the team members are still trying to disengage for Dragon Ranger. They're just trying to cut losses for now. And Edward Gaming, they will not find anything for now except the bottom lane turret.
Yeah, but still, is damage done against DRG? It's a healthy recovery on the side of EDGM, but I think at this point they also need to start managing the waves. If they can, they should definitely try to avoid fights against DRG. Maybe we get some freebies in the form of Mulan or Dian, that would be great. But so far, you can see the positioning of Mulan has been pretty critical, right? He is protected by Shi Bao on his Zhang Fei. At the same time, Dian sets the stuns for them, and Wanwan he has not gone into actual fights yet. And the moment he has access into the backline of Edward Gaming, you can be sure that at this point, before that 15-minute mark, Edward Gaming are going to suffer.
Yeah, and of course, Dragon Ranger, they've been playing very, very aggressive, and Edward Gaming, they are keen to it, right? They've been playing a good style internally, and that's what I like about them. The response is very good right now, but now with the jump onto Agudo, he is falling extremely low, but look at Sikongzen in the backline. He's trying to deal damage as much as possible, but he is stuck here in no man's land, but Lam manages to get away. He's dealing so much damage at this point. Dragon Ranger, the rest of the members are all low, but they do not convert for now. As long as they get this turret, it's fine. This T1 turret is what they wanted all along.
Okay, so this is a great play. Look, if there's any victory, a turnaround potential to come out from the side of EDG, it has to be from Xiaozhe at this point. He already has the Protector, he runs Spark Force Dagger, so early game builds, and keep in mind, he also has the Dreamforge Tempest, so he does have Armor Strike available. So if they can set the stuns, Chu Chen just needs to use his ultimate, the God's Mobilization, throw Furball down, try to catch as many people as possible. There is a small window of opportunity for Xiaozhe to get the burst in, maybe get this into a 4v5 fight.
And now we were saying that, yeah, it might be looking better if Edward Gaming can reach that 10-minute mark, right? And now it's already 9 minutes, right? They're 1 minute away from getting that comfortability, right? Ability to breathe in the game, know that they can actually take these team fights against Dragon Ranger. And if you take a look at the net worth, they're not that far off.
Yeah, they're not that far off at this point. Look, they're keeping pace. It is still a 2,000 gold lead for the side of DRG, but this advantage is going to slowly start to diminish on the side of DRG.
Yeah, on the side of DRG, I mean, with the side of the Geya on Mulan, he does pick up the Eternity Blade and the Shadow Ripper already, so he has that 3 itemizations going with the damage. And definitely Dragon Ranger is the power spike right now, and they are not going for team fights, they're going for objectives here, which is surprising to see. I mean, this Tyrant is very important, but the rest of the positioning from Edward Gaming is so good. As the call, he quotes his ultimate here. Eventually, Tyrant goes down to Lot 1-1, takes him down, but Monkey, he does take down Hua Yan. So DRG are paying for this trade as Edward Gaming, they are enveloping the members of Dragon Ranger right now. Kaboom able to lay down bombs. Agudo forming fields in the back. Dragon Ranger, I don't think that dragon was something that you wanted.
Yeah, big benefits to Xiaozhe there. That was a big play for the team. Juanxi as well, helping to melt down the rest of the team on the side of Dragon Ranger with Chu Chen. And this is one of the benefits of having a Agudo, right? She is able to melt people down really fast. Right now, they will be trying to go for the contest onto this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, and they actually get it as well. What a well-done trade from the timing of EDGM. And DRG, I mean, taking a look at this fight, I didn't like their positioning going for this Tyrant. They shouldn't have forced it. Silicon had an easy entryway into this team fight here. And with that, he's threatening the bottom side while other team members are able to get on the top side. With the force of Xiaozhe alone on this bottom side, they were forced into the positioning, into the grasp of the rest of EDGM.
Yeah, bear in mind that end of the day, 1-1 actually did get the steal here. It's gonna be a 5-man commitment as Xiaozhe takes a fall here. And this is a big moment because they did get that Shadow Overlord on the side of Edward Gaming. And with this, they will be able to relieve the pressure given by DRG. And if we take a look at what's happening on the item build on Skadi, he is super close towards that Daybreaker. The damage is coming in.
Yeah, damage is coming through. I mean, Garo is going to be a very scary force to be reckoned with, right? Having that power spike, she has that superior range as well. The thing that I'm worried about is she does not have that mobility versus 1-1 on the lawn. But 1-1, so far, he has not been able to find out the positioning of Garo so far.
Yep, they're looking for pokes here. It is going to be Juanxi trying his best.
Yeah, that poke coming through from the side of Dragon Ranger, and they eventually find the finish onto Tom at this point, and Skyly will go down in kind as well. The rest of the members trying to answer back. Agudo, he does find a trade onto Dien at this point, but 3 members of Edward Gaming already down. Dragon Ranger, they are 4 members up. 2-man advantage. They want the turrets, and they want them now. They still have the creeps to do so. Whether or not they get the tier 3 here, that's going to be on them as Mulan, he does have the damage at this point already. Trying to put an end to things, trying to get an advantage, put themselves at that point here. But Monkxi proving himself to be a menace as he takes out the backline. But Monkxi gets taken out, Kaboom, out of the game. But Dragon Ranger, they are unable to finish.
That's a big moment. I think Juanxi definitely needed to give his life at that point. That was an important marker. Edward Gaming, they survived at the cost of a couple of lives, but they survived, right? And that's a good marker because right now, DRG has been successful in opening up the backlines on the side of EDGM. It is really just to the benefit of 1-1. He was looking for the backlines. Look at the flag coming in. It was that catch on to Skyly that really made the world's difference. And this is why it's so scary. Even though you have a Liang on your team, the moment you have stuns coming in, Dian did so well in conjunction with Sibao to get the stuns in and stop the suppression coming in from Tom. And that was one of the main reasons why DRG won that fight so hard.
Yeah, and that's what I was worried about, right? The Garo. The point I was talking about was Garo does not have the mobility, and the moment I talk about it, he just died because of his lack of mobility, and that's just. I think I just cursed him right there, but it's okay, man. It's the curse of the hero itself. Garo itself, you have a very long range, but you're unable to survive when these kind of jumps come through. And Dragon Ranger, they do have the middle turret down already, so they're trying for an advantage here.
Yeah, the lack of control is actually showing quite hard on the lineup of the side of Edward Gaming. So they do have decent damage, but the thing is, there's no one that's able to control them long enough for them to be able to deal consistent damage. Meanwhile, Dragon Ranger, they have so many big elements like the Unbridled Outburst coming out from Shibao. They also have Dian with the Divine Power, Divine Punishment to get the knockups. So there's a lot of time bought for the side of DRG in fights where they're able to just squeeze in free damage against the likes of Edward Gaming. And look, EDGM, they're relying so much on Xiaozhe. He is under so much pressure here.
Yeah, he does not have the mobility to join his team in time. They have control and already recalled as well. The fields have been set.
Oh, he's coming in!
And coming in with the ultimate, able to find a pick onto Dian. That's a huge pick, but gives up his own life. That 1-for-1 trade, Dragon Ranger are just gonna book it and go for the Shadow Overlord.
Okay, so they will survive once again. So EDG, they are holding on, but with every exchange, you start to see what Dragon Ranger are looking for, right? If we are able to catch out Skyly, all of a sudden there is a massive drop in the amount of damage that EDGM is able to offer to the side of DRG. At the same time, look, Xiaozhe to me is one of the main win conditions on EDGM's lineup. If he dies, I think this game is pretty much over, and DRG will run rampant in the base.
Yeah, DRG, I mean, the only key factor, the only silver lining that we talked about in the start of the game is Xiaozhe. And Xiaozhe, he's been keeping them in the game for as long as possible. Just get your damage, guys. Skyly, get your damage. Zhuangzi, get your damage. And eventually, hopefully, it will pay.
Yep, there's not enough catch. Nobody's able to handle Moonlan at this point. Moonlan also in the last fight, so far he has been dealing consistent damage, 56,000, one of the highest damage offered in this game so far by anyone.
Yeah, I mean, still, that's a very mobile character with a lot of farm, so it's gonna be dealing a lot of consistent damage. Now with the Shadow Vanguard already converging on the middle lane, Lam going in for a potential play, gets caught out in the back. The first life is already gone, but the crystal is under threat. Dragon Ranger, they just have to focus fire this, but they don't have enough creeps in the base. And we're gaming, they're doing it, they're holding the base, they're holding the base. Not enough as Dragon Ranger, they take game 5 of this series here.
Ooh, that one was so close. That one was a nail-biter. DRG, they edge it out here in that last few moments of the game, left with this singular player to try and win this series, take the lead in this series. And EDGM, I think they did really well to hold on, but there was just not enough time and not enough control in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of damage was really apparent, but I want to know what these players think in the discussion.
他不手上都顺手吗？我想的是他妈杀人啊，兄弟，那中
别杀那个人
杀人也行，
为人不合杀入是不正确。
我意思就是他中路人都被我们赶到水晶里面，妈的那师傅那不是脱节了
吗？还停不掉那个。
对啊，我想的是
不是那个时候我还是太想赢了。那个时候很忌讳节奏出问题，你知道吗？我一直在数他兄弟。
人齐5个人打5个，咱就会赢，知道吗？咱要避免这种他妈多打少的团战。他老是有这种多打少的机会，这种机会不给他抓就没事儿，好吧？
Right, so a tale of two very different mindsets. On the side of JDG, they were looking for not to take the team fights, right? They were saying you should have just gone for the crystal. That was a very high potential of things going wrong, and we all saw it. There was a potential that things could have gone very awry for the side of JDG. But now let's talk about the other end, EDGM. The advice given by the coach was they were taking too many 4v5 fights. So unmatched manpower, that was the main issue that they were facing. His point to the team was, look, the draft that I have given you, if we were to fight a 5-on-5, we would naturally win. And they were losing because they were taking fights that were not advantageous to them in terms of not just numbers, but in terms of fighting power as well.
Hey, if that's what the coach says, I have to agree, right? I mean, now that I look at it, Edward Gaming, I mean, they did have a very good draft to fight 5-on-5, but at the same time, DRG, with the last few team fights, I felt that, yeah, they could just go with the threat of that 5v5 as well, because the Lam was providing so much threat. He did not need to go in with that enforced error. And what happened right there? DRG, they lost 3 members right there, right? They lost 3 members right there. It could have ended very badly, but luckily for them, the gamble paid off. So now they are at match point. But now let's just take a look at the players' post-game stats here. And if you take a look at the farm coming out from Dragon Ranger, especially on the side of Goya, compare it to the Garo, I mean, Garo was not there yet.
Yeah, look, I think the itemization difference at this point, it plays a significant matter, but it's also about the way that DRG was playing, right? I think 1-1 did a very good job in this game, not in terms of attacking, but to be able to soak different skills coming in from the side of EDGM. So one of the big markers you will see is that Tom, Xiaoying on this Liang, look, his main aim was to be able to catch out the main damage dealer or the main initiator in the team, which was 1-1. But at this point, because DRG had a significant lead, they were able to outplay the entirety of EDGM, right? They were willing to give up 1-1's life in order for them to get the objectives in the game. And I think that was a brilliant idea.
Yeah, and looking at the goal graph right here, DRG had full control of the game, as it should be, right? We saw moments of life from this man here, Xiaoze, on the Sikong. He was dealing so much. He was a threat to DRG at that point. But of course, Edward Gaming, they still could not follow up on the effect that Sikong had.
Yeah, so I think at this point, Xiaoze, he did the correct thing. And following what the coach was saying, I agree with that concept as well, because look, Xiaoze was able to jump in, and if they had bought him enough time in the team fights, he definitely would have just destroyed the entirety of the lineup on the side of DRG. But unfortunately, there were so many situations where DRG was given a fight where they were fighting 5v1, 4v3, 5v3, too much manpower advantage on the side of Dragon Rangers Gaming, and in which EDGM just failed to back their members up, right? And this difference maker was one that really hurt them. Now let's talk about the MVP of this game, DRG. It is going to be Huayan. He did so well on this Munkian as well. He was actually tanking up so much damage. Look, he took up 25% of the team's damage, enabling the rest of the members to leave the battle unscathed, but also just kill off the remaining members on the side of EDGM.
And he was the one that formed the first advantage for DRG as well, right? The ability, the survivability. I really like this Muntian pick into what EDGM were trying to do, right? I really understand their gameplay. Yeah, they were going for this far range gameplay with the burst of Agudo. But Muntian, he was able to hold the line extremely well. And that 1v1 against the Sikong, he just baited him out so hard.
Yeah, so good game. Well played to the side of DRG. They are on the cusp of victory at this point, and this is his highlights. He was able to consistently buy time for the team, even though, you know, there were a couple of moments where he had to potentially give his life. The sustain coming in for his lineup and the backup of DRG was what led them to the initial form of success in the early game, and they never looked back after that.
Yeah, and look at that, pushing Agudo into this wall. They really managed to get this trade not in EDGM's favor, right? Goya was taking the bottom lane turret, but no, you don't get our top lane turret because I'm here. I am here. I, Huayan, will stop you alone. Of course, with my other soldiers.
He was responsible for tanking up a lot of the damage, right? It was because of the ability to tank that really provided so much space for Moonlan to just get work done. And that was a very important marker. And I need to give a shout out to 1-1 here as well, because like I said, he was fully committing to be able to be so-called the bait on the side of DRG, allowing them to turn the fights around. Providing space for Moonlan, that's the main option, main difference maker, and at the same time, this last gasp effort, it was him that got the last hit. Hua Yuan won the game for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, it could have ended so badly for DRG, right? 3 members were down, and I was going like, oh, Edward Gaming, they're actually doing it. Oh my god, this could happen. But Hua Yuan, he willed it not to happen on that Meng Tian alone. And that was an amazing game 5. They actually deserve this match point going up against Edward Gaming right now. And now there's a lot of pressure here, right? If you were in the shoes of Edward Gaming, right, you are at a potential map point and you already use maybe potentially one of your better drafts. So now your cards are shown. Now all that's left to do is just throw everything against the wall and see what sticks against Dragon Ranger.
I think the proficiency of the players on the side of KPL are definitely very deep, right? So I'm not really concerned about drafting wise. I think both teams will still be able to pull out some very significant drafts. My concern here is about the mindset and mentality of the Edward Gaming players, right? Because then when you're faced with difficult situations, especially one as difficult as this, because this is one loss away from losing the entire series, right? Then you kind of remind yourself like, hey, we got 4-0'd by AG. And then you start to think about, yeah, what if this situation repeats itself? And you know, you start spiraling. So I think the team on the side of EDGM needs to make a very conscious effort now to not think about the negatives, but think about, hey, let's go for the bigger picture. Things they have done in game number 1, game number 3, where it was a convincing win. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They came in with a game plan, they executed it to the T, and DRG really had no chance.
Yeah, I mean DRG. I mean, in terms of pedigree, right? When you think about organizations, when you think about what their past accolades have been, Edward Gaming, I mean, they have never been really in the upper echelons compared to DRG, right? DRG, maybe you can think of them as top 4. EDGM, on the other hand, they only got second once in 2018, and they never entered the top 4 after that, right? So after King Pro League Spring, also in 2018, so that was so long ago, and now they have a lot of opportunity to actually fight for that top spot.
Yep. It is not over until the fat lady sings. That is the concept we have over here. EDGM. If there's any time to show up, it is now.
Oh my god, I mean, if we are going to 3-3, we get the ultimate battle, right? Oh, 4-2 下班. I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure EDGM, they're gonna bring us to the ultimate battle here. We're gonna be able to see the best of every facet of HOK today here at KPL Spring.
Yep, definitely. It is an important marker, right? Like you said, 2018, that's a very long time ago. We are now in 2025. That's 7 years. 7 years of not touching the top side of the league is going to be something that stings, and they definitely want to change that history. And right now, in this game number 6, they could definitely do it.
Yeah, definitely there's a potential for them here, right? And this has been a many iterations coming. This is like the don't know X number iteration of EDG already, and this might be the best one yet, because for them, they're pinning their hopes on these young hearts and minds as they play their hearts out on this stage here. And really, pitting them into a game 6, I can't even play 6 ranked games on a regular day. This has drafting. This has multiple mind games. This has players that are your skill level pitted against you as well. There's so much factor. And of course, there's a lot of hearts and minds watching you from the global stage as well.
Yep, so let's take a look at how this is going to go down. DRG now on the cusp of winning this series 4-2. It was a very convincing, very strong draft coming into game number 5. So let's see, how does this work out for EDGM? Backs against the wall, last potential draft for them. Can they do it?
Oh my god, 4-2. might be the potential scoreline or the 3-3. Then the ultimate battle. Both plays is still very, very interesting. Dragon Ranger starting off with the first ban here. They will take out the Lady Sun, knowing that it is still in Edward Gaming's pockets. And now Edward Gaming, they take out the Agudo, the one that they failed to win with.
Okay,
and a
now,
surprising
DRG,
ban.
Yeah, they know about this. They will ban out the Tyrants here. I think this is one of the next best picks you can have on the side of Edward Gaming in the farm lane, right? At the same time, EDGM, they're really concerned about the pay. Very early start to the game, very huge snowball potential as well. So that will be taken out of the picking pool for DRG and EDGM.
Yeah, this hyper aggressive pay is out of the options for now. But and true to the dragon form, they go for the dragon gold laner, the dragon marksman, the dragon farm laner. The Loon will be in the hands of Moonlan. And usually the response to this, right, is to absorb and go into a later stages of the game at Edward Gaming. How do they respond here?
Yeah, this is where you also kind of see the realization that, hey, your cards have been played, right? So Arnie would have been one of the great picks going up against Alone, but now it is not going to be available. Edward Gaming, finally, we do see it. It is going to be Lupin. Welcome. This is the first time this is played today in this KPL game. Now, he is going to be one of the big game changers in this match, because if he plays well on this Tom Lupin, it could change the way that they fight against Moonlan.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Dragon Rangers, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they do go for the Dolia as well as the Neza as well. Is it Edward Gaming? I mean, I was super excited about this Lupin, right? You gotta pick the Lupin number 7 over here for the side of having that Lupin. That combo is going to be fulfilled, I mean, potentially with this pick here. And it would be just injustice for me to not go to a 3-3 here. But they actually go for a Dr. Bien.
Okay, interesting. I like this. Edward Gaming, they're going to try. This is probably the Dr. Bien farm lane strategy. They want to take long, sustained fights. But Dragon Ranger, look, the stats don't lie. Moonlan has a 88% win rate with this Lung. And with the Nerjak being played by 1-1 in the jungle, I think there is a very high possibility that Edward Gaming could be hurt by this composition.
Yeah, and Moonlan, I mean, in terms of veterancy, he's been here. He's been around in Dragon Ranger Gaming since 2020, right? His veterancy in terms of this international stage is unmatched. So definitely, if he has an 88% win rate, it's something that you need to be scared about. And we see teams blanket banning him, so it's going to be a very scary stat line to go against Edward Gaming. However, they're trying something new, right? Dr. Bien on that farm lane, something that we see out of the AG playbook as well. So, I mean, it's potentially a very, very fresh take on things.
Okay, so Edward Gaming, they want to offer themselves the big burst potential as well. The Mai Shiranui is going to be very valuable against the likes of Dragon Ranger, because there is a potential insta-kill state that, you know, can be achieved by Juanxi in this mid lane Mai, right? And hopefully it is going to be against Moonlan. This is for the EDGM fans, right? But for Dragon Ranger, look, this Dharma pick, it's the best pick against this lineup, because look, when you are in a situation where you are healing, you want to play off of the heals of this Skyly Dr. Bien, what do? You group up, right? And this could be the big opening that Hua Yan is going to be looking for. And bear in mind, Hua Yan on this Dharma has given me one of the best impressions. His reaction time on this Dharma is insane.
This is the worst person to give the Dharma to in a game-deciding match. Right, we saw what happened. We saw what happened, and yeah. If for those of you that don't know, Hua Yan landed a nasty ult, nasty game-winning ult on all the members, every single one. And well, we might see history repeating itself today.
All right, so let's see how this goes for the side of DRG, because I think it is more beneficial for them if they get that advantage in the early games, right? At the same time, look, Moonlan on the Loom, he's a very self-sustaining pick. If anything goes wrong, he just uses the Infinite Bastards, right? There is a escape mechanism inbuilt into the level 4 Moonlan. Edward Gaming,
Yeah.
Unless GNC gets a huge start to this game, it's not gonna look good because they need his burst. They need him to kill off Moonlan early off in the fights. They need him to get rid of Dian. And look, as the game progresses, it's gonna get harder and harder to get your hands on the Wanwan. It's gonna be even harder to get your hands onto Hua Yan as well. So this is a race to the finish. And at this point, DRG, they have a head start.
Yeah, it feels to me, all right, DRG, as you talked about, I want to talk about the versatility with the Dodie as well, right? There's a lot of targets to give the ultimate, right? The Truth Mantra being one of the key ones, but Infinite Vastness potentially as well. And of course, you have the Annihilation coming out from UI as well. So there's a lot of choices. And if you take a look at the lineups here, I mean, EDGM, I don't know where this Dr. Bien fits in with the Luban Dashi, with Luban himself. So we're gonna have to see here.
Yep, look, his life is at stake here. So this Luban is definitely going to be in charge of saving him. Farm lanes, definitely, farm and mid, these two lanes are definitely going to be two lanes that EDGM have to make very strong preparations for in terms of defense, making sure they don't get killed off. But at the same time, they need to win prio in lane. They need to get those last hits in. So Edward Gaming, there's a very high risk of dying in this farming stages, the initial laning stages of the game. DRG will do well to expose these weaknesses.
Yeah, and now we head on into Game 6 of DRG versus Edward Gaming. We might go the full distance, or we might end it at a 4-2 scoreline for DRG right here.
Yep, straight away they're gonna be putting pressure onto Skyly here. They want to clear this as fast as possible. Get the Firehawk at the bottom as well. And you can see Skyly, he's not doing well against this lineup. So this is the stats for him. 9 matches, 8 wins, and a average kill of 2.9 every game for the side of DRG's Moonlan.
Yeah, that's a very scary stat line to be going up against such a consistent player in the form of Mulan, of course. And of course, we know Lung as one of the most survivable heroes. So I'm very curious to see, right, how this Luban is going to be playing. And it seems as if that they have paired the Luban together with the Neza. And it's actually a very, very strong combo because Neza, you want to be in the opponent's face as... No, I'm sorry. Ma Chao. As Ma Chao, you want to be in the opponent's face as much as possible, right? Because you throw the spears, you grab your spear back, and you're super hyper aggressive. Now, with Tom, the ability to pull you back is short of a godlike save for you, as you can go for as much kills as you want.
Yeah, they will try. It's a 2-man attempt. They will not be able to get the kill at this point, but they will try for the fast clear. Now, there is quite a bit of benefit for the side of EDGM, successfully stealing that first camp on the top side. They want to put a little bit more pressure and start rotating down into the mid to give help into Gen Z.
Yeah, and I really like this mid lane priority coming out from Dragon Ranger. They do know that there's a potential rotation from that top side of the lane, but definitely they do need to find that DN needs to have a bit of safety here because the jungles are coming through.
Yep, they get the knockup. There's not enough damage coming out from Gen Z just at this moment yet. Right now, junglers are matched level 4 to level 4 with Wanwan actually getting level 5 first. So there is decent farm coming in, but I have huge concerns over the farm of Gen Z. He is trailing by about 100 gold at this point. He needs to keep pace with DRG.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to be on pace, if not ahead, right? Because you are going to rely on that burst damage potential, and really it's on that rotation of Tuchen, whether or not he can get this early snowball going on this Tian Wei. And this goes into question, right? When you pick that Skyly pick, when you pick that Dr. Bien, how are you going to synergize with that Tian Wei? And now it becomes clearer to me because you have that sustainability, but now we have a team right on the bottom.
Flash, they catch the knockup as well. Can they get the kill? They actually miss out on the Lung. Moonlan actually could be the one to get the first blood. He gets the kill as well. 2 kills in quick succession, and DRG are well on their way to a start of a great game.
Yeah, it's just disgusting, the Dragon Ranger response coming out from Edward Gaming. I mean, they were the ones that showed their hand. Edward Gaming were the aggressors, and Dragon Ranger, they respond very well in kind.
Yeah, I mean, the reactions of Moonlan are really quick. We were talking about him being the veteran, but he does not play like an old man. His reaction is really fast.
And yeah, if you take a look at that, right, Lupan Dashi goes in for that engage, and Infinite Vastness instantly popped out for those iframes, and with the ability to knock people up, he actually segments the fight into 2 halves. 2 mini little halves where he can take 1 fight at a time. And that's just extremely well micro knowledge from the side of Mulan.
Yep, the call was really clean from the side of DRG. They knew exactly when to go in. Skyfall committed as well to make sure they could actually get the kill, because there was not going to be enough damage just from the riding the wind on the side of Mulan as well. So very quick comms coming in, 1-1 definitely providing the support. But right now, both teams, they need to wrestle and tussle over this first Tyrant of the game. 1-1 is going to be able to tank up quite a lot, but the heals are coming in from Skyly. That's the difference maker in the fight so far.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to see, right? Whether or not Skyly would be a very huge factor, but so far it has not been impressing me, right? Maybe it would scale up a bit better in the mid to late stages of the game, but in the early stages of the game, I feel that their damage is a lot lacking, and they do not have the kill potential from the side of EDGM.
Yep, the pacing on the side of Dragon Ranger gaming is a little bit faster at this point, right? They also have a lead. It's about 1,000 at this point. Majority of that lead is in the mid lane actually, which is a huge concern because like we said, Juanzi needs to be the aggressor. He needs to be the one that sets up for the team. At the end of the day, he needs to be the one that has the burst damage. He needs to give this to the team, and Edward Gaming, they're struggling at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it feels as if they have resigned themselves to the fact that they're going to be behind, and they're now trying to play for behind. But actually, the farm is not that far away. And now with Luban Dasher, he is available, right? Master Luban himself. Now, on that
yep, they're going in. They get the knockback as well. It is going to be a kill. And of all the kills, they actually get it onto 2-turn as well. The jungler is down for the side of EDGM. And they may be looking for more. Annihilation hits the mark, but I don't think they will be over-aggressing at this point. EDGM, they have to back off, but DRG, there is an opening on the bottom side. The farm lane T1 is in danger.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, Tuta is not the person that should be dying on Edward Gaming, right? If at most, it should be Tom at this point. But the thing is, your Dian Wei dying like this, there's no snowball going, it's just going to be extremely hard. And that was just a very well thought out team fight coming through. He forced the initiation and used the Infinite Vastness to re-engage once again. The teleport comes through from the side of the Dharma. Hua Yin played that extremely well. Yes, sure, you might be giving some macro advantage on the top lane, but in the end of the day, top lane turret is not down, and you win the team fight. So, let's just fight.
It's so scary, right? DRG's lineup, the cross-map plays potential is so critical, it's so potent. And at this point, because they also have the goal lead, it has now stretched to close to a 3,000 goal lead. So far, Hua Yin, his rotations have been on point. And looks like Edward Gaming, they want to try and punish him.
Yeah, I mean, they do want to push the Dharma as much as possible. Hua Yin, he is wary of this, and he has the ability to actually just push them into the wall here. But already,
oh no! Yep, they are going in. Skyfall committed to push Juanzi back. At the same time, they're looking for an opening. Do they really want to commit? Infinite Vastness is going to be used defensively at this point. They have to reposition. Edward Gaming, yes, they're not that healthy, but it looks like DRG, they don't want to take that huge risk as well.
I mean, definitely both teams have to disengage there. I feel that both of the utilities have been expended. And now, Edward Gaming, I really think that their silver lining has been, and it will always be Xiao Ze, right? He has been doing the dirty work. He has been getting the farm on both sides of the lane, and he is the most farm character on his team at this point.
Yep, he alleviates that pressure coming in on the top lane, right? They do take down the T1 on the top, but DRG, they're definitely still in control right here. It could be a big moment here. They commit everything onto it, including the Skyfall as well. Right now, Juanzi makes it out alive. No, will be taken down by Dian. This is one of the strengths, but they trade out Chu-Cheng, getting the kill for the team. They're looking for the new one. They need to go for Dian. Can they get more? Right now, they're working hard on it, but they will not commit the chase, the lockdown. The flash committed as well. Skyfall. It could be big. Both side of DRG. He's trying to sustain. It's not going to be enough. And Hua Yin actually falls at the same time as well. Dian actually falls at the same time as well. So it's a 2-for-2 trade. It's still benefit to DRG.
Yeah, benefits to DRG, but instead of taking it lying down, I really like that Edward Gaming, they're doing something about it right now, right? They are trying to fight it out, they're trying to brawl it out, but at the same time, I don't see a late game assurance for them. I don't see that mid game assurance for them. I'm still yet to be convinced on this Dr. BM pick, and it has yet to pay off dividends at this point because they're not taking these clumped up sustained team fights for now, and he's not with the Tien Wei. But when he's with the Tien Wei, it might actually change a lot of things here because the Tien Wei will be surviving for a lot longer.
Yeah, they see the advantage. They go on and push. Here comes the refresh as well. Right now, Chu Cheng is out of the game. He's gonna be down for 30 seconds. Edward Gaming, they try to come back, but every moment is shut down by DRG. Like you said, Xiao Zhe, he's doing his best, buying time. T2 on the top. This is a lifeline he's providing for the team.
Yeah, he's been golden. He's been golden from the side of Edward Gaming. Xiao Zhe, his macro making and decision making potential is just that good. And now with that, Edward Gaming, they are managing to stabilize for now, and they keep a hold of their middle lane turret.
Yep, actually this is a result that both Skyly and Tom are hoping to achieve, which is to be able to tank so much that DRG has to focus on them, allowing for that space for Xiao Zhe to jump into the backlines and get the kill. So every flank is going to be so important for the side of DRG.
Yeah, I want to see the Dr. Bien and Tien Wei.
Yep, they commit, jumping on the backlines as well. It is all about 1-1. Can he get that pick at the same time? Opening for Huayan. He still does have the ultimate. Comes flash, gets the ultimate. The truth comes down as well. They take out Skyly first. No more kills for you on the side of EDGM. And this is a free Shadow Tyrant for the side of DRG.
Yeah, there is nothing that I feel that Edward Gaming could have done because they were out sustaining a sustain comp that should be out sustaining them. So definitely Edward Gaming, I mean, something went wrong in that early game, right? Which we identified already. Like, they were supposed to be winning quite a lot of their team fights, but now that they're at this stage, what can they do, right? Really, it's just all on Xiao Zhe and Gen Z to find these picks.
Yep, it's a clean fight. So end of the day, right, one of the benefits of having 1-1 on this Nerza is the fact that he's able to deal burning damage. And bear in mind, right before that, he actually got his fire tip spear onto 4 different members on the side of EDGM. So regardless of whether there was heals or not, that damage was going to be negated. The heal values were negated on the side of EDGM. So you can see the coach is very happy with it. This is a very smart but damaging draft against EDGM.
Yeah, I mean, the drop-wise, they have already surpassed them. And now, Edward Gaming, I mean, they have a lot to answer for here. They're fighting for tournament life here, right? This is not just the upper brackets. This is the lower brackets. If you lose here, you don't get a shot at KWC.
That window is going to be closed here. They are looking for an opening on the Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe cannot die in this fight. He's one of the main damage dealers on the side of Edward Gaming. And if they get this chance, DRG, they may be looking for an opening. They're looking for that gap offered. And Huayan just threatening at the side, right? Always be in a position to get the Truth Mantra down. He does not have flash. I'm pretty sure Edward Gaming knows this, but he's still pushing them forward.
Yeah, but we do have double splendor itemization coming out from the side of Zhuangqi and Skyly, so that might be a certain play potential, right? With the fact that Xiao Zhe, he has been farming a storm. He's currently the most farmed hero on the entire map, so could be a play potential from the side of Edward.
Yep. Prime position now to be able to secure the game. 1-1 actually gets that Shadow Overlord. There's 7,000 gold ahead. Skyfall will be cancelled from the hands of 1-1 as Edward Gaming. They have to hold on, but this is a tough position to hold the game on. 6,000 gold lead right now.
Yeah, I feel that for Edward Gaming, your win condition is to take out Yen, right? He has been a thorn to the side as the Nuwa, as the artillery mage, able to deal and rain so much damage from the back. His emergence and annihilations have been on point as well, but they can't do nothing about it because 1-1 is doing such a great job of healing. So Edward Gaming, they just have to look for this opportunity.
Has destroyed a turret.
Skyfall committed again, this time onto GNC. Tries to push them back. They want to focus on the T3. Right now, he's doing so much work, pulling 4 members on the back lines. At the same time, Shelter is trying to clear off the Dragon. Will not do so. Can they get the kill? It is going to be the first life. And that's taken down Shelter out of the picture. There might not be enough damage coming out from the side of Edward Gaming. They get that Flaming Pound. Splendor committed as well. GNC has their head back, but the Dragons, they're flying down. There is a of pressure onto this Crystal. Final life on the line coming in. Can they get the catch as well? Infinite Vastness. He takes to the skies. Moonlan, can they get the damage? They kill off Tom as well. 3 members left. Chuchen is down as well, and this might be game for the side of DRG. Finally, this is it. They will take the series for the two. Xiap, let's go.
Congratulations to DRG for taking this series 4-2. This will be a victory for them as they manage to overcome EDGM in this rough 6-game series. We will not have an ultimate battle today, but definitely they will be facing off against Rogue Warriors, who's waiting for them in the upper half of the lower brackets.
Yeah, so still lower brackets, but let's celebrate the win first here for DRG, sorry, as they make their way to the crowd. This is the handshake. Everyone is here to see them in person, and I mean, what a way to do it.
Yeah, man, I would love to touch these players' hands, right? Because these are the mechanically gifted players of DRG. The way they operate on that hero, on Loom, especially on Mulan, he was doing such a great job, and the rest of the team complimented them so perfectly. DRG, they show themselves, they show the world that they are a contender.
Yeah, look, I think there's so many things that work well in this draft for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. End of the day, look, the Nerja pick, it was so useful against the Dr. Bien pick, and then you also have Mulan on the Loom, who was just so sick on that positioning, right? And Shibao was doing so well in his roam position to be able to help get the team into prime positions. But the one player I would really like to once again highlight, as he has been highlighted on the days before, Hua Yan, he is just outrageous on this Dharma.
Yeah, I mean, Hua Yan, mechanically gifted, and also he didn't even pull out his Charlotte today, you know? He didn't even pull out his Charlotte today. And Dharma already, it was enough. And really, EDGM, it just felt that they had a lack of damage when they drafted against DRG. But of course, execution-wise, DRG was with them neck and neck, even when they were losing.
All right, and of course, it is not all, butterflies and rainbows in the stage here. This is EDGM, Edward Gaming Mobile Esports. They did their best as well. It was a valiant effort, but end of the day, it was not enough.
Yeah, definitely. My heart goes out to these players. They have committed their life and soul to this game, and they showed it here on this stage today, right? They played their hearts out even when they were losing, even when they were down. They were knocked out 4-0 against AG, and they still managed to put up a good show. Even against AG, even in 4-0 fight, even against DRG in the threat of death, they were all feeling down, but they still played their hearts out.
Yep, they had a very strong start in this series. Let's be clear about that. They were leading the series 1-0, got tied up to 1-1, took the lead again in a 2-1 fashion, but slowly but surely, DRG out-muscled them. And this is the end of their journey for 2025 spring season KPL.
Yeah, definitely we'll be looking forward to see more of them in future tournaments to come. Their shot is not over yet. Their placement today will not be forgotten, but well done. And GG to EDGM. You guys did a great job here today.
We will be heading into the interviews later on, and we will understand a little bit more about them. But first, let's take a look at their journey.
2025年的上海 EDGM 是什么成分？一个坚强的边路。
就我觉得，如果有小狗守着我的外卖，早你就惹他了。我没惹他了，他一直守着我的外卖。
一个谦虚的打野。
不知道什么感觉啊？没什么感觉，看运气吧，只好捡了5个人头。
一个高冷的中单，
Go， 出发喽！
你看你们这还是有问题。
一个年轻的射手，
我的优势就是我会不断优化自己的射手吧。
一个文静的辅助，
不吃，我自己去吃，不给你们吃，
不给你们吃。
当然，还有一位严肃的教练。
兄弟们，该今天的掷骰子买咖啡了。
2个1，
重摇你俩，
重摇
2个1重摇。
起床刚吃完早饭，在训练室的时候，我会主动说有没有喝咖啡的，来甩骰子，比运气谁买单。
主要是我不喜欢喝咖啡，然后我唯一来的2次全都摇中了，然后我就准备退出了，不能再来了。
上海 EDGM 的一天，从一杯咖啡开始。当时针精准停留在数字10上，他们在其他电竞战队之前，开启了自己的一天。
每天10点多就起来了，
然后打到晚上12点差不多，
就整天都是拉满的。
我们是10点钟起床开始对练，练到12点吃饭，然后休息到1点，然后开始训练，一直练到晚上凌晨1点吧。
早10晚1，上海 EDGM 偷偷过上了卷王的生活，只为在第一轮拉满的2点场比赛中夺得先机。
我们第一轮比赛基本全是2点场的，
你之前都2点吧，偶尔有5点吧，2点比较多。
感觉8点场打起来现在有点陌生。
进到了 S 组，可以经常去打8点场嘛。
S 组8点场的比赛时间点，对上海 EDGM 来说意义重大。他们终于摆脱了多年 B 组的困境，也代表着这支蛰伏已久的队伍终于突破队史，在春季赛的第一轮就冲进了 S 组。
让我们恭喜上海 EDGM 首胜！
再次恭喜上海 EDGM 完成了本赛季的2连胜，
恭喜上海 EDGM 3连胜！
让我们恭喜上海 EDGM 突破队史，自21年 SAB 分组以来首次冲进 S 组。
S 组的一面是外界连连称赞的热血番，另一面是冷暖自知的连败训练赛。
这个时候还用想吗？这个时候不用想啊，直接进去卖就行了，哪吒就走进去呗，你让海源拉你，海源敢拉你吗？如果拉完人之后，大家
爱角用健康电竞来奖励训练赛失误的人。
我们已经输了10几天的训练赛了，就是连续10几天没有赢大场。
做深蹲，训练赛抓失误的时候，来吧，蹲吧。小换的比较多吧，当时。
刚出这个规则的时候，有一天做了100多个深蹲。然后第2天，就是反正每天都平均做个5、60个。
你看，这个深蹲时也穿得格外得体的男孩，是初登赛场的小凌云，也是队内名副其实的乖乖仔。
我觉得他是一个很懂礼貌的孩子。
礼貌是美德，但礼貌不能赢得比赛。对战 Hero 的比赛是凌云来到赛场上的第一课。
他们在这场比赛战胜了上海 EDGM 之后，中断了对手的3大场连胜。
初登赛场都感觉自己是天才，上场了之后发现这个舞台全是天才，就是对自己很不自信吧，就感觉完了，下赛季要被换了，太坑了。
他有一次心态崩了以后，吃饭的时候他会自己会说：“哎，我下赛季应该没了。”
一个有忧患意识的射手，才能更快地适应赛场。专注于当下固然重要，对未来的规划也必不可少。
是的，我会就是做一些事，我都会有一些规划吧，就提前规划好。下一个目标我定的是就是 KPL 4强嘛。
凌云的备忘录里写着他每个阶段的规划，第1条是成为 KPL 首发，第2条是打上 S 组，至此全部实现。
我的优势就是我会不断优化自己的射手吧，肯定要对未来有规划的呀。还会记一些就是我的心得吧呀，就比如说哪些失误什么的，我都记下来。
睡觉之前有时候会看，然后就打比赛前也会然后看一下。就比如说我先看我有哪波是可以优化的，去想一下怎么去给它优化一下，对，不断优化自己，对吧？得优化一下，必须优化，先优化再加强。
凌云的身体就像装着一套智能系统，不断进行着自我更新。这个中二男孩总想学习自己偶像的样子。
其实我现在很喜欢一诺这个选手嘛。
一诺
下路再凶一枪，一个大闪，
哇，带走了凌云。
哦，一诺这波好自信，
操作啊，还有一些人格魅力吧，都是挺吸引我的。他在 BA 的时候我就看过，在我心里也是那种大哥哥形象吧。
会想成为一诺那样的冠军吗？
肯定会啊。
每个来到赛场的新人都会有个梦。凌云把梦想小心翼翼地塞进备忘录里，小泽则把梦想具象化在每场训练里。
本区的 MVP 给到了上海 EDGM 的小泽。
我现在进来，直接抢断2个秒掉了。
但是看一下小泽，小洛出完手了，就看小泽了，小泽先点掉了9尾之后继续往前追，小泽3连绝杀。他过去在追的过程当中被
我觉得高手都是要在别人想不到的时间去成长的。
我这个人是在车上打游戏的。
苦练啊！这个赛季刚开始的时候被下了首发嘛，然后后面回来的时候就觉得就是应该更加努力一点。
小泽的抗压能力比上赛季强了很多吧？
就是我跟队友说，我像平常训练赛我都不是很想队友来帮我，我想就是锻炼一下自己的抗压能力嘛。
努力一定会被看到的。于是25年春天，我们看到小泽提名了常规赛最佳选手，也看到在挨过了漫长的替补转会期后，重新回到赛场的花卷。
实话说，就是每个职业选手都想站在舞台上那个人一定是你，就赛场的氛围和感觉真的完全不一样。开心啊，非常兴奋。
重新面对赛场，花卷的眼神变得更加坚韧。不被选择的转会期，也成为他内核不断强大的蜕变过程。
外界对我评价，首先一个年纪大嘛，因为我经历了几次转会之后，我就发现，不管你打得怎么样，人家总会卡到一个关键的节点，就是你年龄多大了。虽然说年纪肯定是在每个俱乐部的考量之中，但是我不想说这个东西是一个枷锁，这种枷锁太痛苦了。我们有3个老兵，其实老兵能坚持到现在都是非常不容易的一件事情吧，都是非常有韧性、有冲劲。
18年开始打的，18年3月份吧，第7年吧。做出这个决定就是逼自己一把吧，去集中最高的专注度去做这件事情。
也不知道什么时候就最后一届了，我这届都开始都不知道没上的时候，可能都最后一届了。
就是不给自己留后路嘛。
3位老兵，3种象征。花卷是与年龄对抗的不屈，出尘是埋头只管向前的执念，效应是斩断后路不留余地的勇气。这世上没有救世主，全部的力量都来自于本身。
我在这一行坚持下去，还有一个事情就是想证明这个东西。 也算是给我这个年龄段的选手一个交代，是这样的。
他不服输，我在他身上看到了我的影子，我没坚持住，我希望他能坚持住。
艾斯凝望着花卷的倔强背影，有遗憾，有欣赏，有信任。 职业选手时期的他，也许没有走到自己想抵达的终点，但可以精准地把补给给到现在的每个人，用另一种方式攥紧自己当年的梦想。
我觉得做教练就是你把所有人的优点都发挥出来，扬长避短。我能做的就是我告诉每一个人，你们很强，我可以今天输，但我一定会赢。我觉得这就是一件很酷的事情。
向前走，就算会错过些什么；向前走，就算会失去些什么。在时间的刻度里，走到最后的，就是赢家。
就是想赢比赛啊，然后想走得更远。
打职业的目标都是那个，直接打职业不想拿冠军。
对队友和团队的信任，就是觉得大家组在一起就是能往前冲。
重新实习的感觉。首先你要坚定自己，你才会去更好去做一些事情嘛。
想给自己当做最后一年打吧。
最后一次，是笑饮破釜沉舟的勇气。最后一次，也是上海 EDGM 新故事的序章。属于他们老旧的标签，早在2024的攀登中脱落。骑士从不失约，石头也能开出花朵。那些看似不可能的故事，都会在血痕下一一实现。而这支上海 EDGM 真的像骑士军团一般，从无人处毅然走进光里，在这里留下自己的名字。
大家好，我是田云。我们赛后呢邀请到的是花卷和艾斯教练，来，两位和大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是上海 EDGM 花卷。
Hello， 大家好，我是上海 EDGM 艾斯。
欢迎两位。首先，刚才随着纪录片，其实我们也看到了一整个春天的缩影。因为上海 EDGM 是一个3个老将和2个新人的故事。其实，在这一整个春天，艾教，你有感觉到，你可以观察到老将身上的选手们他们对于时间的一些焦虑，包括新人他们的一些紧张，你也会观察到这些细节吗？
我觉得肯定是有的，因为每一个这个老选手都会顾及到可能自己的年龄和未来的职业生涯，他们不知道自己还会就是这样被坚定的选择多久。对，就像我职业末年一样。
在你感受到他们有这样子的一些害怕和恐惧的时候，你是否跟他们输出的一些内容和你和新人去教的一些东西会有不一样，会有区别吗？
新人展现的跟老人展现的肯定不一样嘛。其实我觉得每个队伍的他的新老搭配的配置都是，新人可能给老选手会带来一些激情和活力嘛，对。
Yes. So he said that the new players actually bring in a lot of new perspectives to the older players as well. So it's not just about the age difference as well. So even with new players, they bring a lot of fresh perspectives.
毕竟都打到这个成绩了嘛，我就觉得。你看后面还有那个弗赖，
They're asking right now if there's going to be any change in the mindset with regards to the competition
我觉得其实你一直是一个正能量的代表。现在有很多的老将和你一样面临很多的问题。你觉得在这样子不停的被新生的力量挑战的过程当中，保持一种怎样的心态和状态是最好的呢？
我觉得保持纯粹吧，然后热爱赛场，就是永远不要忘记为什么那时候要来在赛场的时候吧。
要坚信自己的心。其实我觉得非常的神奇。其实今天花卷今年生日也还没过，你也才23岁，这个年纪在很多的行业才刚刚起步，但是在我们的赛场上面，好像应该感觉有一些问题。但我觉得你们已经处理得非常好了。今天我其实还是想要和艾教多探讨一下，因为能够感觉到我们今天的前中期的进攻会比上一场尤其好很多。这是你们有意为之的变化。
Right?
这肯定的，因为我们打 AG 的那一场，其实大家就打得很弱嘛。对，就是这一场我们其实有意的要去展现一些自己的内容。对。
在心态上面，花卷会觉得今天和兄弟们也是带着一种一定要进攻的心态，这样的决心来打这场 BO7 的吗？
会有，因为
So for today, what type of attitude they bring in as a team?
就比较可惜，会感到下半程大家心态有点着急，有点拉不住吗？
下半场可能就一些细节可能没跟上嘛，然后对抗没对抗过，然后就导致 败了，对。
很多东西其实还是要考验一个临场的
So
反应。
he's asking whether they were anxious on the second half of the games, and for him, he just felt that we were a bit anxious, but eventually maybe that's the reason why we lost.
所展现出来的一些潜力会是什么呢？
展现出来的什么？
潜力和他未来，你觉得他可以蜕变成怎样的一个选手？
其实凌云对这个赛场的发挥，我觉得已经是不错了，因为他是一个纯新人，这是他第一次打职业的第一个赛季，就不管是他 KPL 还是什么，他其实这是他的第一次职业生涯，然后他能够在赛场上面打出自己的内容，我觉得已经是很不错了，但是他可能需要一些。
The focus now is going to be on Skyly, so they're asking what the coach's thoughts on Skyly is going to be.
那当然还有小泽，我相信小泽
Look, he's young, he has a lot of potential, he has done really well for his first entry into KPL as well, and there is a bright future ahead for him.
Yeah, I feel that EDGM, I mean, at this point, they have made history, right? They actually have done a lot going this far in this tournament as well, getting into S tier and also doing this
他的蜕变，因为他从当时开始就自己开始变得愿意交流，对他的这个整个的在赛训当中的沟通是非常积极的，然后包括自己的成长也很快，然后他也会自己去研究很多这个细节，会去跟大家提出来。
大家都为了更好的成绩，成为了更好的自己。那最后还想问一下花卷，就是你来到上海 EDGM 的一个全新的开始，那时隔2年也回到了 S 组，包括我们季后赛的开始也定格在胜者组的位置。这样一个赛季，你对于自己的表现可以说是比较欣慰和满意的吗？
就是还行，就是还没。So
she's asking if he's satisfied with his performance so far into coming into EDGM. And he said, I'm not too satisfied. I mean, maybe next time I'll be more satisfied, but for now, it's still not good enough.
我觉得还算是就是完成了大家的一些就是期许嘛，但是其实我们肯定能够走到这一步，我们也能走得更远，还是比较可惜，就是停在了6强。
夏天还是会来的，期待。
So they said the coach said that he is quite proud that he's completed some of the minor goals of the team members, but it's a bit of a pity that they were only ended at top 6 and not higher, right? It could have placed higher, and they were hoping for that too. Yeah. So, but of course, to the coach, he felt that it's already good enough, and we felt we already accomplished a lot of minor goals. But what Hua Juan really said, or Zhuan Si, he said that he's not good enough, and that's something that I feel that a lot of us has to reflect about, right? All of us are challenging ourselves every day, and going into the heads of these pro players as well, you can see what kind of personality they hold behind the camera, behind the game as well. So you can learn about the progress and everything. It's not easy. It's not easy to be a pro player. It's not just about the heroes and the drafts. These people are still people at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just need to add on. So they were actually talking about Xiaozhe as well. So I couldn't find the opportunity to open that. But so their comments about Xiaozhe, their clash was that he was very hardworking. He actually does research on his own and shares this information with his teammates as well. If you are looking for information about how KPL teams are like, right? How do these players perform? It is based not just on team research, it's also on their individual research, and they share this information amongst their teams, and then hopefully they get to play together well as a team. Now I know we didn't give the translations during the documentary because there's the whole lot, but essentially what we're covering is the lifestyle of the professional players, right? So they actually wake up on the side of EDGM, they wake up at 10, and we'll take a look at the winners interview first.
欢迎回来，大家好，我是天云。我们采访到的是花园和思宝，来2位和大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是弗兰迪亚季花园。Hello， 大家好，我是弗兰迪亚季思宝。
2位是不是都是第一次在 KPL 打季后赛是吧？
我是第2次了。因为我昨天晚上在梦里已经打了1次了。
哦，你在梦里赢了吗？
赢了。
啊，今天兑现了自己的美梦。
So apparently for Wyan, it's his first time in KPL, but he said he has played before in his dreams. Yeah, but for both of them, Sibao and Huayan, they are actually first timers here at
有一个问
KPL.
题想要问到两位，因为我们最近季后赛也看了2场了，发现你们上半场的阵容呢都会拿的比较偏后期，其实给到你们前面半场的压力还挺大的。哎，这是你们对于 BOG 的一些特殊的决策吗？
我们
So they
比较
asked
喜
them
欢
about their
玩一
drafting
些
because
后
they
期阵容。
noticed that in the early stages of the BO7s, they tend to go for late game drafts, which puts a lot of pressure for them. And they're asking, what's the thought
就
process
拿了，
behind
还
it?
是跟随着你们的心意。今天的对手呢，其实跟上一场 BO5就是他们也有。
So to them, they are like just going with their own feeling, right? Whether they want to do it, they just do it.
啊，你先。
说的什么？
哦，今天觉得做的和上一场对抗到上海EDG不一样的点会是什么呢？
就是今天更想赢吧，然后更多的细节没有处理好。
哦，花园。
今天比上次更想赢了吧？
更想赢，求胜心切。因为我看了一下，我们倒推一下，其实从常规赛呢比较尾段有2场的零封非常恐怖，哎，但是呢通过1场2对战又赢下来了。你们觉得在那一刻大家的心理层面上会不会变得不一样？是不是感觉有什么样子的一个值被捅破，大家变得更强了呢？
那一场打完 EDG 之后。 我们就回去心态放平了嘛，然后就觉得在败者组跟胜者组其实差不多的，都是要一路穿下去的，所以觉得还是在季后赛赢也行。
哦，四宝呢？你觉得
They're asking about the mindset difference during the early parts of the game against EDGM and whether their mindset changed as they came into a more commanding position.
最后还是让对上了，然后就是感觉士气回来了一点。
士气回来了非常重要。想问一下花园啊，今天上半场比较早之前，你的一波鸡小满啊，单杀了一波公孙林，你还有印象吧？
有印象，
还记得哈，因为我们看到你的个人视角，你的这个1是反向放的，然后秒踢，这是一些比较细节的操作，跟我们分享一下心得好吗？
因为我刷到了个视频，那个赖神说我可以在草里用那个1杀人，然后呢我就学会了。
你也很喜欢上网冲浪学习技术哈。
Right. So just to give you a little bit of background to answer, so for them, they were here to win it. The mindset was to come and win the series. So I don't think there was a big change in the mindset between the start of the series and towards the end of the series. And they're asking about the early performance earlier in the series as well. And his answer was he actually watched the video of a certain execution of abilities for the early, and that's what he did in that particular game itself.
感觉有点缺伤害，然后我就出的纯发。
那一手传送是？
传送是为了前期打资源的，就是好转线吧。哦。刚好支援队友。
哦，哎，就是作为四宝这样子的游走的队友，你有些时候会觉得说，耶，我们家游走怎么会带这样子一个招式？你会问他吗？
他太聪明了呀。
哦，他脑子特别好使。
是，脑子太灵光了。
Asking about what Huayan feels about Sibao, and Huayan says, I think he feels that Sibao is too smart for him.
就是跟队友、跟教练都有讨论的。
你有跟花园讨论过吗？
没有。
为什么不找你讨论？你有没有想过这个问题？
因为他擅自。
Huayan said that he does not talk about strategy with Sibao.
当然了，就最后呢，还是想要问一下，就是第5局你的心率已经飙到180了，你知道这个事儿吧？
因为我看我队友头上都黑了。我想着我要拼了。
很紧张，也拼到了啊！最后是把这个水晶推掉了。那我们下一场比赛的对手其实是济南2W侠。我打听到，其实你非常崇拜 Fly 是吧？
是的。
他是你的
So we're talking about the next match, which is going to be tomorrow. Not tomorrow for their game, but they're going to be going up against Rogue Warriors. And actually, he's a big fan of Fly.
哎，四宝，因为之前打过2W侠，觉得下一场比赛会跟之前不一样的地方是什么呢？
就是放平心态打就行了。
还得是心态最重要。好的，非常感谢2位的分享，希望你们下场比赛加油。让我们把时间交还给评论席。
So at the end, what Sibao said is that, what Sibao said is that, the attitude towards the game is very important as well. Yeah. Anyway, Kin, you were saying.
Yeah, so they'll be very confident in their next series against RW, Rogue Warriors, right? I think that's definitely a good mindset to have. Nobody goes into a series thinking that they will lose. So I think that's a good start to that best of 7.
Yeah, definitely. Going up against your idols. I mean, that's what the interview was talking about as well, right? You were talking about a bit about the documentary as well, where Skyly really idolized Eno on the farm lane as well, and he's very happy to go against him as well. So going up against your idol and still having this kind of winning attitude, I believe is very important in these kinds of competitions as well.
Okay, now it bugs me because I know about the content and I need to share it with you. So I want to give you an overview of what that whole documentary was about. It's just talking about the story of EDGM, where they have 3 very old players. And okay, wait, just to give you the context, very old means 23 years old. That's very old.
Yeah, they said they're 老兵, like old soldier. It literally stands for old soldier, and they said they're 23 years old, and they're telling me they're old. I'm like, oh sure, yeah, and they're acting like they're super old and whatsoever. Yeah, so yeah, and they have 2 very new members.
Tough challenge. Yeah, it's a tough challenge because yes, with the 2 new members, look, as a 老兵, as an old soldier, right? They also carry with them the hopes and dreams of the older players within the league to show that they can still do it and to be able to achieve what they came here for, right? So we have the difference of the young guns that come in with a big dream, trying to be as close as they can to their idols, but at the same time also keeping and harboring this potential that maybe one day they can be that new champion as well. But let's go back to the final game of the day. This was a final game of that series. DRG just edging it out against Edward Gaming. This one was purely a big draft difference in my eyes.
Yeah, I feel that, drafting wise, they had the upper hand, right? We talked about the Neza in that jungle as well. And Neza is typically not drafted for the jungle, right? This is not a typical draft. It was a very strong counter pick coming out from the side of DRG. So EDGM, they were facing the repercussions of going against the grain themselves because they had the choice to go for Lupan number 7 here, but they chose the Dr. Bien instead, and instead got countered out.
Yeah, so a tough decision because regardless, it was going to be a very hard start to the game on the side of Shanghai's EDGM, right? So at this point, it was really just a big draft difference. But look, Edward Gaming, they could still have come back in that series, but they needed a lot more time. And you know that when you're on the cusp of a victory and that your opponents are struggling to keep up with the game, you do not give them that chance. So DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they did so well. Look, Tien on this Nuwa was just all over the place. Annihilations on points, creations on points. The Matrix really did hurt the side of Edward Gaming, but it really came to him to dwindle the farm onto this Mai Shiranui that really made the difference because when Xiaozhe on that Ma Chao and Hua Jun in the mid, when they didn't have that damage available, there was no comeback factor coming in from the side of EDGM.
Yeah, and something that we wanted to talk about is the crazy stat line that Mulan has on that Lung as well, right? But definitely the MVP of today has to go to the counter pick, the Wan, who managed to deal so much anti-damage on that Neza. Looking at his stat line, he is 309, he was untouched, and he was going in with the Skyfalls again and again.
Yeah, so this one was a big marker because not only was he engaging and providing the space for the team, he soaked up a lot of damage. So a lot of resources, a lot of damage output was given into the life of Wan on this Neza, and he made it work for the team. Those rotations, cross-map plays were so vital in the way that they set up that initial winning advantage for themselves, right? Skyfall onto the backlines, especially against Tom here on that Lupan, and it was just an easy job because end of the day there was so much left in the tank on the side of DRG. Like Skyly was just having trouble in this lane.
Yeah, and communication was on point as well, as I feel that Mulan really sets him up very well. And even when they combine forces with Nuwa as well, the Emergence and Annihilation are on point together with Neza Skyfall. And definitely, it was just a symphony of skills to watch. They just converge at the correct timing. If you take a look at this here, the Emergence together with Neza's pushback, that just dealt so much damage and forced EDGM into that corner.
Yeah, you could see that one really crushed them. But let's take a look at what they were saying during the game itself.
后面走，龙，我卡转了。那你卡下去。漂亮，往下偏的。河道有人，别走河道。大师往下。结尾他上没来了，结尾上没来。我能帮你拆。 飞了，
我有治疗，我有治疗。来，大场，下路，下路，我给你刷踢了，来打，
但是要死，不会要死，
慢慢打，别着急。
很急，漂亮。OK， 可以换了，
慢慢来，优势，等会打中团，下波中团。
下路红，他敢越我直接传，我来，
你不行就飞。
没弹，点位，飞了，
我等会可以给你。
上我来了，
死了，兄弟们，慢慢来，起下一杯。
有人越你我就 TP。刷我能飞，兄弟，你可以死，我可以飞。
我自己刷。我行，那我就走。我不去了，我提波速农，没他活干。
我们全图可支援，兄弟，不惯着。
OK。飞你飞。有点远。
点尾出的漏人，
后来就打了。点尾
，TP 了，来了，他走不掉，兄弟，他走不掉。
刷大了，
这转回来。要杀吗？死了，漂亮。看后续我拿来。哎，大师团，扁血，来，扁血没有链子的。行 ，OK， 没链子，我追着打，打不死我，兄弟，打不动。来，兄弟跟我。来，死，
慢慢来，
点位走不掉，
慢慢来，别急，回来，
我带好了。来，慢慢打，
我7秒的。
哎，一直抢上来了，
跟线打，
大师没，大师没。
结尾，兄弟，
来，点位，
挤我，后面了，我刷到了，
扁血有机，
扁血，杀人就杀，
扁血，
先杀人，
漂亮，有线，
兄弟们，nice，兄弟 ，nice。
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? At the same time, I think one of the things you recognize on the side of KPL teams is they're able to recognize situations even before it happens, right? So they were actually prepping for the Dharma's truth mantra coming out, and Hua Yan did an absolutely perfect job of it. They were able to kind of telegraph what was going to happen before situations happen, in the sense where, look, that first blood situation where they had Wan come in with the Skyfall as well, they knew exactly what to do, what to play. The instructions were really clear from one teammate to another, saying you should be using this skill, you should be going in at this portion. So there was very clear and clean communication coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, and at the same time, you could feel the passion in their voice, especially when they fear that their teammates are going to die. Like, especially when the Ma Chao was teleporting in, right? They were like, oh, he's coming, and it was loud so that his entire team could hear. And the rest of the team, they managed to clear the comms for him just to know that the Ma Chao is coming as well. So yeah, very well done on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Passionate, yet articulate at the same time. They got all the information that they needed to be on the board, and still, they were passionate. They were shouting.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the result for those of you that are just tuning in. Maybe spoiler alerts here. It is going to be a 4-2 win for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, also known as Forsan DRG. Now they have ousted Shanghai EDGM Edward Gaming Mobile Esports, and they will move on to meet their next competitors on another date against Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, of course, that will be in the following days on the 3rd of May. But for tomorrow, we will be going to the winner bracket finals, where we'll be watching AG, All Gamers, going up against Beijing Weibo. And this is one match that you cannot miss.
Yeah, this one is going to be a long series. Maybe this one has a higher potential of reaching that Ultimate Battle Best of 7 full series. We don't know. It could be a smash as well, right? So both of these teams right now, number 1 Chengdu AG, Chaohui, along second place with Beijing Weibo. So the two of them looking to beat each other down into the lower bracket and secure that King's throne as they wait for the rest of them to play.
Yeah, and sadly, Shanghai EDGM will be getting ousted today at the number 6 spot, so they will not have a shot at ACL playoffs. But of course, let's just see what holds for them in the future. And if you take a look at the top 1 scores for today and for the rest of the series, I mean, TRG is number 1 on Zhaodian on the CC timings.
Yep, it is pretty insane, right? At the same time, look, number 1 is shared across 5 different members, 6 kills coming in during the team fights, and this is the amount of assists coming in. A lot of familiar names coming in here from Chongqing Langdui, the Wolves, Chongqing Wolves as well. We also have our DRG members coming in today, but the number 1 coming in has to be Dian on DRG. He has done the most damage on team fights, 172
1,000. And this one is one important marker that I love that they pick up. This is the control timing, a total of 411 seconds for our number one Guichi, doing so well to provide space for the team and allowing them to really just go crazy with the damage.
Yeah, number 2 is at Shuang, and surprisingly, right, Shuang, he is a jungler, so I mean, definitely something that stat lines, and you can see the play style that each team are leaning towards, whether control is coming out from Xiaoze, which is on EDGM as well, who is on number 3. So you can see the play style from the numbers as well. But for tomorrow, we will have this upper bracket finals lined up for you guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, so Chengdu AG going up against Beijing Weibo. This is going to be happening tomorrow. This is our next best of 7 as we look for the winners of KPL Spring Season 2025. It's been an exciting day. I think it gives you a little glimpse of what's going to happen tomorrow and what does KPL offer to the world, right? In terms of knowledge, in terms of gameplay, in terms of excitement, in terms of story as well. I really like the fact that we got to take a look at the background lives of what goes on between the players' lives for KPL players, you know, the struggles they face, and also the things that they're looking for as a professional.
Yeah, definitely a very good look into their lives as well. And of course, don't forget the amazing games that were played out today in the heart of the Gorge, right? Definitely both teams had a stellar showing, and of course, they showed why they are the top of the tiers in the first place. So definitely looking forward to tomorrow, but that's all from me from today. I'm throwing it back to you, Ken.
Yep. No problem with that. I mean, there's so many things you can learn from today. Now, if you haven't been introduced to the new heroes that have appeared in the Gorge today, we'll just do a very short recap. Now, for those of you that don't know, Shikong or Shikong Zhun is one of the main clash laners in the game that has been highlighted. The last game of the series, you saw a Luban, right? So in the KPL server, we call it the Luban Dashi. He is a roam. He is normally paired with Luban number 7 as well. Now, a lot of new introductions. Kong Konger is also a brand new hero that has been recently introduced, so he has the ability to steal items as well. Now, there are plenty of new other heroes that the KPL League offers. We haven't seen them just yet, but we will work to get all of these heroes over to you. And yes, Cat Boom, I think this is definitely one of the mainstays you will see as we head on to the future series of tomorrow and all the way until the 10th of May as well. Heroes like Injun, these are all heroes that will come into the global servers, hopefully sooner than later. And we didn't see him today, but Baichi is coming to HOK. In fact, I think he's here today already. Give it a try and we'll see how it's played in the KPL in future days to come.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to see what these heroes hold as well, especially their place in the meta, right? Especially in the global meta, because it's a drafting game, I would say, right? There's still an element of draft and competitiveness, and the more heroes that are available, the more permutations and combinations that you can find, right? You can find surprising synergies like today, where suddenly the Neza has been picked in the last game to counter out against the Dr. Bien. And that was one of the key decisions that actually surprised me today, because it's not generally played in that jungle lane as well. The Skyfall was used perfectly, and that was on the spur of the moment. That was their match point right there. And this is going to show what these teams can do when they're pushed to this kind of level.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, I think that's a lot of excitement. We have had a lot of time today. In fact, I think today was a bit quicker than what I expected. I expected to go the distance in terms of like the full best of 7 into the ultimate battle. But that's all for today. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me, it has been Moman, and it's been a pleasure. We will see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock. We'll see you soon.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars alive. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Doesn't matter. no stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat,